Pembantaian ke? One-sided ke? Aduh. Janganlah Nick menang guys. Tercek-cek kita orang. Sorry guys. Sorry. Maaf. Nick menang tadi Din. Nak sambung serang semalam. Diorang menang, macam mana kita nak sambung serang guys? Oh ya, ni nampak gaya kalau diorang menang ni aku yang kena serang ni guys. Okay. Joget dulu baru makan. Sorry lambat guys. Aku settlekan aku punya luggage. Aku settlekan hal rumah aku duduk sekarang guys. Sorry ya. Baik right kalau match ni S-Man boleh luasa ni. Kalau based on draft. Late game kiri lah. Late game kiri sebab ada marksman. Okay, prediction aku kiri. Lagi sudah dapat ke? Dah dapat dah Princess Killa. Tadi aku pergi airport. Tu yang lama tu guys. Lepas tu kat airport tu aku kena sidai. Sekejap, aku masuk dulu live Abalot. Live Abalot pula, Discord.
Wait, serius lah.
Agak ni. Hello. Hello Abalot.
Wait. This is not a Fanny user, bro.
Abalot.
Ya.
Dengar.
Dengar.
Dah check belum Rin dalam luggage tu? Takut ada pokok tumbuh. Tak ada. So far luggage tu dalam keadaan baik. Semua barang-barang, baju-baju, seluar-seluar, boxer-boxer, semua lengkap. Tak ada yang dicuri dah.
Panik bongok. Aduh, Falcon. Serius lah Falcon main macam ni?
Tak ada buat benda pelik. Mingalaba Tura. Good luck Myanmar guys ya for Grandfinal. We Malaysian support Myanmar.
I support Team Spirit.
Hah?
Spirit.
Abalot Spirit?
Yep.
Why kita tak dengar suara in-game? Sekejap. Aku pukul sikit.
Tak bermain dah Fanny ni.
Dengar tak sekarang YT? YT dengar tak sekarang? Sorry
Onyx ni bila lawan Falcon dia main lepas sangat.
Abalot mana selalu lain daripada lain. You guys. Kalau based on draft guys, kiri. Tapi ini nampak gaya.
Draft dah ni. Dah main macam poker dah ni.
Yang ni dah bukan soal draft bang Dah one-sided dah ni Hari ni tak ada challenge Muntun ke? Rasa macam tak ada.
Jarang doh tim Filipin main macam ni.
Filipin. Kat GG siap. Diorang first pick ni bang? First pick. Siapa first pick ni?
Bapa.
Abalot. Siapa first pick?
Falcon
first pick Fanny
Yep. Lepas tu dia orang ambil
Hirara Atlas
dan Hirara.
Okay. Bye. Tapi Fanny kali sebenarnya memang biasa-biasa pun. Hari tu nampak garang sebab opponent kot. Bukan satu level. Selamat Ren. Selamat Tura. Hilang. Falcon macam tak nak main je. Tak tahulah guys.
Settle tu.
Kau gelak apa Mustaqim? Orang biasa-biasa lah. Hari tu lawan siapa?
3-0 ni.
Vitality Biasa-biasa lah tu. Fanny error juga yang seram. Betul? Kyrie punya Fanny pun seram guys malam. Kyrie punya Fanny. Aku rasa sekarang ni yang best user Fanny, Kyrie.
Apa ni baik
Jungler Yangon tu, Han tu.
Aduh.
Lepas tu dengan error.
Aku letak berapa tadi 100 coin je tu ni. Patch kali ni tidak berpihak ke tim PH.
D4 komen tak naik. Nah, apa use Cuba kau check kat setting use. Kau moderator kan? Cuba kau check.
Ni pun ada je player daripada Filipin.
Kenapalah bagi Carl Fanny sebab sepanjang MSC Fanny dia kurang. Tak tahu Haji. Tak tahu. Tapi late game kiri ni kuat sebab orang ada marksman guys. Ada cloud tapi ulti apa tu cloud? Hah?
Air.
Betul lah guys. Aku rasa Falcon dah tak nak main lah.
Itu ulti apa tu tadi
Freestyle ke bang? GG awak saya.
Hilang.
Boleh-boleh juga Kelra ni guys.
Gone.
Kelra. Lawan tim yang tak satu level boleh lah main fighter kan. Kyrie gila. Irara Kyrie ni gila guys.
Gone.
Tengok dash dia bapak dia. Irara ni hero instant boleh pergi backline tu guys. Mobility tinggi gila. Assalamualaikum Rain dan Rangers. Hadir. Mantap Mak Zo. Welcome to the stream. Sorry lambat sikit guys hari ni guys. Bilang. GG lah ni. Macam tak nak main je Falcon ni. Diorang ban Selena tak guys? Diorang ban Selena tak? Onyx ban Selena guys? Nak manis-manis tengok story I tak payahlah.
Big end je lah.
Block account.
Okay, dah settle.
Thank you for the gift Fatimah, Lia, someone. Kyle buat apa?
Nombor 3 dapat berapa USD bang? 250,000 US dollar.
Wish, banyak juga.
Patch kali ni cocok untuk war terus. Betul.
Guys, bantu tap screen guys, bantu tap screen guys. Kita punya tap screen tak sampai 1k lagi lah guys.
Sedangkan PH ini bermain objektif slow pace.
Betul malas main je tu guys. Betul-betul malas main tu.
War terus. Ini siapa yang suka main barbar ni kan? Gameplay yang langgar sangat sesuai. Gold Fighter is back
Kalau kau tengok game 1 tadi Rain lagi teruk Falcon kena bantai. Serius ah? Bang, game 1 tadi Falcon lagi teruk kena bantai ke bang?
Oh ya, lagi teruk kena.
Maai.
Sangat teruk. 21 kot.
Macam tak nak main je Falcon ni dah give up ni.
Falcon 1.
Oh nak moderator boleh pun tak. Untuk orang-orang yang sentiasa ni untuk Rangers. Hai, kalau game pembantaian kasih fast end lah. Ni best of berapa guys? Best of berapa ni?
Best of 5.
Best of 5 je, 3-0 ni. Ni cepat ni. Macam tak ada mode dah Falcon. Ya tu guys. Falcon macam tak nak main dah je.
Nak gameplay barbar. SRG pun macam tim PH gameplaynya. Ya.
Kalau tak nak main bagi tahu. Aku dengan Abang Lord masuk. Bang, standby bang.
Iya tu, meta langgar.
Abang kalau diorang tak nak main baik bagi
kita. Meta alter ego. Kalau di Indonya alter ego. Meta tabrak-tabrak ni. Tabrak masuk. Wah, kalau diorang dah macam tak nak main baik bagi kita main bang. Apa dia?
Kalau Falcon dah macam tak nak main baik bagi kita main.
Ya, masalahnya kita bukan kat Paris.
Oi, kalau kita kat Paris, so aku dengan Balot dah masuk tu guys.
Boleh juga kita minta ni.
Balot kata open Belleric. Give me Belleric, Balot cakap.
Ya, hari ni aku main tadi 5 game.
Menang tak? Macam mana? Win streak ada saya.
1, kalah 4.
Woi. Asal menang 1-4 ni bang. Semalam kita menang 9. Berapa? Menang berapa?
Itulah pasal.
Kalah 1.
Aku punya Bellerin MVP mulu. MVP. Tapi game tu kalah.
Ya Allah, balot.
Tournament GOF tu di Kazakhstan, ya. Saya baru dapat info.
Do you think final correct
Untuk
score?
GOTF,
Yang gone 4-0.
semua
Yang
dah
gone
tutup
4-0.
untuk apply whitelist. Aku dah minta daripada hari tu dekat bawah sanan. Tapi mungkin tak tahulah sampai ke orang-orang yang tepat ke tak. Tapi katanya dah ditutup.
Apa main dengan Gushen ke tadi?
Gushen.
Dia cakap dia jaga
main Kadita, bongo.
Apa dia kata?
Dah di Kadita.
Dia kata abang jaga KDA boleh lah MVP dia cakap.
Apa dia?
Dia kata abang jaga KDA boleh lah MVP.
Kalau dia Kadita, aku nak set up macam mana bang? Kadita ni memang perlu main dia je.
Ya Allah, Gushen.
So Kadita takkan ada orang pergi jaga Kadita. Kadita ni kau tunggu dekat satu tempat, kau pick out satu, lepas tu kau belah. Itu cara main.
Gushen, kau kena masuk. Kau kena ikut rentak abang lot, Gushen.
Kau 24 jam.
Kau kena ikut rentak abang lot, Gushen.
Tak, baru je saya cakap. GOF tu tak boleh. Itu bukan under Muntun. Itu adalah third party tournament. Jadi kami dan streamer-streamer lain tak dapat any whitelist. Cuma kalau nak juga buat, kena minta daripada tim ke apa ke, mereka kena tolong. Tim yang kena tolong. So
Game
saya dah
ni
minta.
Nombor 3-4 guys.
Saya dah minta, katanya dah ditutup. Saya dah minggu lepas minta.
Oh, dah
Katanya
tutup pula.
Tutup. Tapi mereka cuba.
Kan minta izin makan guys. Aku tak sempat makan guys.
Tak dapat, tak ada.
Aku minta izin makan guys.
Disappointment is in not showing up. It's not showing your identity. It's not claiming a way that you want to approach the game and kind of being on the back foot, saying we didn't even get a chance to be us. That's what the disappointment.
Kenapa Ray lambat stream? Sorry doh. Aku settlekan aku punya luggage yang tertunda dekat Paris tu. Lepas tu bila aku balik rumah, pintu bilik pula terkunci guys.
GOTF Onyx juara bertahan. Iya, benar.
Aku jadi Spiderman tadi guys. Aku parkour doh.
Kau punya lagi dapat ke tak?
Dapat.
Barang tak hilang?
Tak ada hilang.
Spender semua ada?
Semua ada, lengkap.
Cukup.
Semua warna ada. Bang, tadi saya
warna
parkour.
pink yang apa awet Paris belikan tu?
Hai. Woi, wow. Chill. Jangan main kasar, chill. Abang Lot main kasar.
Kalau Nova dekat YT boleh bang? Saya tak pasti tu. YT sebenarnya, YT pun kadang-kadang dia copyright juga. Dia bukan tak boleh, takut nanti tak boleh monetize bila orang tengok balik apa semua kan, nanti dia akan claim. Dia akan claim copyright. Jadi kalau kita dah ada whitelist, boleh lah, tapi tak boleh mengharapkan sebarang monetization lah. Monetization. Dia akan
Awet Paris kan mana ada. Aku mana ada awet Paris guys.
restrict.
Puncak tu mana ada.
Tak boleh
Puncak
tengok.
boleh steady
And then
lah
you
aku.
can't monetize.
Sorry ya Afiq, aku lambat Afiq yang tadi Afiq. Sorry Afiq.
Orang nampak macam YT ni senang je.
Sorry warga YT, warga YT.
Dia akan shutdown benda lain. Dia tetap akan biarkan kau punya tu, tapi kau takkan boleh monetize tadi. Bila tak boleh monetize, buat apa nak letak kat situ?
Nanti kau Paris.
Nanti tengok.
Tak tahu, Don Amira tak tengok.
Kena pula aku seorang yang buatkan puluh ribu, ratus ribu view tapi tak boleh monetize. Oi.
Aku tak tengok awet lah Namira.
Dah 2 warning dah. Ini tak boleh send gift. Gameplay tabrak.
Welcome to the stream guys yang baru masuk. Bantu tap screen guys. DP, jangan caca DP. DP kau tukar nama boleh tak? Susah lah aku nak sebut nama kau. DP zaman FP, DP zaman FP.
Sebab semalam yang saya predict semua kalah. Jadi hari ni saya main reverse psychology. Saya nak Onyx menang tapi predict Falcon. Macam benda tu sedang membuahkan hasil.
Aduh, komplain lah. Sorry doh. Hai Rin, hai Adli Kimi. Welcome to the stream brother. Welcome to the stream.
Tempo and be the one to be aggressive is that you pack strong side lanes. Yes.
Siapa leading Oni 2-0.
Esmeralda versus Uranus has been somewhat maybe 65% leaning towards Esmeralda over the Uranus. But what Lutfi did in this series as this Uranus is fantastic.
Semalam masa live Dibo, Trisha banyak tengok laki handsome Rin. Serius ah? Okey je Syah. Okey
Ni tiada
je.
niat mau menang, bang. Ada niat, bang. Beda 100,000 US dollar, bang. 100,000 US
Aku
dollar
tak rasa
kalau di
terkesan tu Syah
MPLM
sebab
white,
aku lelaki alpha kan.
3 kali juara.
Thank you for the follow Guys, korang dah makan ke belum guys? Korang dah makan belum? Kalau belum makan, makan dulu guys.
3 atau 4 kali juara baru dapat.
Berapa skor ni? 2-0, 2-0. Vexana bagus hero apa? Okay, Vexana ni guys, dia bagus pick dengan hero-hero dive, hero-hero masuk. Yang bagusnya Vexana ni ada dua. Pertama, dia bagus untuk chain crowd control. Maksud chain crowd control tu, engkau bagi stun berterusan. Okay, katalah Atlas stun. Lepas tu Vexana bila nampak Atlas punya stun tu dah habis, dia sambung first skill, dia stun lagi guys. So chain stun, faham tak? Chain crowd control. Faham itu satu. Kedua, bagusnya Vexana ni dekat counter engage. Apa maksud counter engage, Rin? Contoh, kalau enemy cuba nak engage dekat bahagian depan, ada hero cuba nak masuk, Vexana punya skill ni boleh mengganggu hero-hero yang cuba nak engage. Tak kisahlah kau main Tigreal ke, kau main Atlas ke, dia punya first skill akan kacau engage daripada opponent. Dia punya ultimate pun akan kacau. Faham guys? Kalau Vexana bagus, kenapa kau shit spam? Kan aku main lain juga Syah. Sekarang aku dah main Rafaela, dah main Farsa.
Dari Malaysia, SRG sama Vamos.
Okay, clear faham soalan pasal Vexana tu guys. Sambil makan ni, mantap ais. Makan. Guys, yang mana kalau korang nak makan-makan sambil tengok live guys, boleh buka dekat YT guys. Duduk depan TV, makan. Rafa mid okey ke? Okey lah. Tapi damage kena cukup lah. Janganlah, contoh kan, jungle tank, XP tank, roamer tank, gold lane marksman lah. Mage kau pergi bantai Rafa. By right tak cukup damage. Tapi aku tak boleh cakap macam tu guys kan. Aku cakap macam tu,
masuk top 2, mungkin
elok je si Aurora Turki buat meta, tak ada marksman, menang guys.
Dia selalu guna Vexana skill 2 sakit. Ya, sekarang tak tahulah ada buff ke apa ke Vexana ni. Tak tahu kenapa tiba-tiba jadi sakit.
Fighter goal barbar. Kalau main MM memang kena fokus item. Betul, official up. The idea of kenapa kau ambil fighter goal lane is kau nak ada strength dekat early game dengan objective team fight. Dengan early objective team fight. Contoh, kalau kau main double fighter guys, dekat first turtle dah boleh jadi 5 man turtle. Dekat second turtle dah boleh 5 orang turtle, 5 man turtle.
Jari kelingking.
Faham tak? Tapi kalau kau main marksman tak boleh. Contoh kalau kau main katalah marksman yang bergantung kat item. First turtle kau datang pun tak guna guys. Sebab kau tak ada item, kau tak ada damage. Melainkan kalau kau nak finishing lah sebab enemy low. Tapi kebanyakan masa kalau kau main marksman, kalau kau datang first turtle rugi.
Mana boleh sangkut? Dia jolok. Dia masukkan sendiri. Suara 16 ni yang berobot Piala Juara Berespolnya mereka pun kalah dengan MSC. Untuk champion 325,000 GOTF.
Aurora pun stand berterusan dia juga.
It was really a pace issue for Falcons. It was an identity issue. We talked about it, maybe a draft issue as well. But more so, it might have been an.
Sebab tu nampak ada tim yang try nak bawa Aurora hari tu. Siapa Onyx ke? Bukan. Cloud first turtle nak buat apa je? Itulah Zaki. Cloud first turtle boleh buat apa? So the idea of double fighter ni is fighter kena main agresif. Pergi main invade, pergi kacau buff. Contoh, masuk, kau main fighter goal lane, enemy tengah buff biru, kau kat atas kan? Kau kat atas, lepas tu kau masuk.
Champion 300,000, nombor 2 120,000, nombor 3 100,000.
Kau kat bawah contoh, enemy tengah buff biru, kau pergi masuk jungle enemy, kacau buff biru, bait retribution dia. Bila bait retribution dia, team kau free turtle, ataupun team kau boleh pergi rusuh buff merah enemy.
$5,
Dia yang rugi apa tau guys? Dia yang rugi kalau korang main double fighter
5, 10, 15,
ataupun fighter goal lane guys.
Dia naik 5,
Tapi korang main passive sama macam marksman. Faham tak?
65, 70.
Sebab kalau korang main passive sama macam marksman, bila korang main fighter kat goal lane guys, bila late game, marksman tu akan jadi lagi kuat. Marksman tu akan jadi lagi, damage output dia lagi besar, burst dia lagi tinggi. Berapa skor? 2-0. Bosan Falcon langsung tak melawan. Itulah. Macam mana kita nak nak berhancuran sebelah guys. Yang ni nampak gaya kalau 3-0 ni sekejap lagi ada yang masuk live aku ni. Tak ada kot Hari ni aku rasa aman lah kot.
Sekejap.
Apa kita lawan Rain? Korang kerja bergaduh korang ni. Bab-bab bergaduh, bab-bab serang orang suka
Vitamin. Nombor 13, 14, 15, 16, 13,500. Jadi yang pergi tu udah ada 13,500. Champion dapat 315,000, second 144,000, third 108.
Kenapa tak ada team Rain? Kenapa tak ada team yang nak pick Sun? Tak bagus ke kat meta sekarang? Tak tahu tu guys. Aku rasa Sun ni sebenarnya hero yang kuat tu. Cuma tak ada team nak bawa.
So
Ni
first game
sebenarnya
kalah dia orang turun lower bracket. So menang
meta
2 kali,
ni kena ada orang start je.
kalah 2 kali pulang. Sama je.
Itulah yang kita panggil trendsetter. Rain, kenapa tak live kat YT? Live lah guys. Bang, abang dah makan dah bang?
Dah.
Tadi abang makan apa?
Aku makan kat rumah. Apa ni? Baker's Cottage.
Wow, Baker's Cottage BBQ ke black pepper?
BBQ. JOTF saya jangkakan final SRG Onyx.
Gila guys.
SRG
Sun
Onyx.
adalah main gold semalam dah kena. Ya, Sun boleh main gold, boleh main jungle, boleh main SP. Tapi tak ada tim nak berani nak bawa tu je.
We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC.
Patutnya tak ada masalah lah untuk SRG dan Onyx lepas pergi ke
Shoulder with the world's best, making history.
knockout stage.
Cuba analyst draft ni Rin. Tigreal, Terizla, Vexana, Leomord, Izia.
Impossible.
Tadi tak terlayan
Alter
draft
Spirit
ni.
pun tak ada masalah.
Nak analyst macam mana tu Ais? Dia sebenarnya
Patutnya
draft
tak ada
ni
masalah 8 pasukan yang favourite ni.
lain composition yang dilawan ataupun lain matchup yang dilawan, lain outcome
Habis
dia.
dah ke bros. Ini.
Korang faham tak?
Third match.
Faham tak Ais?
Dah 2-0 Onyx leading.
Contoh kan, aku katalah kau cakap ada Tigreal, Terizla, Vexana, Leomord, Izia. Okey, katalah 5 hero ni, Ais. Kalau kau lawan dengan satu line up A, outcome dia mungkin easy game.
Menang 2 kali.
Kalau lawan dengan satu line up B, composition yang berbeza, yang mungkin ada counter hero-hero tadi tu, outcome dia mungkin berbeza. Faham tak? Sebab tu, kalau kita borak pasal soal draft guys, dia tak pernah ada satu template draft yang
Kau tengok, aku tak tengok ni.
satu draft yang sesuai lawan semua matchup. Faham tak? Tak ada.
2 kali.
Sebab draft ni sentiasa tengok matchup, sentiasa
First
tengok
match
combo.
Selangor dengan apa Aurora. Itu apa bracket final baru. Siapa menang apa bracket final. Yang kalah pergi ke lower bracket. Dekat kalah lagi bawah sekali dah pulang.
Rain, kenapa Mun seorang je yang cover MSC bukan Mun antara ramai KOL? Tak
Okey,
tahu tu guys.
Betul. Apa bracket final tu dah layak. Cuma betul. Okey, aku faham apa yang dia cuba cakap. Menang sekali tu, yang first match menang tu sebenarnya dia dah layak. Cuma dia nak tentukan nombor 1, nombor 2. Ya, apa bracket tu ditentukan siapa nombor 1, nombor 2. Tapi dua-dua dah layak.
I think they're also coming into this with the same mindset as maybe what helped them realize
Rain, say for Myanmar something. Good luck guys, all the best for grand final. We support Yangon.
3 from Pejuang SGD. Hai Ayah Rain, saya stres lah jumpa hero support Macam Florin. Angela S nak Tanjung video mana
Grup akan ada
Kau jangan nak up video-video aku video counter lah, video apalah. Oh ni kau boleh percaya.
Selangor Red Giant, Aurora.
Video aku waktu sekolah lah. Ada je lah idea masing-masing. Padahal sebenarnya nak mengaibkan aku kan Pejuang SGD. Amirul.
Tak ada masalah lah.
Dah ada komen dari seberang ke? Belum Farid. Aku rasa mungkin habis ni kot. Tapi hari ni aku live lambat.
Macam ini, dia bukan keras tau. Dia orang buat macam ini, nak bagi salah satu tim yang underdog ini layak juga. Nampak tak permainan dia orang ni?
Diorang nak first pick Fanny ni. Fanny pula Hirara ni. Ya Rin, ayah pengadik. Kau jangan macam-macam Tolong Pejuang SGD kau jangan macam-macam
Pasukan yang underdog, satu mesti lepas.
Banyak main
Cuma 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 pasukan.
Tapi komposisi combo draft tu tak enak. Kecuali pattern at reasonable sebab draft team fight. Betul? Marcel ke? Kau open Marcel? Kau Aguen tak main Marcel? Kau korang nak bet Marcel Hirara? Tapi sama je, Keyboy bukan main Marcel pun. Open. Menarik. Hirara juga ni. Oh, Nick pun takut-takut je nak main Marcel, guys. Match semalam 2 orang yang main Marcel walaupun overspeed. Hirara ke? Hirara ke? Dah lah. 3-0 ni, guys. 3-0 lah. Macam tu je kena bet draft, guys. Tengok
Sociabuzz!
3. From suka konten Aiman, Abi Aiman bila nak join debat-debat lagi Abi Aiman?
Janganlah debat-debat. Tak dah. Tak mampu dah. Suka konten Aiman. Kau jangan suka konten Aiman. Kau suka lah apa benda lepas aku, pas aku. Janganlah. Nampak guys? Betul tak? Dia pick Hirara guys. Macam tu je kena bet tu. Coach Moody. Tadi Marcel bawa, tadi Mickey Boy bawa Marcel. First game ke? First game tadi Kyrie main apa guys? First game Kyrie main apa? Boleh tak bagi tahu?
First game Kyrie main Hirara juga kot.
Harley.
Tadi Kyrie bagi tahu
Harley faham. Tapi Hirara dia ni jago abang. Kyrie ni. Abalot, next hero Abalot, Marcel boleh tak? Next hero Marcel boleh tak?
Oh, first dia pakai ini Harley.
Harley, okay.
Membantai 2 Harley dia.
Bang, next hero abang, Marcel boleh tak training?
Marcel
Ke tak kena jiwa?
belum main lagi.
Belum main lagi
Dia kena start main dulu. Semua orang tengah menunggu final kot. Game ketiga keempat macam kurang sambutan tu.
Ya.
You see the Matilda, there's a chance for Matilda Barretts together. With all that dive and aggro, some strong crowd control. Again, I think Falcons this time can lean towards a little bit the idea of...
Marcel abang
habis awal, aku nak macam restream balik tu. Saya nak stop kejap, lepas tu restream balik.
Gift tak masuk
Bukan, kena ban ni kan.
Shadow ban.
Tak tahulah, kalau restream balik dia okey ke ataupun
kalau yang gift tu dah kan okey. Pasal view saya tak sure. Test. Ada use.
sekarang masih lagi kan? Tak boleh give kan? Tak boleh give tu.
Thank you for the gift Namiro, Bianchimi. Ada tak room yang boleh compete oleh Marcel? Sebelum ni orang main ni guys, lawan Marcel Guinevere room. Tapi Guinevere room sekarang dah tak meta.
Tapi kalau sekejap lagi restream, lepas tu dia warning lagi. Tak apalah, bagi habis 3-0 lah. YT tak apa, boleh biar. Apa restream balik.
Falcon macam tak ngam je masa main. Itulah pasal. Prediction final aku Yangon 4-0.
Since they're going up against the Matilda, you have shields. Maybe not the greatest matchup against the Barretts, but it's a little bit faster in terms of rotation.
Actually, their bans of the Arlot and the Lapu-Lapu might already be a tell that this Barretts is going into EXP. Because those two heroes would be somewhat be dealt with all right.
Okay,
Abang Azwan, thank you.
Rain.
Ya bang.
Barat makan.
Okay.
Lepas tu tiba-tiba alti pula. Matilda pula dia punya skill tu Barat macam ikut terbang. Boleh ke? Sambil alti terbang.
Ambil alti terbang Sekejap. Saya rasa saya pernah tengok combo dia.
Maknanya jauh lah dia punya telan tu.
after the bans from the mid lane have come through, Selena, Valentina, and
Rasa macam
now we see the Harith ban.
Rasa macam boleh.
Baras ulti terbang sambil makan.
Rasa macam boleh.
I mean, it is already, excuse me, it's not a jungle barracks.
Saya rasa macam pernah nampak combo tu.
Ya.
Tapi tak ingat. Kena tengok. Tapi tak silap saya boleh.
Barat semua ban.
You don't put that Guinevere in the jungle, you just stick it into the EXP. They do need range.
Siapa pakai auto clicker ni eh? 100,000 likes. Terima kasih.
Parsa. Thank you Abang Azwan for the RM1.90. Hello Rain, hello Wayan.
Serius ah?
A lot of Onyx is going to want to stick together a bit. Everyone's going to kind of want to huddle around this Matilda, especially with the Barats, someone that wants to
Bonjour.
kind of protect.
V-Voice, let's go.
Is going to be doing her own thing. But
Masih lagi ada V-Voice eh?
and it could be detrimental to a way that Falcons win.
Reverse tengah stream kot. Kenapa tak ada yang tulis support apa bang? Rainlord ke kat situ? Tak ada ke Rainlord? Yang orang pegang banner tulis Rainlord. Asal V-Wise je ada?
Tak cukup popular macam dia orang.
Onyx dah 2 ke? Ha.
Berapa gitu?
Sosiabuzz.
SB.
10 from
10.
Sikeri. Rain, izin saya
Sikeri.
bertanya, ulti Marcel ni actually nak guna bila?
Okay.
Counter engganga. Open war. Kalau counter engganga meaning Marcel kena pakai Purify. If open war, main conceal campur flicker. Ball explain details. TQ.
Okay, untuk Marcel guys. Untuk Marcel,
RM20 lebih kan?
the best combo dia, okay, spell yang best dia pakai flicker.
Aku rasa yang tu untuk iPhone
Ultimate dia boleh pakai untuk banyak perkara. Boleh pakai untuk start team fight, which is engage. Maksudnya nampak orang berkumpul rapat, ulti. Ini sama lah macam main Tigreal, main Atlas. Nampak orang kumpul setepat, ulti. Nampak orang kumpul setepat, ulti. Macam ulti Camila, ulti Camila. Senang cerita. Okay, dia boleh pakai untuk engage. Dia juga boleh pakai counter engage. Maksud counter engage ni untuk protect pasukan. Contoh, enemy main Atlas, pick off teammate, korang pergi bekukan follow up Atlas. Faham tak? Okay. Tu gameplay counter engage. Tapi gameplay Marcel yang paling famous sekali guys adalah objective team fight. Ultimate untuk objective team fight, which is waktu turtle dia akan target untuk bekukan jungle enemy untuk make sure jungle dia dapat free turtle. Faham tak? Tu gameplay yang paling famous kat Marcel guys. Sebab tu kalau korang tengok Marcel jadi top band sekarang. Sebab Marcel ni hero yang kacau dekat objective team fight. Dekat turtle, dekat lord. Tengah layan Nobarin sambil makan muruku. Okay, makan. Skor berapa? 2-0 ni. Harap menjawab Sikeri Sebab nama dia punya crowd control tu
slow sangat tu Falcon main.
Frozen moment guys. Frozen moment. Sambil pegang tulang ayam tu. Explain nampak Frozen moment guys. Frozen moment tu dia crowd control baru Korang tak boleh purify. Bila korang kena tu korang tak boleh sprint, korang tak boleh flicker. Once kau dah kena benda tu kau kena beku kat dalam tu.
Ulti lepas tu masuk dalam ulti Loyi boleh pergi jauh. Serius ah.
Tak apa Sikeri. Sekejap lagi kita tengok macam mana Marcel ni pakai ulti. Aku tunjuk contoh.
Sosiabuzz.
SB.
3 from suka konten Aiman. Bagi Rain, Raf masuk Igni upgrade ke dari Lord Kid. BTW saya kipas susah mati IG.
Untuk aku upgrade. Especially dekat tangan Coach Bam. Okay, Marcel tak ada level 4 lagi. So first turtle ni memang tak boleh cakap apa lah. Tunggu second turtle and above. Untuk aku upgrade suka konten. Pak Raf sebenarnya memang bagus and boleh carry. Cuma mungkin perlukan team yang betul and proper coach untuk guide dia kot. Asal makin glowy. Mana ada tu? Team mana pergi final? Tim ni. Tim apa? Tim Yangon dan Spirit.
Onyx PH pernah buat bang pergi barat lawan Onyx ID. Oh. Okay. Thanks for the info.
Rasa siapa juara? Aku rasa Yangon guys. Aku rasa Yangon. Thank you for the follow Hakim Anwar.
Going in the turtle number 2, spawning in the lower quarter, out in about 30 seconds and change should be a different story.
Sakitnya.
That is looking at Onyx, they still have all of their
Rain Yudoh tak ada sayap tapi macam dia terbang. Biasalah tu. Kuasa Tuhan. Mistik. Kan. GG sat. 3-0 ni. Tak. Falcon dah macam give up dia guys. GG dah ni. Kau siapa opinion pasal Kid Bomba kata pasal SRG smart? Biarlah dia guys. Biarlah dia nak kata apa-apa pasal SRG.
Biar dia orang cakap, jangan kita yang bercakap, Rin.
Betul? Korang nak cakap apa-apa pasal SRG ke, pasal rumors ke, cakap lah guys.
Biggest lead we've seen so far throughout these 3 games. Onyx going to go ahead and stall down a little bit so that Kyrie can go ahead and grab his buff. Again, already sitting at...
Kira-kira fast face farming. Fast face jungler.
Barat tank lah.
Barat tank pula. Ataupun abang main Matilda room, saya main Barat mid bang. Sedap gak tu?
Barat mid tak sedap.
I mean, you buy an extra second or two with the golden hour and turtle secured for Onyx.
They're delaying the inevitable. Onyx knows that they were going to get the turtle anyways, but I don't know if they saw that Marco was going to work the opposite.
Jangan makan Barat sekali.
That's at least a turret on the board for Falcons. They'll help keep.
Tapi Barat masih lagi boleh main jungle kan?
Boleh.
Make quick work of that turret on the other side as well. So I'd say it's still just the free turret.
Dekat EWC ni bang, yang top team semua main hero yang boleh fleksibel. Barat, Pakito. Kan Barat Pakito kan jadi top pick kan untuk Spirit dengan ni kan. Untuk dengan Yangon kan. But draft tu fleksibel guys. Freya. Kelra.
Kena bantai bongok.
Ni macam mana aku nak tunjuk contoh Marcel dekat Sekiri tadi.
Begini boleh pula Onyx win.
Sorry lah Sekiri tak boleh tunjuk contoh lah. Ini pembantaian lah. Yang ni kalah mekanik guys. Kalah mekanik tak boleh review apa-apa kan.
But again, it's weaving into these fights. The thing that Onyx lineup does so well, especially with Kelra or Kyrie, is how much they can maneuver around these team fights or around these...
Whoa. Was that a circling eagle leading up the Lutfi underneath tier 1? Getting hit with a Requiem. And they get another. Keyboy falls the push from
Moment comeback ke?
getting 2 kills on Marco.
Yeah, did they just...
Janganlah comeback.
Guiding win their death? I mean,
Bisa ada bawa comeback ni.
it seemed like they wanted to make a play and then they got punched in the face.
Yes, the only reason why it seems so unbelievable is it happened as we were swinging the camera over.
Belanda guys. Belum balik pi kampung. Belum balik pi kampung apa tu Melboy?
Way to redemption. And it looks like Onyx are not going to contest, so they accept the folly of their
Kita
fumble.
tell.
Falcons on the board when it comes to neutrals.
Yeah, that's when you say, that's my bad. That's my bad, right? But
MB, go again.
MB, go again.
Marco kaya ya tu kan. Marco jadi ni.
They still have some ground.
Ini menang pun airport, kalah pun airport.
Down a bit, a few thousand gold up to this point.
Bukan kalah je airport.
They are starting to farm up, and a big part of that is going over to Super Marco.
Haji.
All right, wings by wings out. Marco, can we take a look at the items to see where Super Marco is? Again, okay, so he's got his 2 items. He's working on his third. That golden staff is what he needs to get that Trinity locked in for this Claude. So he's done a really good job, despite how things have kind of fallen apart for the early game for Falcons. You know, your gold laner for Falcons is really what you're leaning towards. Obviously, Haji, too, only having the glowing one. You can already see when he drops down a Feathered Airstrike, it's got some damage. So Falcons is waiting.
A little bit of a sting there. And he's down a full 1,000 gold up from Sun, so Falcons have to play this very precariously. A minute until Lord spawns lower quarter. Fortunately, the long lane is in control of Falcon, so that's what Marco's been working on. Shifting skies, but he gets answered. Buying that as well. The Feathered Airstrike.
Tarik dinding. Nampak? Tu guys, dia ulti untuk selamatkan tim. Untuk selamatkan Sora. Sora tumbuk apa tu. GG lah ni. Tengok team fight pun dah tahu siapa menang guys. One sided lah guys. Indonesia cakap SB
5 from Sikeri. It's okay. Harap final nanti ada pick Marcel. Mungkin jadi chase pick ke sebab kita tahu dia orang tak main Marcel kan setakat ni. Ke aku ada miss game yang TS yang Dork main Marcel.
Yang ada main. Aku rasa Spirit akan ban. Sebab yang punya Marcel power. Blink tu. Tapi Spirit aku rasa tak ada. Ya ni Super Marco hard carry guys.
4 match yang 250,000
Betul lah guys. Super Marco hard carry tu. Okay, tengok wave atas. Wave belah atas, Onyx menang. Wave tengah, Onyx dah jalankan, so Onyx menang. So, diorang kena clear mid kiri ni. Okay, Pakito jalankan lane dulu. Kalau Kelra jalankan lane dulu, kat kanan ni diorang tak payah engage team fight. Diorang kiting kat area lot dulu. Tapi tak payah, all in team fight tak payah start lot lagi. Kelra dah jalankan lot. Okay, Farsa show, diorang boleh lot. Seorang show, diorang boleh lot, nampak? Diorang start lot. Okay, enemy dah show atas, diorang nampak ada info pasal Farsa. So, diorang tahu, takkan cukup orang. Ni guys, dia pakai ulti untuk counter engage. Tapi still tak cukup orang kat situ. Tapi itulah contoh ulti untuk counter engage guys, untuk jaga tim. Nampak tim tengah kena. Dah GG lah ni. GG lah ni guys. Marco hard carry siap. Bapak dia lah Kyrie.
Ignore the lore, they've got waves pushing in here. They'll take what they want. It's Hunger Games right now. Look at the replay here by SDC.
Tengok performance Onyx hari ni macam tak logik kan. Onyx boleh kalah dengan Spirit 3-0 guys. Kan? Betul tak bang?
Ya betul.
Macam tak logik tu. Tengok performance diorang yang ni.
Malah MSC apakah setara M series? M series lagi besar guys. M series lagi berprestige.
Biji lah. Cantik juga cewek Indonesia nya. Onyx beli game ke ni? Tak ada lah pernah suka. Yang ni tak istilah beli game guys. Siapa menang dapat hadiah duit beza banyak tau. Okay, aku pun dah habis makan. Ngam. Terima kasih ya Allah for the food.
So Falcons are just staunching the bleeding here. Feathered Airstrike coming in from Haji, blasting away those waves, and they will save mid lane inhibitor. Top lane still in jeopardy. Bottom up next on the docket to defend. Onyx looking to control the amount of bodies that they put underneath that. And Kyrie's just looking to burst it down. Looking for the punish. And Kyrie survives.
Okay, I guess
Kacau lah Irara ni guys.
Sociabuzz.
SB.
3. From Pejuang Raines, nasib baik dah gelak dulu semalam, at least dah puas hati dulu. Bu Spiderman Alamanda Selasa jom coach, semalam PMIG dah.
Selasa Selasa. Nanti aku roger balik. Dah PMIG Okay, nanti aku tengok. Ada kat request kot. Tapi gelak kau semalam jahat tu. Kau punya gelak semalam.
Sama cakap
Jahat tu gelak kau
lagi
semalam.
senang daripada Ramos bang. Ya tu. Tengok game pun semalam, ya tu. Sangat easy untuk Team Spirit.
Kalau kiri ni winning condition dia apa guys? Diorang kena samakan goal lead dulu. Tapi susah sebab goal lead sekarang besar sangat, dekat 10k. Apa pentingnya samakan goal lead? Mungkin korang tak faham kan. Kenapa orang kata macam cari item dulu, samakan goal lead dulu. Dia macam ni. Kalau enemy ada lebih banyak goal daripada tim kau, maksudnya enemy ada lebih item daripada kau. Faham tak? Bila enemy ada lebih item, maksudnya damage tim pihak lawan lagi kuat ataupun defense pihak lawan lagi keras. Tambah pula dengan level diorang guys. Sebab tu penting untuk korang samakan goal bila korang tengah losing condition. Cara dia macam mana? Freeze minion dekat depan turret, dapatkan farm. Yang ni diorang patut tak payah clear pun sebenarnya. Tunggu next farm lagi satu sampai. Ogwen? Bagus juga match ni, awal habis cepat sikit lah yang match wayang gol nanti betul juga. Dapat satu.
So a couple of ults spent already, as well as the feathered airstrike.
Those are big ults that are expended by Falcons. I don't think you want to be anywhere near this Lord.
Whoa, big knock-up on Lutfi once again. He answers with Dennis welcome. Golden Hour trying to save.
Macam tu dia jaga tim dia. Lap kau flicker pun siapa boleh follow up kau pula.
Aduh, kena comeback ke?
Oi. 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 Marco. Bapak lah Kyrie. Hero Sakai tu Irara ni guys. Dapat kat user yang betul. Kau ingat kau tengah kejar dia. Sebenarnya dia yang tengah kejar kau guys. Predict TS Yangon. Aku predict Yangon guys. 4041 aku rasa. 40 atau 41.
Terkencing dah guys.
Ya, ni Super Marco hard carry guys. Thank you for the follow Unique. Serius lah 40 YG. Serius aku tak main. Ada kemungkinan. YG kuat tu.
For the first time in about maybe 10 minutes. Yeah. Kyle was able to taste the purple and it was one he stole away from Kyrie. What's the most
TS tak power ke bagi? Power guys. Kalau dah sampai kena final ni dua-dua power lah guys. Cuma aku rasa Yangon lagi solid. Aku rasa. Tapi kena tengok lah macam mana. Hati-hati coach. Ramai tengah standby kalau Onyx menang ni 300 viewers. Ada ke dalam ni guys? Ada ke dalam ni? Tak ada kot. Takkan diorang still nak provoke kita kot guys. Diorang pun kalah. Part 2 kot saya kasih seru-seru. Mungkin lah. To flip this game over. They've done an amazing job holding on to the two base turrets too that they had to. Again, even Irara cepat dapat nerf. Itulah tu. Kalau YG menang, Myanmar akan dapat 2 slot ke? Kemungkinan besar. Kalau tim kau menang satu tournament international berprestige macam MCERIS ke IWC ke, negara kau akan diberikan lebih perhatian lah untuk pembangunan ekosistem Mobile Legends. GOTF, GO Game of Future nanti masih meta yang sama tak? Dengar-dengar ada adjustment patch ke nanti? Sebelum start. Tapi aku tak sure adjustmentnya apa. Thank you for the follow, Mrs. Queen. Okay, kita tengok lot guys Okay.
Ngantuk weh.
Ngantuk bang?
Janganlah 3-2-1. 3-0 lah. Bosan tu game ni.
Agak bosan sebenarnya. Memang bosan pun. Ya ni Marco main seorang ni. Marco tengah kejar gol. Betul? Okay, gol dah 5k. Siapa kena telan tu? Ya Allah, Kyle. Dah tak ada jungle dah ni. Dah GG lah. GG. Jahat ni. Dah GG lah ni guys. GG. Tarik tengah tu tiup je. JTF tak dapat Wily. Tak dapat Ikuan. GG guys. GG. GG. Kita standby tengok komen jap. Ada ke? Ada yang muncul ke?
Kena bantai tu.
Okay, macam tak ada. Guys. Macam tenang. Macam aman. Udara masih segar guys. Burung-burung pun berkicauan.
4-0 dah 3-0 dah. BO5.
Masih sunyi. Okay. Easy server top 3 ke? Ya Allah. Sorry duk Boboyot. Sorry duk tak top 3.
Nasib baik ni bukan grand final tu. Kalau grand final ni bosan tu grand final.
Ya. Dah 300 jadi 500 view. Sabar. Ada bersuara. At least juara 3. At least juara 3.
Lagi manis kalau Onyx menang game ni dekat grand final.
At least top 3 ke Afiq. Dia pun tak tahu masuk grand final. Confirm
sejarah ke top 3. Tak menang lah.
At least pun boleh
Kalah dengan Team Secret tu malu tu. Team Spirit tu.
Ya Allah. Bosan tu guys. Bosan dah tempat kita keempat ni. Kan tak ada rasa adrenaline rush, tak ada kan. Tak rasa seru dia. Prediction final ni 4-0 atau 4-1 lah yang gone. Abang Lot predict Spirit guys.
Tak bisa semalam Onyx kalah. Spirit kuat bang, Spirit kuat.
Gone 4-2.
Flap garuk kepala.
Oh dah masuk dah dekat YT ada guys. SRG versus TLPH pukul berapa? Kok ada region setara PH tapi dia bawa Indo? Dah masuk guys. Oi, semalam semalam awak pergi mana Semalam awak ada juga dalam live saya rasa, tapi awak tak komen Ya Allah. Tanya. Tanya ada nombor 3. Allahu Akbar. Aduh, kebersihan kembali. Macam orang tak tahu malu masuk. Dekat Titi tak ada juga. Aku rasa kat Titi tak berani lah diorang guys. Dekat Titi macam kena kau-kau aku rasa. Kat Titi aku rasa warga YT mungkin ada yang macam tengah tengok kat TV kan. Macam tengah relax-relax kan. Tengah tengok TV, tengok PC. Macam tak baca komen sangat. Warga DT pegang phone guys. Silap komen, mati diorang. Nampak sangat. Lepas Falcon tak layak ke Grand Final, moral diorang dah down. Boleh jadilah, boleh jadi. Volume host. Oh, ada lagi kat YT rancak guys. Tim MDL masuk MPL MBoy aja bisa juara. Oh iya. Okey.
Sesi pecahkan kunci masing-masing. Ya. Dah. Kunci dah pecah dah semalam. Kunci semalam dah dipecahkan.
Okey, Evo Gaming.
Mereka tak ada kunci dah.
Wala rin nag-expect talaga na makakapasok yung TS and YG and sobrang galing talaga nila. Wala kami masabi sa performance ng Yangon and TS. Magaling talaga sila.
Now, Kelra actually said, no one expected
Daripada digendong PH agak lolos grup. Ya Allah. Hai, korang ni macam-macam lah.
Matchup in the grand finals, and yet they are here battling it out for the third placer match. He did, however, say though that Yangon Galacticas and Team Spirit both deserve their grand finals because they're just so.
Ada je idea korang nak gaduh
No, you mentioned both YG.
Lu coach lokal aja agak bisa bersaing di international tournament, selalu ambil coach dari luar. Ya benar, katanya IQ 300. Ampun.
Ya, bisa.
Ampun Evo Gaming, ampun. Jago-jago Indonesia.
Dia half Filipino,
Negara
half Malaysian.
jago. Ampun. The biggest country for MLBB. Jagoan. Ampun. Coach lokal aja gak bisa bersaing. Ampun. Gua minta maaf ya. Ya Allah. Oh ni digendong 2 PH kah? Yang sering di interview Kelra kenapa main lokalnya tak bisa increase bang? Negara PH dia. Ya Allah. Rancak guys Kurang dia ada-ada je lah. Okey ya Abang Evo Gaming ya. Terima kasih ya Abang Evo Gaming. Sudi singgah di live. Oh ni ada lagi komen baru guys. Haha. IQ-nya 300 tapi coach timnasnya aja coach Indo.
Kapan Oning bikin cabang? Gak bisa bang.
Pokok lagi bang.
Gak bisa sebab Oning udah ada di PH sama Indo.
Aduh, pokok lagi bang.
Maximum only 2.
Serius main Malaysia kayak gini. Kalau debat selalu OOT. Apa tu OOT? OOT apa? Apa tu Evo Gaming? OOT tu apa? Nombor 3 ada trofi ke re? Tak ada kan. Kunci pun dah kena pecah. Tak ada. Lucu lah kalian. Kalian lucu guys. Hiburan aku. Ini lebih menghiburkan dari nonton kalian main. Kalian tak tahu tak? Ini lebih menghiburkan. Baca komen kalian lebih menghiburkan daripada melihat match tadi. Rancak YT rancak guys. YT rancak.
GG.
It's been electric as it should. The yellow and black have filled our stands at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlets, and now they've fully got something to celebrate. $100,000.
Cuma mau bilang kalau kalah stop nyalahin coach, lihat aja dari player Malaysianya. Siapa nyalahin coach?
It's a third place match that doesn't give us too much drama, doesn't give us too many storylines to, throw in, but it just makes it very clear. It was a day for Indonesia. It was a day for...
Alah, korang pun tak payah nak ni lah. Jangan rasa macam malaikat lah guys. Korang pun kalau kalah pun salahkan coach, salahkan player. Siap attack family lagi. Siap serang keluarga lagi. Tak usah lah. Itu kayak apa tu orang panggil ya? Bukan munafik tau. Apa orang panggil? Berpura-pura. Berpura-pura guys.
Great day for Keller. Kyrie, Keyboy, and Son just went
Aduh.
finally. So this is what it feels like. So
Tak payahlah yang kedua apa nanti kita tak layan saja, menghiburkan komen-komen, baca-baca. Sebab dorang put effort guys. Dorang put effort nak masuk live kita, nak bacot. Sebab sekarang dorang boleh cakap. Sekarang dorang boleh bersuara guys. Sebab semalam tak boleh, semalam kena diam. Semalam dorang kena diam. So hari ni bolehlah bersuara. Hari ni bolehlah bersuara guys. Go Rangers. Sukalah mental mon. Allah. Menghibur region yang tak masuk 4 besar. Okey. Terhibur. Kami terhibur. Kami terhibur. Tapi semalam lu di mana ya? Ya. Semalam ketika Onyx tewas sama Spirit, semalam lu di mana? Lu gak ada di live gua kan? Ataupun mungkin lu ada di dalam live gua tapi lu memilih untuk berdiam diri aja. Okey lah guys. Cukup lah. So kita nak tengok next match guys. Next match Yangon lawan dengan Spirit pukul berapa guys? Aku rasa rolling schedule ni. Mungkin ada break.
Apa keputusan sekarang PRN Negeri 9? Korang tahu ke?
Tak perlu. Match ngantuk tadi. Ya, match ngantuk tadi guys. Suka korang suka Susah. Suka. BN 12 PH 7 tak rasmi. Tak apa-apa kalah dengan Richard. Okey. Okey. Selamat. Ray cuba menjadi hijau. Hijau tu apa, Fila? Apa maksud cuba menjadi hijau?
No matter what you get, sometimes it can still lose. And even some of the best coaches in the world are still struggling.
Dah perang dah start guys. Oh, natural. Okay. Masalah tak guys. Kita tak cakap apa-apa pun pasal dorang. Kita baca komen dorang aja guys. Sumpah kita baca komen dorang aja. Baca komen dorang, cakap ampun, sorry. Tengok macam mana dorang start masuk dalam komen dia. Macam mana? Allah. Okeylah, lucu. Fun match lagi kita tak tahulah. Macam fun match pun ada juga. One sided. Ni dah lebih kepada execution ni guys. Ui, VIP Motorsport main kasau. Kau betul-betul benci ke? Tahniah ya Adib nombor C untuk nombor 3-nya. Jago. Tahniah untuk bronze medalistnya. Kalian dahsyat. Kalian hebat. Final game pukul 8. Oh ya. Pukul 8 ke? Dia tak rolling ke guys? Bukan rolling ke? Sekarang 7. Thank you bang. Sama-sama adik. Betul lah guys. Aku rasa final macam lambat lagi guys Satu guys, korang nak pergi makan dulu guys. Pergi makan dulu. Pergi settle dulu. Ada yang nak maghrib ke apa. Kenapa aku rasa nak tumbuk monitor tengok thumbnail kau 2-3 hari. Aduh, Aiman. Janganlah macam tu. Nama kita dah sama dah, Aiman. Malam ni ada diamond tak? Macam tak ada guys. Apa gaduh-gaduh ni? Tak adalah Mejiman. Ada gaduh. Steady je. Kita cakap tahniah je guys kat dorang. Malam ni tak ada diamond lah guys. Semalam je. Ke hari ni?
are winning games, right? Opportunity shown that
Rasa macam MPL tak ada push apa-apa kan. Kalau tak ada, tak ada lah kot guys.
It's time to start respecting other regions. It's time to start respecting the fact that MLBB globally has grown so much in a competitive esports sense that so many regions are ahead of the trend in with an ever evolving meta.
Kak, JOF nanti seru agaknya kerana tim lain pun sekarang boleh saing. Betul? Benar? Semua region udah step up. Kecun. Semua region udah step up.
Let's try this, or let's break the box a little bit and get outside of the mold, and that's exactly why we have the grand finals we're gonna have today.
Orang ni kerja provok-provok je. Dah lah guys
Apa skor? Dah 3-0 habis dah.
Kita rest sekejap lah guys. Kita rest sekejap. Kita tunggu next.
Jom kita nak
Next match guys.
rank dulu ke?
Nak rank dulu ke?
Jom lah, bosan duk tunggu.
Boleh sekejap. Sekejap guys.
Game katanya pukul 8, tapi tak tahu lah start awal ke tak.
Before then, Rimar, no one's training to get a sub 4-minute mile because they don't think you can do it. And that's kind of the thing here. A lot of these teams, I feel like, and again, this is the eye test. This is me not knowing MLBB and coming in. Didn't know that these types of ways of playing the game existed, and now they're like, you know, we need to go.
Ada 5, boleh.
I can't just
Ada 5 masuk.
adapt in a day. Like, I need to rethink the way I'm thinking about MLBB.
Yeah, I think there's always been a very clear distinction of how you play the game in the pro scene and how you play the game just for normal people like us. Now,
Diamond banyak ke, Rin?
so you're seeing a little bit more of a closer
Diamond
reflection
ada banyak ke?
of somewhat
Tak ada.
RG style thoughts where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this thing. Is it the most efficient looking move
Ada aku
possible?
nak minta
No, but it's gonna
Starlight.
get me something good, and that might translate better for the rest of my team.
Yeah.
The game slowed down, and then now it's sped up again. We're back to what MLBB was like years ago. Faster, damage. Whoever gets the most kills simply wins the game. Be willing to give up objectives. Get bodies because you can get more objectives.
Yeah.
For the
Tak ada
longest time,
Starlight
it's been
tu.
objectives.
It is highly micro, yeah.
Add aku.
And
Kita mabar dulu lah.
noticed it when we came into knockouts, even to the point where
Kita mabar dulu
Kalau
lah.
kau ada diamond banyak, bagilah Starlight dulu.
sometimes a lord fight
Diamond?
could
Tak ada
last
bang.
2
Kita tengah
or 3
700.
minutes, you know, just kind of
Oh.
testing the waters, trying to play off
Apa dah? Apa nak apa?
things like that.
Starlight.
It is
Oh,
starting to
Starlight.
tighten
Boleh
down.
Starlight.
Yesterday, what, I
Sekejap.
think we saw Lord
Macam mana nak bagi?
burst it down in about 6 seconds
Yep.
from Falcons, stealing it away from Yangon. Teams are willing to take those risks, and I think that is, you know, it's high risk situations, and the teams that are willing to do them and execute them correctly.
Request bang, request Starlight.
Yeah, the esports
Request
side,
Starlight.
the pro side
Ah.
was forced to
Saya tak
Kat mana
jumpa
nak
kat,
request lah?
saya tak jumpa kat mana nak bagi ni.
Yeah.
Sekejap.
And you can see, you know, when it comes to performances, there's no doubting that Kyrie had a great game, that he was able to be
Pampim pum. Ikewa.
whether he had
Skins.
Ferrara or whether he
Punishment masih berjalan ke? Gak ada punishment.
Bukan.
Rasanya hari ni gak ada punishment.
Kat mana
excuse me, of how they approached each draft, of how they approached the play. And this maybe
Kat mana nak request? Aku tak pernah request. Itu yang aku tak tahu.
And so maybe being a little bit let
Yeah.
down at
Nak
not
request
winning the
Starlight.
game and the semifinals,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah,
Falcons almost made that huge comeback. Now Onic get a chance to say, listen, this is really our last statement. We do know what we're doing. We haven't figured it all out yet, but look at what we do when we're in a good position to win. We can make ourselves go toe-to-toe with the best of them.
Yeah, I think Falcons, especially in that last game, really approached it in a sense that, yes, we might lose early game, but we normally have the capabilities to drag it out. And that has been the MO for a lot of Filipino teams. Even if they're unable to control early, playing for
Oh, ni revamp Kaja tu.
first
Ah.
Lord has always been
Skyborn
a
Thunder.
major winning point for them. It's like, yeah, we can let them have a 2K gold lead.
Coming,
we can always
coming.
get ahead, but Onic is a team that is not going to let that happen. We will push and
True.
push and push and push, and Onic just did it successfully 3 games in a row, essentially.
Yeah.
Macam ni dia punya ulti nanti. Sabar jap. Sabar jap.
I mean, Suyo,
Playlist aku dah full. Ya. Sabar.
Hirara and Paquito has changed the game so much. It
Sekarang
brought
ni.
Barrett's back.
Dah apa lah?
Brought Eudora back. What a world we live
Check. Inbox.
For quite
Oh,
some
dah,
time after
okay.
all that was-
Yeah, I do love some
Okay,
Eudora.
what?
That's all I know. All I know is
Da.
this, so it's kind of fun hearing their
Good.
nostalgia for these moments. I was talking about a movie, Midnight in Paris, as well, and kind of the interesting thing is whatever present you're in, you think that the past is a little bit better. That's kind of the theme of that movie. So you guys wishing for something different as well? Maybe, I'm looking at just enjoying what we've got here. I know we had a chance to talk with Falcons. It's not quite an exit interview, although this is the end of their time playing at MSC. Their coach Moody was standing by with the turn.
Lari kau
We're now
terdiam.
backstage with Coach Moody from Falcons Philippines.
Hello.
Coach, what happened?
I guess for this series, based on what happened
Loser.
yesterday, Onyx was the better team today. Like they did the reset better. Of course, it was tragic for us, but yeah, we'll surely bounce back.
Okay, so it was maybe mentality going into the game?
Yes,
Because it was a 3-0, Coach.
not what we expected as well.
What did you think happened? Do you think was it from the drafts that were a little difficult, challenging?
For sure.
or-
I mean, the drafts were pretty much also
Lagi 2 hati. Betul.
as well. So,
Okay.
in general, all of the team, I think.
So including execution or
Yeah,
more
execution
so?
and draft, yes.
Okay, so 50-50.
Helmet, eh?
50-50.
Uish, apa macam ni
Were
tu?
the players okay? Like, what was the mentality coming into this match?
We were
Kau
trying
aja.
to boost
1,
their
2, 3, 4, 5, 5.
Ini.
Tinggal 5 je kolektor. Itu kita
out there,
bantai
you know?
nanti.
Like the energy was different from yesterday.
Understandably so.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
I have nothing more to
Ui,
say.
saya punya ni terus tak show
Well,
Kenapa?
succeeded
Siap,
for
bang.
Onyx. What do you think was different about Onyx this time?
Just like what I said, I think they were more prepared and they did the reset better. And yeah, they were just a better team today.
Just a better team. Just in general, better
Yeah.
team. Is there nothing specific that you saw, as a coach, like you saw maybe
3-0,
some players'
3-0.
performance was
Tadi
better,
Onyx menang 3-0.
It's hard to say because I feel like we were
1,
also
7, 2.
playing bad,
Sikit lagi.
Okay.
Satu lagi legend nak dapat dah ni.
Understandable. And of course, again, I think we talked about
Mati
it a little
legend
bit
apa pula
yesterday,
tu?
but what I really wanted to
Magic
emphasize on
Crystal
was the
tu.
fact that it seems like all
328
the
je.
other regions are catching up.
Yeah.
No ID, no
No.
Malaysia, no Philippines.
Philippines.
What do you think this
Tengah.
means about the ecosystem right now?
I think it's better for the MLBB community in
Oh,
general,
baik,
just
betul.
because
Nak
it's
kat Abang Lot. Kenapa
like
tu?
what they said, it's a different
Wih,
era
Hero
right
Tank
now.
Starlight. Nama betul.
At the same time, I feel like this is
Apa tak keluar ni? Walaupun kita dah cocok guys.
an eye awakener for the Philippines and Indo and Malaysia just to step back and look like where we at. But for sure,
Patutnya keluar.
M8 it would be different.
I'm excited for M8.
Apa yang tak keluar?
That's the next on the
Tak apa
checklist,
game.
M8.
For us, it's GOT
Okey.
first.
Buka game
So
capture
GOTY
dekat tu.
first and
Bawah.
then M8.
M8.
And we can expect
Buka
you
game
guys
capture,
just
tengok. Ada tak?
Hopefully.
flip the
Kalau tak ada,
script.
buka kabel dekat
But I'm
PC.
actually curious, Coach.
dan pasang balik.
When we're talking about
Cabut,
new
pasang
meta,
balik.
new patches, usually the Philippines are the first to adapt. So what really happened this MSC?
I guess before MSC, like I think there was a 1 week patch or a patch happened before the MSC.
Right, yeah.
And we kind of struggled
Eh?
with
Fine hari ni guys, lepas ni.
as quickly just because the screams that were
Game capture.
the opponents that were
Nampak tak?
also screaming are also an MSC.
Window
it's just
capture.
like, it depends
Game
on how
capture.
creative you can
Game
be
capture.
coming up into the tournament, you know. And we did really saw a lot of new heroes and yeah.
Kau
new
type dekat
mix
search
in this
bawah tu.
tournament.
So that
Di
was
situ.
a setback.
Dia
That
akan
was a
keluar.
challenge. But obviously,
Apps.
like Philippines, Indonesia would have had the same challenge, right?
Correct. Especially that they're not in the grand finals, you know.
Yeah. Don't remind me about that.
Sorry.
It's okay. We're all in the same boat here. But coach, what was the biggest lesson that you learned from MSC?
I guess it's still a
Jaga guys.
the mental really matters, you know. Like just based on the game yesterday, I think that was the biggest thing that you really need to prepare your players on stage and like I think it's still the preparation in general, you know. Besides the draft and
Apa ni?
whatnot, because you do see a lot of games before the matches. It's just a matter of
You dah
like,
habis
how
dah
can you
tadi.
adapt well and how. I'm sorry, I'm out of words.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm so sad, guys.
It's okay. Are you more sad because of what happened yesterday or
Times 2 right now, you know.
times two?
Because we didn't even give a good fight. Not what we were expecting.
But I guess it is difficult to bounce back after.
It is, but it's a must because we still have a tournament after a week, you know.
But I think you got this.
Thank you.
Coach, this is the final interview I'm going to be having with you. You particular, is there anything that you want to share? Maybe to someone or about anything, what's going on in your mind? Anything about anything like that?
I guess overall regarding the MLBB community, we're still people trying our best and doing our job. Regardless if you're
Tengok sekejap
Filipino,
dulu
Malaysian, or
sementara.
Indonesian,
Bagi aku
whatever,
setting sekejap.
this is still good for the MLBB community, and thank you so much. And I'll speak in Tagalog.
Of
Maraming
course.
salamat sa pagsuporta sa Pilipinas. Babawi kami sa M8 or GOTF, especially next EWC. Maraming salamat, guys.
Keep supporting Falcons, guys. Coach, thank you so much for this interview. I know it's not easy, and I'm seeing emotions coming up to the surface. Let's end this now. Thank you,
Thank you.
guys.
I like Moody. I like the approach. I like the energy. I like the fact that he's just being straight up with it, and that's sometimes what you got to do when a loss shows up for you. You just have to be straight up and trying to learn from it.
I feel like we were robbed of an opportunity to see Coach Moody sing on the international stage, but there's always that.
Game Memphis dah ke? Tunggu Grand Final. Pukul 8.
I'm glad that he wasn't completely broken down like we've seen some of the he was able to
Nasib
keep a
baik. Baru
positive
je aku nak
attitude, you know? I
buang.
mean,
Ni tak
obviously
tahu siapa.
sad. Obviously,
Who are you,
these
bro?
two teams that weren't able to make it to grand finals, it was tough for them. But I think he was
Oh,
able
tak
to
ada
hold his
Patrick.
composure well and knows that there's still a lot ahead for his team. Yeah, I mean, you've got games of the future coming up. You have more
Saya
tournaments.
tak
You've
keluar
got
juga,
Maine
abang.
around the corner as well.
Hmm?
This is not a team
Yep.
that's going to just take this loss and we never see them again. And also, they're still walking away with a decent chunk of change.
Yeah, they're still walking away with a decent chunk of change. That's for sure. The difference, I think, 150 from that fourth to 250, which Onik just grabbed by winning in the third place matchup. Guys, as we take a look at the bracket and the schedule coming up to close out our day, close out this part of it, I want to give you two opportunities to
Abang
talk
kau buat
about
ni,
what we're going to be seeing
Stadium mode.
coming up. A new chapter.
Ni saya buat
being
stadium
written.
mode
I know he said
untuk
history rewritten, but
buka
maybe that
satu-satu.
history is there. Maybe it's important that it's there for this new
Jadi
chapter to
capture
have the
Kalau
same amount of
Mabar
significance
ni.
that it
Mabal
does,
ini.
because you're not seeing
Ni game capture.
top regions.
Bukan,
You're
bukan.
seeing
Bukan ni.
Myanmar
Bukan.
going up against EECA.
Hmm,
So
tak
I'll
kat
start with
sini.
you, Renmar, and
Game
Trex.
capture.
Close us with your final
Ni
thoughts
game
on
capture.
today's set, but also looking ahead.
It's great long-term storytelling on the side of Spirit. I'm looking at two people. Sawa and Sunset Lover have been here since the very beginning. They have been the faces of
Yang
the
ini
region
ke?
since
Elgato?
the
Ya, bukan.
start, and now they're fighting the grand finals of a major international. A long time. Meanwhile, on the other side for Myanmar, Trex, it's long-term storytelling for a country that's been begging to be back on this level, and here they are.
It is honestly, no matter who wins here, the storyline is supreme.
Yeah.
You have
Okey,
Team Spirit, the
Elgato
past couple
punya ni.
years,
Okay.
have been so
Benda kau
close
macam ni
to
kenapa
this
off?
moment and always fall a little bit short. They have been
Not off.
regular top
Nama
8
sebenarnya apa off?
team, top
Okay, ni.
4 sometimes, have always had it just
Ini
within
apa?
their distance, and then
Ini ya.
just can't quite make it. And then you have Myanmar, who have
Oh, ini kot, betul.
essentially
Betul, betul.
were so hyped for a
Wait,
while,
wait, wait,
and
wait.
then they kept on not making it.
Oh,
Falling out
okey,
early, not
okey.
making it top 8 or just making it
Okey,
top
okey.
8 and then
Bapak
getting
pro
cut
abang
short.
balut. Abang
And
balut
now
lagi pro
5
daripada
years
aku
later,
guys.
they're finally sitting in the grand finals again. And from both sides, it is hard to say who's really the favorite here.
And seeing them clash
Alright,
up
done.
is just going to be history in the
Let's
making.
go.
We do love it, and I think maybe that's
Final bila? Pukul
a
8.
better way to put
Ada
it.
nak invite siapa-siapa?
It's going to be historic. Whether
Tak ada.
Sekejap guys, saya tengok nampak.
Ada yang nak mabar ke guys? Ada yang nak mabar ke sementara? Macam banyak tak gerak star tu je. Agak tapi aku dah 70 guys. Naik banyak juga. Abang lock tak glory lagi ni. Nak main?
Ada lagi mancing ke?
SB.
Benda macam-macam.
Kita open mabar. Ataupun ada yang kita hutang-hutang sebelum ni ke? Ada tak?
Ni dengan saya ni Adli ni yang saya hutang 3 game.
Ada lagi yang lain bang?
Ada tak Nona? Nona ada lagi 3 game. Nona tak ada dalam live.
5 segame. 5 satu game.
Kalau tak ada jalan lah, mungkin kita boleh main 1 game je dah ni.
Oh sempat 1 game je?
Okey.
Okey.
16. Pukul 8.
Vamos dah main ke bangkau ni Saiful Laujang. Ya Allah. Ada je lah kau ni Pul. Pul mana Pul? Sihat ke Pul? Sihat ke? Bila nak lepak ni Pul?
Ya, aku start dah.
Start. Go. Tak ada orang.
Alright.
Soalan favourite EWC. Apa soalan favourite EWC? All favorite EWC?
Ada.
SRC main bila? Oh, okay. Aku faham. Kau ni banyak main lah. Pul, live kau kena serang tak, Pul? Dengan jiran tetangga. Live aku kena serang, duk. Bukan kat Paris ke? Mana ada kat Paris kau ni? Live aku tak. Oh, live kau tak Live aku kena, duk. Live aku kena serang, duk. Wanik win berapa dia? 3-0. Sebab muka kau keluar kat... betul juga kot. Yang tu pun ya juga. Justice for Kupa, kenapa? Rain? Oh, yang ada kes anjing tu kan. Justice for Kupa, guys. Tapi Kupa serigala tu. Kupa bukan serigala ke? Korang mention ni. Bahaya ni korang ni. Nanti korang nampak apa benda kan. Noti-noti aku kan. Mana aku nak letak muka aku kalau korang nampak aib-aib aku. Korang ni kau boleh buat saya. Balot ada ke balot?
Ada.
Ada Let's go. Hello Rain from Myanmar. Welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome to the stream, Smile Genie. W Rain, W Myanmar community. Love you guys. You guys are so supportive, man. And positive. Tak noba. Tak start lagi EYM. Sementara tunggu next match ni lambat lagi ni. Diorang baru start borak-borak. Belum perkenalkan player, belum keluar video teaser. Amzik grind tu. Amzik season ni 460. Asal main link pula ni budak ni? Betul punya budak. Amzik.
Lambatnya.
Macam memang kita nak jumpa siapa ni?
Itulah pasal. Jumpa Team Spirit ke?
Siapa ni mata tu ni? Imal kot. We love Rain from Myanmar. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
Wow. Cari beras Myanmar
I love you guys more. Cari beras Myanmar.
Cari beras Myanmar tu. Jangan main Valerik.
Jangan break. Kita second pick bang. Tak apa.
Apa? Jangan
open.
main.
Okay.
Open.
Apa glue? Atlas?
Glue.
Pakito. Kita ban.
Atlas ban. Atlas Marcel.
Okay, 5 ban mah. Okay. Valerik diorang ban lah.
Betul tak sistem ke? Saya siap join. Gak mau.
Apa? On the way global Eudora, guys. On the way global Eudora.
Reality. Picking. You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself.
Paris nombor 44. Main gila EYM, main gila.
Our determination will never be extinguished. Picking.
Kalau aku main Tigreal okey tak? Ada
Tigreal.
combo
Boleh Eudora, Cloud pun ada. Weh, apa hal ni?
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
Filters run deep. The enemy is picking.
Aku main Selina okey tak?
Weh, jangan abang.
Tak, aku punya hero okey, cuma aku punya cakar tu lah. Tak berapa okey.
Macam kuat macam bunyi dia guys.
Fanny
When the bell jingles, the party starts. Your team is picking.
Boleh Franco Tigreal, boleh.
By a bird call I was led to the underworld, and in fear should King Yama tremble.
Wadah coach, wadah mau welcome to the stream. Suara game kuat sangat ni, itulah tu. Kuat sangat pula. Macam mana nak setting guys?
Cantiknya Franco. Iya ke?
Setting semua tak jadi-jadi ya. Okay, aku ada idea.
Wah.
Dah, settle. Good night Abang Rancam. Good night someone.
Legend memang cantik. Tengok kat sini Dia akan
Baca tu guys. Tolong baca. Nampak tak nampak?
nampak tu. Dia punya effect dia.
Kita hentikanlah low streak abang. Tak ada suara. Memang aku tutup sebab kuat sangat. Dekat YT dengar kuat sangat.
Lagi aku nak mati tu tadi. Tapi hampir aku dapat tu.
Ling, jaga Ling.
Kalau ada skill tu tadi aku dapat tu.
Ling, ada user kat kau.
Tapi Fanny boleh main Fanny boleh main. Ini Fanny boleh main. Wait, mati kau.
Nampak guys. Paris ada 44 orang je main. Biadab punya budak. Sekejap aku buktikan Haziq.
Tolong. Bodoh punya Angela.
Sabar. Chill. Apa dia bang?
Limau. Oh, okey. Ke atas.
Agak last ni. Go. Udahlah tuyuk. Ini Eudora bukan sebarang Eudora.
Coming top. Okey, dia dalam tu. Oh, dia dah ulti dah.
Sikit lagi bang.
Nak masuk ke?
Boleh? Go.
Jangan.
Jangan. Okay. Kasi faham Ling. So, kutip apa pedang sikit. Allah Ling main apa cok?
Got one.
Let's go guys.
Boleh.
Aja test damage guys. Masih cantik guys. Masih membantai kita. Kita mabar je guys
Sampai.
Sementara tunggu ni. Hah. Wish, Fanny dia.
Dia boleh main.
Banyak gaya lah kau ni. Bawah ke?
Tak ada.
Okay. On turtle guys. Ada seorang bang. Nice. Fanny tak ada buff. Atas tengah kena ya. Jom tolong atas lah.
Jom.
Yang inspire pula guys.
Santai.
Pakai limit jap. Wujud ada tu Yus. Asal macam mana kau main kau boleh ada pula. Ni Angela set dalam tu. Aku try kat phone lain. Phone kau problem ah. Lama lagi ke GM. Lama lagi tak start lagi. Aku ada pasang kat monitor lagi satu ni.
Jom mid sini.
Ambil cloud. Nak ambil je wave tu. Nak double lane. Aku bagi farm make sure kaya ya. Make sure gendong ya. Kau cari revamp bila tak? Sebelum GOF kau tak?
Mahal. Mid ni mahal.
Nama kau Rajo. Sebenarnya tukar phone lah. Ya tu. Yang tu masalah phone tu.
Okay. Dia selamat. It's okay.
Diorang bantai bawah kita makan.
Dia tak mati.
Okay. Saya ada. Dia defend dia mati. Dia tak defend. By the way, sering ke mana tak? Aku tutup sebab bising sangat.
Apa? Semua damage dia dekat aku dok. Ultra scene yang good. Hey bro, yo. WYG Okay. Bawah.
Ui, lasik siap. Skype tak on ke? Mati kau ni.
Masuk ke? Masuk ke?
Boleh?
Boleh ni, boleh ni, boleh ni.
Boleh, boleh, boleh. Boleh ada bang? Ui, ramai abang. Mana dia?
Tolong, 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 tolong. Macam tu. Bantu. Baik. Good follow up, good follow up.
Mantap, betul itu. Itu sabar, sabar, sabar. Ya. Tak siap gini baru beli game.
Jom, jom, jom.
Dekat bawah ni ke?
Sini. Ambil je, ambil je, ambil je.
Mid, jom. Teman. Sang game mana tak aku tutup, aku tutup. Branch kuat sangat.
Okay, atas satu kat sini.
Ada ke depan ni ke?
Satu gone. Dua gone. Tu makan dia banyak sangat. Boom, tiga gone. Macam tu. Dia bercamping kat situ semata-mata nak bunuh aku seorang. Bingai punya enemy.
Baik balot, baik balot.
Belum, dah start ke belum guys? Belum Belum. Thank you. Itu dah kira wipe out dah tu.
Let's go guys. Abang Lot memang suka guna hero suppress ke? Ya.
Ini aku boleh flicker ulti je kan?
Betul. Abang Lot memang pencinta hero suppress. Sekarang dah ada satu hero baru. Bellary.
Ada ke?
Saya on the way bang. Saya on the way bang. Tadi balik.
Dulu.
Okay. Bapak handsome siap.
Nampak tak? Nampak tak? Nampak ke tak? Nampak ke tak?
Chill dog. Chill dog. Ada bang? Ada lagi?
Nampak kan?
Oh, saya standby. Okay, okay, tak ada.
Hey.
Dalam sangat tu. Cloud buat apa?
Kenapa macam tu?
Okay, tak apa, tak apa.
Dia main attack speed kan? Dia main je. Nampak inspire lagi. Memang dia akan masuk je terus. Jom, jom.
Jom ke mana bang? Ke bawah
Sini.
Boleh
Boleh sekali tak?
Boleh, boleh.
Okay, dia akan datang sini.
So, dia full damage tu. Oh, ada rock lain ke?
Mampus kau.
Tak cukup bro nak tahan.
Itu makan dia. Sini.
Ada.
Jangan balik. Kau nak balik ke mana? Baik. Okay, dia dah lari dah. Dia dah ulti. Terpaksa buka ulti kan? Standby.
Ada. Satu. Atas ke? Hilang.
Gone. Gigitan langsung. Ini memang gila tu. God, mampus.
Hello Pian, hello. Kau terus macam mana? Boleh main, boleh. Azaikan. Boleh, boleh. Boleh main dia, boleh main.
Aku rasa sini kot.
Orang baru turun bas eh. Kira ke bang?
Standby.
Ada.
Wih.
Wave atas eh.
Aku ambil radian lah. Bawah. Sini ikut aku sini. Dia mesti terbang main sini punya.
Okey, ke belakang eh.
Hai, sikit lagi.
Kalau tarik dia minta tolong kau dia doa tertarik. Boleh juga. Dah siap, saya dah full item dah.
Sini, Rin.
Mati doang kena ni. Siapa-siapa bang? Tak ulti pun guys, kau bayangkan saya skill first skill je. Bapak sakit. Boleh kepung silong ni.
Mana mau lari? Saya skill first skill ya guys. Press atas ke? Jom, boleh.
Ni ada flicker eh? Tak boleh spire.
Yang datang dia mati ni eh. Penny mesti mati tu. Sini, Rin.
Ada. Sakit tak ada, aku tutup.
Dia bawah tu dia akan pergi ke atas. Alam. Tak apa.
Kita clear jap, lepas tu kita fast rock terus eh. Okay, jom bang. Mana Fanny dia? Okay, tak ada. Okay, let's go kill.
Weh, dapat duduk.
Kenapa?
Mana?
Peti guys. GG guys. GG. So guys.
742 tak boleh dah kot.
Tak boleh lah kot, kena nobar dah. Let's go guys.
Tak bagi chance lah. Times 2.
We have such great
Times
results.
2.
We have like 8 ranked teams, so it's not a surprise that we're going to grand finals. But we have some issues at the start of the.
Lama simpan apa, Van?
Here we go in grand finals.
And we're very proud of you. But in this grand finals, you're going to be up against Yangon Galacticos. I heard that you were sprint partners. Is this true?
I think we met them like 2 times maybe.
Do you think that that's going to be a good thing coming into the grand finals? Like, do you have a read on Yangon?
We knew how they gonna play, but I think we better as a team and we have better drafts. I think so. I think I'm sure we can win them.
Okay, so there's a little bit of insight there, but you're still confident that you're gonna win this, and you won against them before. Right, M7,
Yes.
You were the ones to knock them out actually in the lower brackets.
3-0.
3-0. He has to remind me. 3-0. It was 3-0 again. Replicate the same success? Oh, what are you going to say?
But third game was like longest game in M series tournament, so it was such a great series, and they give us a fight sometimes.
So are you happy that
Franco
you're
itu adalah
going to beat Yangon
saya.
again?
I'm sure
Tapi tak ada orang pakai nama abang lo, aku seorang je.
Again.
Okay.
Abang Rin pun saya seorang bang.
But what do you think has changed about Yangon Galacticos? Do you think that
Kalau Rin ramai.
Abang Rin saya seorang.
Gigi bang.
Has a little bit of changes. They change
Abang Lok membuli tu.
mid laner and their old trio like XP, Rome and Jungle right now.
Let's go.
Penny tu tak boleh, tak hidup tu aku dibuatnya.
They play good team fight, so they have great roster, but we have better. So
Fanny tu boleh main.
Okay.
Cuma dia jumpa dengan Franco yang padu macam tu, tak bergerak dia.
Watch. It's
Betul.
a new era. People are calling it.
Puji diri
Kiko, do you have
sendiri.
anything else you want to say before your grand finals match?
I'm just very
vitamin
grateful
dia.
for my team. They support me so much in this journey, and all our fans also. I want to thank them because it was such a hard journey to get to grand finals in major tournaments. So I'm very thankful for my team and fans. So keep supporting us in grand final, and we'll see who better in this grand final.
We will see who is better in the grand finals. Hiko, thank you so much. That was a remarkable message. I'm very excited for you. Good luck. Because now we are going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, Hiko's already let us
Let's go.
that he was one of the youngest people at MSC the first time he played. In fact, this is how young Hiko was. We have an image of his first moment in MSC. It was quite a spectacle. Our egoist, I know, is sometimes who we talk about, but you see that right there? That was young Hiko winning 3-0. Kid Bumble couldn't believe it at that point in time, guys. Pretty amazing.
I mean, like for me.
Thank you for the follow.
Yes, let's face it.
It's a baby.
Asian babies, they all look the same. I'm sure you look like that when you were a baby.
Brig?
Probably not the hair.
Not the hair. Okay, you didn't have as much hair as Hiko.
If I'm not mistaken, I look very different as a baby. I almost got disowned as a baby because they thought I was the wrong kid.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. We're getting to
Awkward conversation with my parents, as well as the nurses and the doctors. But hey, I grew up normal.
So you had that convo as a baby? Because you said the nurses were involved.
Mom?
Oh, LaFell.
Mom,
Wow,
it's
what a
me,
life.
LaFell.
Brig, are you sometimes like just fascinated by the life LaFell has lived or is living?
A bit too fascinated, honestly.
I
We
agree.
spend too much time together, and I feel like we're like brothers and sisters at this point. We always fight, but we can't get rid of each other.
Kalau Abang Lok kahwin lagi 2, mesti dia tak boleh ajak kamu abang sebab
Standby
dia
for our grand final.
And of course, Hiko
Just
feeling
in a
confident as
while.
well. All those jokes aside,
Kalau-
as being one of the youngest players when he
ada
first
viewer
entered,
saya cakap,
actually now has the youngest
kalau
player
Abang Lok
in
kahwin
MSC
lagi
for
2,
this team in Sour Egoist. We'll see what
mesti
they
dia
can
dah tak
do
boleh.
against, of
Kalau
course,
Abang Lok kahwin lagi 2,
who I have been saying
Lagi 2, okay.
mesti dia dah tak ajak kau mabah sebab dia boleh full party.
to do anything against
Tak boleh,
them.
bini-bini aku
You
tak boleh
look
main
at the
dengan
way
bini.
King is
Dengar tu,
playing. We're
Haziq.
coining
Tak boleh,
the
tak boleh.
undying today
Anak-anak
because he has
tak apa.
been so good at the bottom of the KDA or at the top.
Tak boleh,
Either
tak
way you
boleh,
look
tak
at it, he's not dying very often. Han, Kaizi, Blink, and Sanji. He talked about that roam, that XP, that jungle.
Tapi anak abang yang nombor 2 tu boleh main pun.
Great team, Hiko, but we're better.
Minggu
We'll
ni
see
dia
what
tak
the
datang
coach,
Cyberjaya
again,
sebab
has
dia
to say
ada
about
tournament
that.
apa katanya.
Tournament ML.
We are now here with our grand finalist, Coach
Bisa
Oh,
main
dah
tu.
memang dekat KL semua aku bawa. Kalau ada tournament dekat KL semua dia masuk, dia kena bantai dengan budak-budak apa MPL tu.
They're so excited.
Aku cakap tak apa lah. Belajar.
Yesterday we had
Tapi
a chat with
Pengala-
Coach Mars
makin
and he
lama makin
mentioned that
power
everyone
dia.
is such a
Dia boleh
positive
main.
bunch.
Ya,
Is it
pengalaman.
the same thing going
Dah
to
mula
the
ke kot? Nak
Grand
mula
Finals
ni, nak
as
mula
well?
ni. Baru nak
Sure,
mula.
because we
Tengah
have
borak-borak
good
lagi, tengah
results in the
borak-borak.
screen also. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So good results in the scrims,
Kalau
boosting
dia dah habis
confidence.
SPM,
But
aku
what's the
bawa dia
mentality
main
coming
duduk
into
Usai
this,
Berjaya,
Coach?
aku hantar pergi
Initially,
ke
did
mana-mana
you
tim
think that you
ML.
would come this far, all the way to the grand finals?
Actually, yes, because before we start off the EWC, whenever we are playing screen, we win a lot of the good team, and then even if we don't win it, we have like an equal attempt. So we know that we're gonna be something in this EWC, where we didn't just sure that we're gonna make it to the
So
final.
ini maksudnya untuk aku kena pakai kabel lah.
We're gonna be at least top 3. That's for sure. We
Arin?
already know that.
Apa dia, bang?
Okay, so even
Pakai
initially
kabel
going
apa lagi?
into it, you already thought that you would go top 3.
Pakai apa?
Now top 2.
Pakai kabel.
Yeah.
Pakai kabel?
How about top 1?
Nak main ML?
Yes.
Boleh.
Kau ambil.
It
Kau
was
ini anak
really-
aku ni.
Kabel bapak kuat, kabel bapak kuat ke?
to see
Bapak kuat.
the winners
Saya boleh tolong
interview
vouch
with
sekali
Coach
nanti.
Marv's yesterday. Could you talk to us a little bit about how you guys met?
Actually, I'm already leaving the Mobile
Actually.
Legends. I'm resting. I don't want to come back to this anymore. And then the player from the former YG, Stitch, and then Blink is my friend. So they asked me, Coach Amgo, we need a coach, and that kind. We need a coach. So you have a coach, Marv, and then Coach Marv also doing the draft. I'm only know how to draft. I don't know how to be a lifestyle coach. I don't know how to be a
Guys,
lifestyle coach.
untuk TT boleh tak saya end live
we
dan
check with the
saya
coach
restream
Marv,
balik.
So I'm willing to be a lifestyle coach.
Saya
as
restream
long
balik.
as
Apa
you
start?
can
Nak start ni guys?
Masih lagi kena ban tu.
Okay, let me
Okay.
try. Let me try.
Kalau bang Lok main ML dengan 4 bini payah tu, semua nak satu tank, 4 support. Tak pun 4 match lah. Satu
So
tank,
even
4
with
match.
You're now
Kan
top
Aziz
2.
kan?
Was that something that you expected when you made that decision?
Saya ada
to
cakap
come
sama
back?
Aziz lah. Ni slang Myanmar guys.
I don't do anything. I don't even know what is happening in the Mobile Legends meta. I don't know anything. I just lying in my bag. I'm trying to walk a corporate life or attending the any university. I'm thinking about should I attend the
Nanti tulis kat resume bapak aku pro Franco nombor 1 dunia. Betul?
That one decision really changed, and then the player mentality. This guy want to win so much that they are willing to sacrifice everything. There's a thing that take us here.
All
We heard
right.
about Marv's
Welcome
journey.
back.
Now we're hearing a little bit about yours. How is it like though? You know, working with Coach Mars. I heard that initially you weren't as great with English, like you had to learn the language.
I can speak a little bit, but not as good as that. And then we have to learn through. And then Coach Ma have a really good English, so he only use a simple English.
Welcome back guys,
In that
welcome
way
back.
we can
Saya
communicate.
restream balik,
W Yangon guys, W Kyotet. Welcome to the stream guys.
You guys are working together. You're
Let's go
being
Yangon, let's go
invited
Yangon.
to the
We support
grand
Yangon
finals,
guys. We support
and
Yangon.
People are saying that this is a big rematch.
Yes.
M7 Yangon Galacticos was knocked out by Team Spirit
Yeah.
3-0.
3-0, yeah.
3-0. So
Alamak, hi
what's going to be
Shadows,
different
welcome
today,
back.
Coach?
Our mentality.
Gifting okay ke sekarang?
Our mentality, yeah.
Atau masih kena ban lagi?
We are different, because
Masih kena
at the time
suspend
we
ke?
are like
Bukan ban lah,
first time
suspend.
in Indonesia, so if we saw
All in
something
Yangon, all in
new,
Yangon Harry say. All in Yangon.
everything is like different for us, but
Oh
we
boleh,
have
okay, thank you
enough
for the rules,
experience,
thank
so
you.
right now,
Maknanya dah okay, dah okay.
they're just a
Saya
thing we can
restream
win
balik.
So was it
Sebab tadi
experience
kena
on your
suspend
part
tu.
or was it more experience on the player's part?
Both.
Both. Both. So what mentality shifted?
Rain, sorry
for the
lambat
players
join live. Salam
particularly?
Semua
Like,
Rangers.
are
Salam
they
Semua Rangers. Saya welcome to the
a
stream.
little
Santai, Fira Zaro.
more
Yangon out team
confident?
spirit bang.
Does the
Kita
stage
live
not
santai-santai
affect them
je.
anymore?
Stage also affected, and then they became a lot more confident because of before that. Whenever we try to do the something new, they want to go.
Yang belum
go
makan,
with
pergi
the
makan
comfort.
dulu guys. Yang belum
if you
ni
want this,
rest
okay,
dulu.
Kasih jalan itu auto clicker lagi sekali.
Ya, aku tak ni lagi lah guys. Aku off camera sekejap. Sekejap.
Siap pada auto clicker, kasih jalan balik.
Willing to sacrifice
Sekejap
everything
guys.
just to win it.
I heard a lot about Kai's as well. Is he still boosting everyone's mentality? I heard he's a really, you know, nice kid, very positive.
He's the youngest among us, and
Team spirit
somehow
God. I go
he
for
is
team
a
spirit,
positive one among us, and then he always boosting other people mentality. Like, it's okay, I will do it. If you don't want to do it, I don't want to do it. Don't worry.
Nombor 3 siapa bang?
just
Onyx.
play the game, something like that. Yeah.
I'm getting so much
positivity from you guys. I'm getting so much positivity from the players as well, and I'm seeing a lot of positivity from the community.
Yes.
The watch
Waalaikumsalam J2K. Dah makan ke? Saya dah tak makan
I'm
guys
not
malam.
sure
Dah
about
cukup
in
dah
other
tadi
country.
makan.
Like there will be like only one or
Onyx
two watch
dibilangin
party,
lebih
right?
mudah dari
We
Vamos.
have
Gimana tuh Bang?
watch
Setuju
party in
tak? Itu
every city in
daripada
Myanmar.
orang yang
We
menang
have
Bang.
watch party.
Jadi
Even
setuju
like,
tak setuju
in Yangon, I
mudah
think there were
tak
3
penting.
or 4 to 5.
Yang
4
menang
to 5
itu
watch party even in the one city.
ngomong gitu.
And then there are a lot more in the other city also.
Kan?
That's amazing.
Yang menang ngomong gitu.
How does it
Jadi
feel
kita
to have
harus
that much
terima
support?
itu mungkin fakta
I mean,
daripada
it feels so good
pemenangnya.
because you're trusted by the people that
Jadi
you didn't
statement
even
aku
know.
setuju atau tak setuju
and
udah tak penting
they're
lagi
carrying
guys.
their hope, so it feels so good.
And now it's time for you to give a message to them.
Thank you for supporting us, and then we're gonna try our best to take the trophy to Myanmar. I don't want to like spoil it, but I'm gonna do some aggressive movement.
Ooh, do some aggressive movement. I'm gonna let the panel break that down. Maybe they have, an idea of what you're talking about, but it's been remarkable being with you, Coach. I had a great time as well with Coach Mars yesterday. Good luck for the grand finals.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best.
Yeah, wish we win.
Wish you win.
Yeah.
We're gonna throw it over back to you guys.
Aggressive movement.
Punch him in the face.
Is that what you guys saw?
Which, by the way, we were talking and we're brothers and sisters. Anyone?
Yeah.
Rain Day,
Yeah.
you're my brother. You're our
Hey!
brother. Dude, I
You guys
always
are my
wanted a
brothers.
brother, man.
Come on, man. Come
always
on.
wanted
Come
a brother.
on, man.
Give me a-
Come on, Brick. Wow. I was trying to. Here we go, Brick.
Yeah, handshake.
Hey, man, we're a
We got
family.
him as a
2 weeks of any show will, bring people
Yeah.
together. It'll bring people together. I've loved this experience of this game as well, guys, and I think I got lucky because I got to see what many of you have said is maybe the wildest
Yes.
international tournament that you can remember. I mean, and definitely in recent memory, and it's ushered in a new era of MLBB here. We're about to see it, and coming off of the back of that interview with Yangon Galacticos, I know we joked about making an aggressive move, but there is something about seizing the opportunity, and for Myanmar, this is an opportunity. 5 Myanmar players, a coach that is driven, that is emotional yesterday after the win, Brig, and speaking of just that, you could see the photos on Facebook. Yangon Galacticos posting photos of young, up-and-coming students and fans looking at the games with pride, saying, that's us.
Yeah.
We're represented up there. How special is that?
Yeah, because in a way, this win and this achievement has brought together more and more of the Myanmar community together in support of Yangon Galacticos, who prior this tournament already had a very decent fan base, I'd say. But because of this, I think more and more of the support and the community has become alive again in terms of MLBB, because it took a while for them to get back on the stage. It took a while for them to make it this far all over again. And at the same time, it was also a result of certain changes here and there, as highlighted in the interview. There were players they had to replace, and there were people they had to take in. But all in all, you're seeing how everything's just worth it.
For me, Rain Day, the way that I see the world is a place not a lot of people want to be. And esports is a good way to escape reality because everyone is going through a tough time in their own daily lives. And then seeing people achieving their dreams, especially people that are close to you, whether it's in terms of country or their stories is similar to your stories, I would say the fact that all the favorites are out, and now Myanmar as well as EECA,
Mencuba
they're
jadi
here at the
manusia.
grand finals. Every single player brings their own story from their own region, from their own personal life, and I feel like the reason why we see so many people invested in tournaments like this is because they give hope. And sometimes that's all that people need. They just need hope to live one more day.
Well, when you think of the implications and Muntan and this game, what MLBB has done, not just for players and for hope, which, as Lafell mentioned, is the undercurrent of humanity, the ability to hope, to dream, to have faith. One of the big things that has occurred here is the ability to change your life. And $1 million is on the line. $1 million for these players from Myanmar to win and change their families, their legacy, their grandkids' potential. $500,000 just for making it here. But on the flip side of this, there's also a team from EECA, and that's Team Spirit. And when you talk about fandom, it's hard to ignore the obvious. Mom Bamba, Sis Bamba in the crowd. For Kid Bamba, the tears, the passion. Team Spirit also is bringing just as much motivation and just as much impact with their win and potential that they have here, Brig.
Yeah, that time where you saw Kid Bomba's mom
Bob on stage?
yeah, that was probably one of the most are one of the highlights of this tournament.
Let me just
The
say,
referees didn't know what to do, by the way. They were like, "What, do we let her cut?" I mean, just it's happening. It's happening.
I gotta say, if I win $1 million, you can change your family, but I think you can keep some of the family and then change out the rest. I feel like you can keep Mom Bamba and then Sis Bamba.
Test,
and then
test, test,
Kid
test.
Bamba wants to change the other members of the family, I can.
Hello.
Change your family like that.
Oh, not like,
Yang dia bagi link tu
Yeah,
apa?
change your family's circumstances.
Apa dia?
Not
Dia bagi
swap.
link
Do you want to
YT
change
tu.
your family?
Wow.
Link YT.
See, this is, you know, you got to be careful when you give certain people money. What they'll do. LaFell already thinking about. If you're a family member,
Oh, yang dekat grup restream tu
let us know in chat. We're here to support you. Okay.
Abang?
Yang kau share dekat tu.
And please don't let this man get $1 million because you may be next.
Saya pun tak buka lagi
Oh,
sebenarnya.
yang macam tu.
Can someone dig me out of this hole? Dude, it's just a misunderstanding. I thought people keep saying, "Oh, you would change your life, change your family." I'm like,
It's
"Oh,
like-
this
Oh, dia
one
bagi
is not
contoh
that
dua tu,
great.
eh.
This one is
Absolutely.
a
Oh.
failure. We're just gonna." I mean, I don't know. If I
think-
can have Billie Eilish as my sister, that'd be
I
great.
think we should keep it as life.
You want to be my sister?
You need Briggs already your
already
sister. You
are.
need Billie
Oh, yeah.
Eilish too.
I mean, Billie Eilish is pretty cool. I wouldn't mind having
What
her
does
as
the
my
total social Instagram following of your sisters need to be combined? Because at this point, you're in the millions.
sister. At least 2.
That's too much, man. That's too much. Guys, this has been fun. At
Selasa
this point,
kosong
I
nggak ada
want to
perwakilan
just
Indo
give
PMY.
us some
Iya.
hype. Brig, Yangon versus Team Spirit. This is going to be fun.
Yep. In a way, you kind of already see, and it was suggested too in that previous interview, that the last time these two went up against each other, there was already some sort of story brewing. And this is Yangon's chance to get back at Team Spirit and potentially make an even stronger statement by winning this championship.
Dude, MSC has been
YG,
one of the
let's go, let's go.
internationals we've ever had. This grand finals better live up to the hype. Brig, all of your games have been going all the way. This one, if it goes all 7 games, at that point, I don't care who becomes the champion. Just show that you are worth it. Just show that you are the real champions that everyone has to respect. I'm going to have a good time.
7 weeks of the Esports World Cup here in Paris to determine champions across multiple titles and multitudes of special moments. But just 7 games now will decide the fate of these
I'm
two
back from the
regions.
final
BMR
epicness.
and of course ECCA.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Grand final.
Yangon Galacticos
Ui,
will usher
gempak
in
tu.
a new era of MLBB.
Nampak tu guys. Tu dulu, ada show dulu, ada show dulu. Thank you Red for supporting YG. Always brother. One more community is my brother and sister. Don't worry. Final ke berapa ni nak start dah ni Aziz? Nak start dah? Dan aku rasa untuk match ni Team Spirit yang gone. Sorry bawa laut. Lawak bapak-bapak sampros. Ni tarian semua, tak ada. Yang ni tak ada tarian apa-apa. Wah, korang bab nak tengok aku menari laju je.
Of the finest MLBB teams from around the world gathered in Paris to battle it out for their dreams and hope. But now, only 2 remain.
9 days of grueling competition. From 9-minute one-sided affairs to
Koyo.
half-hour slobber knockers and everything in
Koyo.
between. We've had a taste of it all
Dua-dua jahat
here
tapi hati nak
at
masuk.
MSC.
Jangan bait-bait Koyum, jangan bait-bait.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Nanti orang lain tanya aku soalan lain pula.
We bid goodbye to the top contenders. We witness the rise of the underdogs. And for the very first time in the history of MLBB, we head into the grand finals without any of the big 3.
It just shows you that even 10 years into the long lifetime of a beautiful game, the esports scene keeps reinventing and reinvigorating
Let's go.
itself. That just means you get an even longer life to witness greatness like today.
You know what, Milosh? This grand finals is one for the books. It is history in the making. Myanmar coming back to the grand finals after 5 years. And of course, EECA making their international final debut after 7 years.
What a day for it then, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming our MSC and EWC 2026
Aman pula dunia.
grand finalists.
Tenang, dia tak aman pun, macam sunyi pun dia juga.
After 5 years, a new Burmese representatives return to the
Gila.
grand finals. In attempt
Final malam ni, ni nak start ni, baru dia nak start dah.
7 years of blood, sweat and tears. The effort pays off. The hard work shows results. And Team Spirit are the first ever ECA team to make an international final.
The past two MSC champions headed into the grand finals with a 100% match win rate. And today, Yangon Galacticus attempts to follow in their footsteps. Can lightning strike 3 times in a row in the land of dawn?
At M7, it was Team Spirit that ended Galacticus.
3-4 dah main dah. Onyx menang 3-0.
191 days later at MSC,
All in YG from Kota Kinabalu. Let's go, Mat. Mantap lah warga Kinabalu. Warga KK. Share MSC next time tambah hari. Menarik juga. Hari. Chen!
And in this meta,
Chen pakai baju tradisional Myanmar, ada warna merah. Tokoh siapa ni? Yangon. Kita all in Yangon, guys. Tunjuk F tu macam mana? Tak ada stream, tak ada. Tak dapat permission. Onyx Falcon, Onyx 3, Falcon 0.
Come on close, gentlemen. Face off into one another's eyes. Let the truth shine. Any final words from Yangon Galacticos?
Amalan sehat-sehat alhamdulillah, guys.
Have fun, guys.
There we go.
There we go. Captains, you may place your keys and once again meet in
Beling ni sekali tengok macam bocil mana dia juga, guys. Cuma bocil kali rambut. Okay, macam bocil pada juga.
History is about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes down to this. What will unfold before you over the next
Tinggi betul. Tak payah nak Beling tu pendek. Aku dah pernah jumpa Beling tu daripada depan pendek, guys. Bukan si siapa? Sunset Lover tu yang tinggi. Sunset Lover kan tadi kan? Beling tu yang pendek.
The final echo fills the land of dawn once again.
It was pretty cool for our journey. In our first experience in MSC, and we go to the grand final. Yeah.
Reaching to grand finals means a lot to the dreams of Myanmar. After seeing our flaws in M7, we are laser focused on what are the things that we need to adjust right away and understanding the meta and the patches. The good thing about the players are they are willing to understand things and they're willing to listen to what's really currently happening in every day. Yeah.
From the ashes, the Burmese rise to claim the crown.
Winning this MSC, we want to make a statement that we're not underdogs.
The dragons of the north have proved it. They brought the Sky Kings to their fall.
We had a rough start to the tournament, but we were able to bounce back. And now in playoffs, we're like in our true form. We overcome whatever problems we had. This is the first time we're going to play a grand final in the international scene. And that's why I think everybody is really happy and excited to play. I don't think there's going to be any pressure at all. The pressure is always on our opponent.
For the first time ever, there will be no major regions.
We are here to write our story. We are here to make the impression. We are here to win.
No PH, no ID, no Malaysia.
We expect us to win this Granos and finally claim trophy for ECA region.
According against Team Spirit, we are very confident to beat them. We are going to revenge them because we lost M7.
We give you all in. You give us the all in. We give us the best games that we can had. This is unfinished business. Looking forward to see them.
Myanmar team, they improved a lot. They made this journey to the grand finals, and especially their win against the Falcons. Coach Marvs, he wished us luck to meet in the grand finals. He was also really hoping to meet us there. So it's the last step before we can lift the trophy.
Esports can change life if you grind harder in each day. Don't let anyone destroy your dreams.
As it starts, sometimes the dreams, they feel out of place, out of reach. It was for the Sky Kings, it was for the Philippines, and even Indonesia couldn't get to this moment where Myanmar and ECA climbed to the top of the mountain. And one thing about championships, I've been in my fair share.
Let's go.
It's
Semua
lonely at
muka
the top.
budak-budak baik tu.
Everyone else has gone home. It's just
Tu
you,
lah tu siapa dia
what
muka
you
jahat.
prepared, who you are.
Kid bomba pun muka baik. Si Sawo ni muka bapak-bapak. Han ni muka baik.
From our game, from the world, when things matter most, and you can't shrug off defeat, when you have given it all and you've gotten here, how do you show up? Without doubts, without reservation. That's what these teams are set to answer in these 7-game series.
To answer that, we got to look at the fans, man, because again, both Yangon Galacticos as well as Team Spirit, they're far away from their homes, and yet
Hazy jelmaan Mak Ima. Mak Ima? Mak Ima yang kurus kecil sikit. Mak Ima tinggi tu. Kaizen ni pendek kecil lah Ju. Kau suka siapa Red? Aku mestilah Yangon guys. Ada brother aku kat situ. Coach Marv tu Filipin.
Okay, OBS dah approve
evolve out of that, and now both these teams, the people that have been supporting him are
Kita
feeling
baru
the
message.
same
Sorry
thing.
guys, saya
Some
tengah
have waited for 5 years, some have waited for 6,
ada
and now
malam King Maharaja Abang King Maharaja Abang Lok tu. Nak bila dapat gelaran tu tu King Maharaja Abang Lok. Jangan di Malaysia ada satu je Maharaja Solo.
All these posts showing extending support passing through their own individual feeds, and I hope that
We
is
won't
going
take
to be enough
his
boost because
title.
whether we like it or not,
Title
we
tu
are
hanya ada
indeed
pada
very
Solo
far
sahaja.
from their respective homes, and you can only
Mama
count on so
bomba
much
betul
to show
mujarak.
up here on site. But the support you can and expect to receive from your very own regions, I'm pretty sure everyone's really paying attention to what's about to happen right now.
It tells a bigger story. And maybe that story is still just a glimpse of what can happen here. The ripple effects of $1 million passing between the 6 or 7 people on either side of the stage with the coach and these 5 young men facing off. It will have implications for their grandchildren. It will have implication for their grandparents. It will have implications for life. And as we do that and we set the stage, we have to focus down now into the micro, the draft, how these two teams who are so good and have played different ways now come in and try to work that strategy to get the edge here in the draft.
Well, right now we've got to talk about Yangon here. They're batting out the Valentina, very early ban, showcases that their first pick might be something that Valentina can, I would say, counter something like an Atlas, as well as I like this Harley ban because so far Team Spirit, when they do get that Harley, it enables them to play this double fighters. Something that I do have to look out for is that Barats, because again, when Kit Bomba gets the Barats, it's a little bit too much. So I don't know whether they're gonna answer that or they're gonna steal it away.
And at the same time, I feel like they just really want to secure Kaize and his stability in mid, because I feel like the Harley will make things so much more difficult for him positioning wise. And he's been very fluent in heroes like the Eudora, Gord, heroes that would really just want to have an easier time finding position Apart from that, it's maybe the juice in, but considering the amount of heroes that are actually open, I agree. But
Okay, saya pergi ke atas, sorry.
they actually take out the Atlas alongside the Valentina, so there could be a different game plan here for Yangon in first pick.
I think they are opening up the draft just a little bit.
Nanti kotak je. Nanti dia adjust. Kalau tiap sebenarnya aku belanja 5 orang lakin kopi. Aku yang gone.
Shout out to Zushin because the Zushin might actually work out
Ash.
considering Team Spirit. They might still go for 4 melee heroes
Okay,
and
Ash.
1 range hero. So
Tapi kalau
that's a good
fans on
shout
it
right
lama.
now. The Zushin gets banned out.
Dia tak minat
Team
showcase
Spirit was able to
ke?
read out the
Main
job.
je tapi nak kata minat sangat tak lah.
Ui, memang betul-betul Hardly dibuang Hardly Zaure Goyes ni memang
Power hero lah.
Power hero dia tu.
Dia bagi Rara, ambil Marcel.
Ni memang power hero.
Ya, ni Rara Fredrin God lagi ke? Guys.
I can remember in my only 2 weeks of watching MLBB. But I do think that this Marcel is a different approach. We saw the depth of his ability to go to different
Kalau ya kau nak aku belajar 10 orang lagi kopi. Gila si Ash. Semua pergi follow Raintodak sekarang guys. Pergi follow Raintodak sekarang. Dia buat giveaway kat live aku. Suka hati kau dia buat giveaway kat live aku. Pergi follow dia guys. Pergi follow dia. Producer Todak guys. WWH. Barat.
Kena jebak hero terus susuk dikasih full Atlas.
Small stun, but now the Barats as well as the Herrera.
Ya, Atlas pun di ban.
Starting off very strong in their ban.
Harley di ban. Ini dua semalam kacau terus. Especially Atlas lah. Atlas
Anyway, because I don't think Sanji has ever gotten his hands on a fighter gold lane. So the possibility of them still getting that is very high. And you see it right now. Claude is going to be
Sanji ni jago tu guys. Claude Sanji ni.
Semalam Barat pun boleh tahan.
Urena.
Waalaikumsalam. Sehat ke Alhamdulillah sehat.
Composition in the Uranus and Marcel. You've got lockdown. You've got comfort for Sanji. Blinks on a top tier hero, but you got to look at this Paquito, Herrera, and the Barats. I mean, it's arguable that the Barats might be the most contested, most valued pick between these two teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. Speaking of Brick, today you can be the analyst. You can do the tellers. Or you've been calling this picks very well. So now for Team Spirit, either they get rid of the mid laners or get rid of the junglers. Because as of right now, I kind of feel like there's no real threat in the jungle for now. So they might just go for mid.
Berapa banyak nak ban tu?
Janji siapa ti?
Terlalu banyak
Gwyn.
Aku dah makan. Saya tak makan malam dah.
For Han to really get a good pick.
So they're looking at YG just probably playing around the Claude instead.
Saya bulan 8 ni saja saya nak. Sekarang saya dah pagi tadi saya 74 guys. Okey, berat saya 74. Hujung bulan 8 saya akan bagi tahu berat saya berapa. So untuk bulan 8 ni memang saya bertekad nak fokus, nak betul-betul jaga makan. So mungkin saya dah kurang masak dekat rumah. Kalau anak bini masak, minta saya akan masakkan tapi I won't eat. Apa yang saya masak sebab saya tahu apa yang saya masak. Itu kalori memang tinggi.
Dah lah Ash, kau tak payahlah nak capak-capak duit. Ya Allah Ash.
10 kg buat apa?
Sanji here.
Apa lah dapat jodoh.
I do have to say, if Team Spirit just wants to go much faster, they can even go
Tapi
for
Cloud ni memang jago tu guys. Cloud si Sanji ni.
Shape sikit menjelang sebab MPL dah start. Saya kena buat apa podcast apa semua. Lepas tu saya kena banyak bergerak ke Malaysia, Indonesia. So kena make sure kita kemas. Jangan perut boroi. Baru nampak kemas tu. Mereka bangla tim ASEAN udah habis belum? Belum. Belum. Enggak habis bang. Mungkin ini satu tournament.
In case anyone wants to know
what Sado mana ada Sado?
More international fans now.
Sado
for Spirit and Yangon. Oh, then the Cho gets taken out as well, and Spirit steal away the Eudora. So the only comfort, at least based on this tournament, that's available for Kai's is the Gourd, which I don't think is going to be a fun hero to play here in this lineup.
I don't think so. Maybe something like Akimi well with the Marcel, but even Akimi, I think will have a very bad time here.
Got Fredrin lagi ke?
Because if they do something like a Farsa,
might
be okay because the Herrera can jump onto you, but hey, you cross that bridge when you get there. But speaking of the Eudora pick, I'm 50-50 just because there is a Uranus there, so you can basically make
kanan kuat
mistake. But at the same time, you can time it
kiri pun kuat guys.
Go in and then just stun them up and then kill them very, very fast.
I guess Spirit are just relying on their combo burst damage because at this point they're looking at Eudora, Paquito, Herrera. They can pretty much deal with any tanking hero if they get to a point where they've scaled enough in the game. But they do indeed lock in the Gourd alongside a Suyo. Yangon, it's always a Suyo. last pick that you feel is kind of just them being forced to pick it up.
So siapa?
Tiga from Sikeri, Marcel first pick. LETS Go RAINN.
Let's go, let's go.
And for now, I kind of
Saya
got
tolong tuliskan siapa predict skor betul.
how did they get Barats, Bakito,
Aku lah.
Karara in the first 3 picks, and then
Kacau.
pick number 4, they still get the Eudora. Like, this is an insane draft to get for this current meta.
This is like what Onyx got in the last game.
In the last game
first
against Falcons,
series.
And even we were like, wait, how did Onyx get that? That was no way another team is gonna get that, but hey. C'est la vie, here we are. And the last pick is gonna be Jin. So talk about trying to accelerate the game. Okay.
Ooh, what a draft though.
Range, but it's mid-range. I'm liking Spirit's draft. This is the kind of
Betul,
draft
draft spirit kuat guys. Draft spirit kuat guys.
Yeah.
I love it, guys. This is a big one.
Pokok tak DP tak di ban. Guys, ni dua-dua tim ni pandai lawan pokok guys. Dua-dua tim yang tak ada masalah lawan dengan pokok guys.
Tinggi abang berapa? 172. Saya pilih YG menang. Okay, let's go. Kata Zephyr, tim luar sudah improve. Ya, memang betul sudah improve. Ini buktinya. Ini buktinya. Mana mungkin kalau kata kita improve. Ini bukti. Okay, let's go. Saya naikkan sikit volume. Let's go. Drafting Team Spirit bukan secret. Finally chip Sawo keluar. Oh ya, Sawo.
Bahkan macam advantage, betul? Tapi dua-dua draft ni ada strength dia guys. Kalau main rapat-rapat, kiri ni lagi kuat. Kalau main
kalau YG SRG dah kalah Onyx TLPH
sunset level.
Jangan menggunakan perkataan kalau main dengan ini benda orang dah kalah. Don't waste your time.
Okay kalau meta sekarang. Okay on certain composition. Okay on certain composition.
Mana predict bang?
Okay, prediction. So far, Hiko's had an outstanding win rate here.
Betul. TS punya meta ni advantage makro guys. YG punya meta ni advantage dekat objektif dengan team fight. Objektif turtle lot dengan team fight. Kanan ni objektif turret dengan makro advantage. So depends on siapa yang boleh fully
utilize. Nak main reverse psychology apa semua ini memang betul. Ini memang betul. Saya nak TS menang.
Picked up by YG, and we saw in the third place match earlier how big
kalau babi pun boleh terbang.
Was able to stop a lot of these slow range opponents back in that match, Onyx versus Falcons, and really stopped the Hirara as well. So YG are utilizing that, really just
no
using
point though kalau kita nak bincang yang ini kalau kita kalau makan.
CC lockdown has to purify out.
Yep, you can see a lot of respect coming out from both of these teams. But really coming
Tengok boleh main masih boleh Renito boleh.
A lot of the space here, forcing Yangon back just before the turtle. They want to make
Kakak dengan abang Lord, apa yang dia predict semua kalah. Okay.
I need level 4. Without it, this ain't going
Abang Lord.
So they're going to back off.
Tadi aku pilih Onyx Elo je menang.
Dengar tu, Syed Anwar.
These lanes back up because the next thing they have to worry about is Sawo hitting level 4.
Okay, luck abang tu berkesan dekat Indo je kot.
Ya tu.
Spirit just yesterday against Onyx in that crazy upset victory. They were able to take control of the game so early on through pickoffs, through finding tempo on the map, and YG, they don't want to fall for the same trap. They know, all right, we have a Suyo, we have also the Gord and the Claw. They can play it late. Yig, no Purifying Bomba. Puts out on the temp there with the Desert is welcome. Can't find it, but again, it's just YG trying to survive in lane, especially here up top.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
They summoned it really, really early on. Luckily, at the very least, while this is happening,
Dukung mana? TS.
Blink is already in position and trying to alleviate some pressure onto Sanji, who's being denied his level 4. I mean, these are the small incremental leads that they're looking for, right? And that's what TS wants to do with the double fighter comp. Build these small leads and then eventually cause it to get that big cash out at the very end. Usually coming down to
mana ada
turtle,
Filipin?
closer to the
Filipin,
very first
Malaysia dah tak ada.
taking the reins from
Taca,
that point
saya ada
onwards.
teks awak.
Sunset also had a fantastic performance just yesterday on the Eudora, on all the mages actually. Flickering out of some crucial sets away from Onyx. YG, this is one of the first times we actually don't see a big setting to on Blink, right? Mainly because of the Marcel. So it's also going to be a big question mark, because the only other time we've seen Blink on this Marcel was all the way in the group stage. It's been a while.
It's true. If we're looking at it, you know, in boxing terms, I think the best way to describe it is it's Southpaw versus Orthodox, right? And Yangon, they understand where they need to play defensively, make sure that they don't set up potential dives to their gold laners. But in the meantime, because of their defense,
Janganlah Jampan Mustahak. Janganlah provoke.
Serius.
Tak, tapi draft kanan ni kuat teamfight guys.
Mati.
Teamfight dong kuat.
Dah mati dah tu. Belum. Ui, serius.
Ui. Yes.
No punish there. What could have been a really great combo, a good one-for-one trade, ended up falling into the hands of a profitable
What guys, DS? Early game.
They're doing it again.
Oh, surprise attack. Ada lari. Masih hidup.
Let's go, Spirit. Awak saya ada suka pada seorang perempuan. Perlu ke saya bagi tahu kepada perempuan tu? Perlu. Sebelum jantan lain datang sebat, kau bagi tahu je.
Ying.
Perempuan sekarang suka orang yang terus-terang.
Pak dia lah. Baik tu. Baik tu Eudora dorang ni.
In the meantime, look, he's already trying to
dia boleh tahu tu.
Kanan kena main early, kiri kena mid to late. Betul? Mak tu?
Dapat tak dapat belakang kita, betul. Macam mana Eudora tak mati? Itulah macam mana Eudora tak mati.
Guys, masalahnya guys, bapak dia player Team Spirit ni semua muda-muda lagi guys. Betul tak guys? Player Team Spirit ni semua muda-muda lagi tu. Jungle berapa? 16 ke 17?
Kalau kau tengok hari ni, kalau TS punya gameplay, dia orang memang
apa dia? Diorang memang?
Diorang memang fast rotation dalam minit 5 macam tu kan mesti dapat 1 tower.
Betul? Betul. Tapi diorang sebab diorang main double fighter bang. Double fighter ni memang early kuat tu. Ya, serius. Tu jungler dia tu muda. Pico tu goal lane diorang pun muda guys.
Nasib baik.
Good reaction on Sanji. Could have had his Purify out taken. Spirit definitely want to play around that now, and Sanji's going to recall. That means Hiko.
Kemana Vamos menang dengan diorang kat grouping guys
Atas pun dapat ni.
Kaize has the flicker back up in 3. Spirit will play it slow, and look at Bomba.
They're playing so well, and now they want to collapse down on this mid-tier 1. If they don't get it, they might be able to contest for this purple buff, but I don't think they have it. As we look towards bottom side, even Zara making sure that
Sanji tak bermain tu.
Shortcut's going to be jumped down. Bomba. Okay. Goes for the chop. Purify out. Golden hour
Oh,
catches 3.
tiga. Buat hati. Tak rasa tu kat bomba.
Rasa. Betul. Kau tak rasa. Residency Aurora. Tapi kenduri kat tempat lain. Residency Aurora tak mana.
It's their turn to play the game, and Yangon have to just defensively and honestly be really creative with these small little cheeses that Spirit have taken full advantage of, whether it's in-lane baits, the pressure that they apply, and also the information that they give has been immaculate. Free turtle take.
Free everything. The first 2 kills were free. There was nothing to retaliate against it. The structures as well. And a mid lane Blink bursted down. Oh God. The Marcellus looks so untouchable. Just being pick or ban every single time. And when, oh God. Even when we see it open, Gideon, when we see it pick, it dominates so early. But when you fall behind on it, especially against this burst comp, man, is he squishy.
Yeah, they're taking everything into condition here, right? They're making sure that whoever opens the map gets punished. Adept is welcome connected.
Lan. Hilang. Eudora ni kacau guys Disiplin TS baik je. Front line dorang solid. Back line dorang solid.
It will be a minion wave
Fighter
to
golin
play
orang
with
pun
Team
solid.
Spirit converting on these objectives. And YG cannot
4-0
respond. That's a
je red
4-level lead. Almost, Han gets sent.
Entah
They're
first
just letting
game
this
macam
happen, unfortunately.
coknya
They're
kan.
not using the golden hour as a creative tool to kind of retain some semblance of control over their waves.
Tower should be gonna go for the solo. Oh, under turret, almost got it. Has to force Han away. Blink. Bursting down that lethal ignition.
Connects, and it's good. Sanji, he's in trouble. He has to use the Purify alongside with his Blade to stay alive. Detna's welcome connects again.
Ada bunyi.
Combo's good. Oh, wait!
Oh, shutdown.
Finally, YG. It took him 8 minutes to get on the board.
Finally clap down onto the backliners here, but at the end
Tapi
of the
so
day,
far
yeah,
ya YG ni kalau main Marcel ni memang yang kuat sebenarnya kat late game diorang lah guys.
Anyways, for Yangon. So
Late
TS
game
don't mind
diorang.
this so much as we look at the items, right? It's a lightning truncheon in comparison to just a glowing wand. The item difference here allowing TS to actually be stronger in the majority of the scenarios.
Ana ni kena try paksa end early game guys. Kalau bawa ke late game, boleh jadi diorang ada masalah.
Ridiculous. He's gonna get that BOD in no time.
Wow. He might be 5
Mirko
levels
tu yang
ahead.
buat bunyi ngap
By
tu.
the time he
Rasanya
clears out
you
his jungle. 9 minutes in, he might be able to get that record again.
Oh man, it's
Ambil
gonna be the
ke? Tak tahu
fastest
lah.
level
Kena tengok, kena
we've
tengok.
seen in a while. And
Buat
the
goal
Lord
lead
is
macam
up
jauh
with
juga
TS,
guys. Nak dekat
not
7k
rushing it
juga.
straight away.
Diorang kena menang satu
Denying,
team fight
not only
besar.
denying information,
He's 15.
but they're setting up
Menang
with
satu
a
team fight
great
besar ataupun
net
dapatkan
on
lagi
side
shutdown.
lanes. Oh,
Sunset instant flicker away from Blink. Take a look at Sawo up top as well. It's free. They can't react to it unless the golden hour gets placed down, but Sauer's able to get it, and now into the Deathless welcome. The big chop over it, straight to Sauer with a BOD.
yeah, the combo not exactly landing, but it's good enough. They
Baik kat
zone
Kaizen ni
Yangon
juk
completely
dorang.
away from their neutral. With this lower take, I want to see how much they can
Aku
actually
seekor
get off of it,
riwayat
because this is where it
dapat
gets scary,
Let's see,
right?
let's see,
As much
let's
as Zara
see.
can dive underneath the turret, most of the time, if a composition like this wants to get an inhibitor against a full 5 on the opposite side, despite the 8.2k lead, it does come with its risks. A lot of it just comes down to juggling the aggro from the turret to make sure that
Ada bobo
everybody
kena
can
menari.
absorb the damage and
Tak
spread
ada
it out
challenge tu
evenly
semalam
rather
je
than one
Amazat.
person just taking it. But worse yet, it's about Kid Bomba landing the Detna's welcome to really set the tone.
Big chomp down again. Purify's still available though. He's just trying to bait it out, but Ying stays patient with it. Pops into Consecration. Sunset Lever coming in as well. The golden hour will be able to find it. Blink slow. Hiko goes in. A flicker out from Blink. And Ying's just trying to hold. Holy shield already depleted now as Sauer walks up to zone. Turret gonna go down. Up top. Purify as well, baited out by Ying.
Yeah, they're getting everything out of them. Unfortunately, every single time that Yin gets hit by the Detna's welcome, it almost trades ult for ult, and they don't mind this. It's actually good.
Kid Bomba.
Tak mati set bomba.
It's Sawo now with the crash course and a shortcut in the mid lane.
Mati
Sawo
dah,
taking
Sawo.
low, flickers
Oi,
out
tak.
the way, but Hiko is making
Woi,
quick
woi, 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 woi. Woi, Sanjay.
He's done it. He's already turned
Ni lah
this
guys.
around at least. He's
YG ni late game kuat.
at the bare minimum, but they can still chase this
Wait,
actually. Making sure
wait.
that Hiko can't close the distance. He's forced to flicker back out in Zara. Now there, he's waiting just in case they need a secondary disengage. Considering everything that has happened in this game, yes, it is a bit of a shutdown, going over to the right targets, in this case, Sanji, but the lead is
Sel dia
already
0.5
too wide. 8.9k, now turning into a 9k lead, 11 minutes into this game. This could be a make it or break it on Lord's side, and with 2 missing inhibitors on both side lanes, there's just no way, not even the spawning of the Lord RNG will work into the favor of Yangon. It's going to be very
Cloud ni
difficult.
power
We've
tu
seen so
Sanji
many
ni
forced
Cloud.
mistakes here.
But YG were able to get a few things, right? They got a kill. It's not enough. I agree. I mean, that's for sure a win for Team
Satu
Spirit.
tower
It's a
pun tak
top
dapat
lane
lagi,
and
eh.
bottom lane base turret. They're gonna have far lane on top of that. But it's something to work with. It's a Sky Piercer stack as well for Han. So we have to take that into account right now.
Tutup Hidara, tutup Hidora, tutup Barat. Semua ada dekat TS sekarang ni. Apa first game. Kita tak tahu first game nak jadi apa ni.
Suara siapa yang hidup?
And if they are going to play for the
Monton.
fight, I'm looking at
Monton
Blink and
pula.
Kai's
Happy
here
ya?
to make a combo play.
Whoa, they use the Mystic Gush. Chomp
Tak
down doesn't
ada
let on
lagi.
anybody.
Tak ada
Kaizen
apa-apa
gets away
sebenarnya,
from the
so
missiles
tengok
just in
match.
time as the bottom lane comes pushing in. Sanji sent down below to deal with it as the Lord spawns up in 7 seconds. It's gonna be the pullback. Purify out already.
Oh,
Crash goes
easy.
down and the Thunder's round.
Wih,
Now
bapa.
it's Blink in the back. Sawo gonna be
Tahu
taken
mati.
out of the fight as Han
Tahu
takes up
mati.
the second Sky Piercer of the game.
Lock.
Sanji with the jump.
Kelak buat
Masuk
apa?
macam itu.
Can't get any more than this. And they've
Tak sempat. Ya
Blink is
Allah.
trying to actually disengage the rest of their composition. But Team Spirit played that well. And unfortunately for Ying, just a little too early on that Purify. If he held it just a
Berapa
little
golit?
bit longer, he
8.5.
might
Susah
have
ni nak comeback ni.
survived it. But it's a difficult composition to deal with right now. Just look at this, right?
Kenapa Sanji tu tak dia pergi untuk
As
ni.
soon as that Purify is timed out, that's when Sunset Lover is going to let that ball lightning rip. The rest of the composition here also very
Boom,
ready for
ha.
Sanji's
4 orang kot kat situ.
Dia kalau nak masuk macam tu boleh tau guys. Tapi kena ulti winter. Kena ada winter. Baru dia untouchable. Kalau ada ulti saja and harapkan purify tak boleh guys.
They're making these plays happen. They think they have their power spike, which is true. But the thing is, Team Spirit with the 10,000 gold lead, they kind of built past that power spike, the initial power spike.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is the front line
Blazing Winter macam cikgu tu
to ensure that it's really
Satu boleh nak masuk lawan dengan outnumber.
They've got that lore pushing on that top side. They're synchronizing the waves as
Barat
well.
tak cukup makan
They
tau.
have a delayed wave down on bot side. TS now on the attack.
Into the mid lane they go. Zaur knows there's no Purify on Ying. 8 seconds for it to come back as the
Dapat
Rose Gold
mid.
meter gets built up by
Dapat
Zaur.
mid.
The crown is ready. Hiko with jumping forward. Sanji doing
juga.
some damage
Clock.
over on Hiko. Bomba's still
Okay.
there. Golden hour.
Makan
Cactus,
satu.
Lover just in the brink of it now as the Mystic Gush comes around.
It's good, and they want to go for a little bit further. Hiko wants to get right on top of
Makan
They
ke?
cleared
Makan
the
ke?
waves already. They need to reset. They've one more opportunity
Tak boleh masuk
and
dia.
one more wave
No,
to
no,
deal
no,
with.
Don't defend.
Bla 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 bla.
Don't defend.
Sunset and Bomba. But luckily for Spirit,
Good defend, good defend.
Sanji did not have anything.
Itu macam overconfident sikit. Itu overconfident tu.
Classic Spirit, classic EEC.
Kuat guys TS guys membantau one sided tu.
Tak bermain tu. 0-0-2 je tu.
Backing away straight up. And then slowing the game down again. They're never letting YG touch their comfortable tempo.
Yep, but they've also got one more opportunity with their 10k gold lead, right? By the time
Prediction aku berapa? 4-3 tak ah. Prediction aku 4-0 atau 4-1 guys.
alongside with Sanji, arguably 3 to 4 items onto Kai's at this stage of the game to be complete. They really need these items.
Sanji bukan main mid ke bang? Itu lain.
He needs that crown, unfortunately. We've seen many plays where he actually gets really
Tak
deep
jadi
with the
Marcel ni
placing
lagi
and
guys.
went onto
0-5
multiple
ni.
targets. But without that winner crown,
Tapi dia ada
is
flash
going
dah
to
tu.
trade himself off, which is not something Young Gun
Dia
can
flash
right
tu yang mengganggu guys nanti.
They win the crown from Kaize as well there. Picked up for him. Radiant armor for Ying. So a little bit more defense, but you could clearly see that big diff in gold between the XP laners. Bomba is just a big chunky boy.
Stick. He is
Tak
thick,
salah
and
kan
he's also
overconfident
taking
macam tu
the
sebab
crown
tak
as
dia
well,
rugi
just
tahu
in
aku.
case a
Rugi.
scenario like that happens again, right?
Dia rugi.
They gotta be careful because
Sebab
at the end of the day, it's still
dia tadi tak ada mati langsung. So goal lead dia still okay. Maksudnya dia punya farming still okay. Tapi bila dia mati guys, dia punya farm kena cut. Goal dia pun cut.
Every single time the sequence is the same. TS
Spirit.
will start to target Ying first, get his
Memang
ult
betul
down.
tak ada turret.
Maybe
Tapi dia mati
doesn't
untuk
have the
mati untuk nothing lah guys.
ready to go.
Mati untuk nothing.
Even
Hari ni. Grand final hari ni.
start moving towards Kai's
Sorry kalau
position.
saya ada bagi
Disrupt
salah
the
info.
anchor. Once the anchor has unhooked from
Lagi
the
TS
long
disiplin
range,
tak buat
jadi
banyak mistake yang satu ni
Ya,
TS menang. Betul?
Bila dia pergi dengan damage yang dia ada, orang lari.
Still gonna be difficult though again for wait a second blink.
So you susah main. Tak ada guys. Aku rasa kebanyakan tim memang nak paksa si
They really gotta get control
paksa
over this
Ying
top
ni main
side.
Uranus,
TS have done such a
paksa
good
si
job in
Han ni
denying
main
away
Soyu.
from them, and now it really just seems like
Maybe
Team
diorang nampak
Spirit
macam kalau diorang pakai hero
will
ni
take this one
tak
for free
tak
with Sanji
seseram
showing up
kalau
in the top
Ying ni
lane.
main hero lain.
They're trying to punish this.
Uh-oh, blink. But they can see on the back is able to find two with the golden hour. Now the chomp down comes in as shortcut in the back line is able to get Zaur in a good place.
Hati bomba.
Dapat Marcel. Dapat era dah. Gila si.
Habis.
At least delay them. Sanji is
Macam mana nak bunuh Hirara tu guys?
Habis.
Susah Hirara tu guys. GG 1-0.
Habis. Habis. Let's go.
1-0. Kalau ada trade tak apa gak ni nanti betul? Kalau ada trade tak apa gak? Hirara tu kacau lah guys. Hirara, Eudora. Kuat lagi tu.
They have to.
It seems like the only way Young Gun Galacticos can actually start
Clean sweep ke bang? Tak. Yang go not that bad untuk di clean sweep kan. It's just that draft belah kanan.
Either you disrupt them on that red
They
side,
execute
take it
well.
away.
GG YG game 1. GG NT.
Real simple. And it's as LaFell said in the panel.
Tak salah lah aku menyokong spirit.
Hai ya balot.
Ya, bila kalau ada awet-awet macam ni tak salah untuk aku sokong spirit.
Abang gelak ni.
Able to take some of these heroes away. I understand the Marcel's prio. but that's where you have to go back to the draft to get in the balance. YG, I think, put too much respect on Team Spirit's picks that beat Onyx. Valentina was banned
Tak
out.
ada cacat early game dia orang, Mak.
Atlas
Ya.
and even the Harley, they need to try
They are
to
very
open up
strong
some of these picks.
early
Yes,
game.
Buat
those
bawa
picks
TS
are
ni
great,
menarik.
but I think there are picks to deal with it.
Absolutely. And let's
Game
also
satu lah,
not
game
forget
satu.
that second half of the match. It's very telling for both of these teams what they are genuinely worried about. They are genuinely worried for the side of Team Spirit. Hey, we're getting rid of things like chill, things that can force us to change our battle spells. We want to always have flickers in our double fighter composition so that nobody feels
Marcel
safe
asyik
at
mati
any
you.
point
Itu
in
ya
the game.
juga guys.
As we see these
Tapi hero punishing dorang ataupun map pressure dorang kuat. Susah sebenarnya Marcel in open. Eudora, Pakito. Contoh kalau Marcel buka tak kena stun dengan Eudora ni, kena tumbuk dengan Pakito ni.
Mirko, that was a game that
Sawo,
set the
Sawo.
tone for what this best of seven
Sawo.
could look like. And not only did it
Sawo ni kan.
Senior player.
Abang tahu apa Sawo ni?
Banyak sangat hero nak kena ban. Ya.
Team Spirit with a
Boleh.
3-0.
Sawo ni dia macam bagi vibe-vibe pakcik-pakcik tua kat sisi tau.
Sawo?
Dia macam bagi vibe-vibe pakcik-pakcik tua main Dota kat sisi. Pakai seluar pendek, slipper jamban.
To EECA's representative, and now they are
Kalau
in the
zaman-zaman
deficit,
aku
having to claw
pakcik-pakcik tua
themselves
main
back.
MIRC.
Still plenty of time
Main apa?
to do so. Rainday, Brigadier, and Lafelle to
MIRC
break
kalau
this
tak
one
silap.
down.
Kalau
Panel
pakcik
Brig,
chat
what'd you
room.
see?
Kampung Melayu.
I still cannot get over the fact that we saw
MIRC
the
kan?
Pakito
Siapa
Hirara
pernah
and
main
why are you
dulu?
copying me?
Malam-malam aku pergi
Why
assist
can't I copy
dulu.
you? Okay, you can. The Hirara Pakito.
Kan, cari awet.
Everything else, even the chip
Cari
came in as a
room-room yang
surprise.
MIRC.
It complemented the
Bora-bora.
idea of the lineup so well. It was.
Seumur dengerin.
It took
Ya
time
ke seumur
for
dengerin?
Yangon
Apa dia?
to actually
Sawo.
hit their spikes,
Ha?
and at this point, if this keeps going, it
Kau
might
dengan
be
Sawo
Spirit with a
sebaya
much
ke?
cleaner record in the
Iya ke?
knockouts, finishing off this tournament.
Serius lah.
Honestly,
Sawo baru
this
27.
Saya check, biar saya check.
of the new and old.
Oh,
Because
27.
what's
Sawo pun
really showing is the
27.
new
Lah kau cakap dia ni pakcik tua.
But honestly, what
Rain.
YG showed is
Sawo,
Habis kau dia pakcik tua
MLBB.
umur 27 kau apa?
Haa lah bang, dia 99 duk.
Ya.
the Goret as well as the
Asal dia nampak macam pakcik?
This is all good in the previous patch. But now they gotta,
Ya Allah guys. Rain, opinion saya, Suyu macam Granji sekarang sangat early game dan skip position jadi pendek. Betul? Betul? Kena snowball Ustaz.
Well, sometimes the Marcel shows up and it's, whoa, you let us get Marcel. And sometimes it shows up.
Tapi dia bagi
and it
vibe-vibe
says,
pakcik tua tu.
You get Marcel, we get Pakito,
Tak baiklah, Rin.
and Garats, and Hirara.
Saya nampak muda bang kan?
At this point, it doesn't even matter that you
Boleh?
have Marcel.
Saya nampak muda kan?
I would
Tak.
say
Dia bukan nampak muda, dia nampak matang.
has a very
Dia
bad
bukan nampak tua, dia
relationship
nampak
with,
matang.
with
Itu
Team Spirit.
bezanya
It looks
Asian
like
dengan
Team
Europe.
Spirit, they got like
Europe
abusive
umur
parents
16
and
dah
then-
nampak
and
macam
then
23,
Yangon,
24,
they just got
25.
the
Nampak
Awet-awet dorang pun sama abang.
besar.
That's one way to put it. Wouldn't be my like.
Abang awet-awet dorang pun sama lah.
my head.
It
Ya.
wasn't the first one that I
Macam
came up with,
kita
but
ni
it's the
Asian.
funniest one.
Asian ni memang
Yeah, it is.
kecil-kecil.
Funny. Again, not the first
Umur
word I used.
27 macam acah-acah baru 16 tahun, 15 tahun.
A description for it. No.
It's the one that grabs people's attention.
Okay.
I wouldn't mention grabbing
tengok.
after that as well because that feels like you
Bukannya
can get into
tua
the
tu.
same.
This is just the story of my life. Everything I say.
Dia just tak macam dia badan besar. Dah nampak matang.
Okay, so guys, you have a lot to break down. Game one
He's
gave
just
us a lot of
27 bro.
answers on the
Sokong
side of
siapa
Team
bang Lord?
Spirit.
Tu,
They're the
kat
real
bawah tu
deal.
ada Sanya
Zhao
prediction.
Egoist, Kid Bamba, you mentioned Sunset.
Let's go lah YG. Turnover 4-1 lah, 4-1, 4-1.
What was the statement you saw that was made by Team Spirit in game one?
Now hold it.
You could do it if you want.
Yeah. Bawaski. All right, thank you very much. It's nice that you understand Malay now. So we got to look at the draft because there's a whole lot wrong here. And let me explain as well, first things first, what I mean by having bad relationships with each other. Because we're going to start with one of the
Kita
more
tengok ASEAN
important
lagi
picks
jauh,
here, which is
Jepun, umur
Visuyo.
50.
Visuyo being the jungler is definitely one of
Umur
those
50,
picks
umur
where
17.
it's
Serious?
going to move the map. It's going to move the tempo, right? Now, one of the problems is Suyo has been adjusted before where he had armor as well as magic resist when he is in his immortal form, but they removed the magic resist. Now, the problem is we got one of the best mage bursters here, which is the Eudora. It makes it so that if he goes in, he dies. That's why we don't see him really do much. And it's honestly the same with the Claude. The Claude goes up against the Eudora. Also, he goes in, gets stunned, and then the damage is just going to be too much, and then he's gone. And that's not over yet. We got to talk about the Marcel. I play the Marcel. Here's the thing. He gets stronger when the Thunder Belt stacks actually gets to stack up. But before that, he don't want to deal with burst. He don't want to deal with anyone that can stop him. Now let's look at how many people can do that. So Eudora could do that.
Probably just
Paquito
one.
could do that. Barats could do that. So there's three members that can deal with the Marcel. One of the reasons why they don't really mind letting the Marcel go. So right now, it does seem that Team Spirit, they just get all of the answers before some of the problems even existed, right? Because Suyo came out late, and then, well, the Marcel's first, but again, they were able to answer that. So let's see how it translates in game. And in this current meta, it's all about map pressure. Let's look at what happens when there's no map pressure here. We're going to be seeing, this is, by the way, look at this, it's 2:43 in the game. This is fairly early on. And we can see that the gold lane here, Hiko is winning by a lot. And then we're going to go to the EXP lane, and look, three members of Team Spirit is already in the jungle, and it's already like, look at this. This is the second tier turret of Yangon, and they're able to go in. This is 2 minutes, right? This shows how much domination they got with the Barats as well as the Paquito, which, by the way, I feel like Barats is #1 EXP laner. And I would say Paquito is sharing that spot with Freya in terms of the best gold leader right now. And then we'll be looking at what one of the problem is here, where we see that Team Spirit, they overcommit. And yet there's not enough damage. There's not enough instant crowd control, and that's part of the problem that we have if we look at the draft here coming in from YG, where Ying can be a frontline, that's great, but not immediately. He needs time to set it up. Kaize can kind of stun, but only if he hits his skill shot. And then Blink kind of stun, but here's the thing. In the golden hour, some abilities go through, some don't. And we're going to be looking at this clip here, how it has been stunned up, and then Hun tries to attack, but the guy's frozen, so no damage is going through. So this draft honestly doesn't really harmonize together all that well.
I guess the clips that I also...
Yeah,
Okay,
speaking of harmonizing.
We are trying to harmonize right now. I guess the clips that I also picked up are just to further complement the idea that we're trying to put out about the bad relationship. I still don't completely understand the metaphor that he put out, by the way.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's deep in his past.
Yeah, so, but I think this will really kind of establish how within the team and within the lineup, it hasn't been really that great. And at the same time, against these opponents, against this lineup, it hasn't been as great. So where's the play button? Oh, there. Okay. So I chose this clip in particular. Was it this one? Or is it? I chose this clip in particular because I think it was just very brief. But this was a quick movement from when they actually went to steal away that purple buff and immediately transition to this turtle, which, by the way, Ying was just trying to hold by himself. So again, we mentioned he is expected to be the front. He's capable of being the front, but that's just pretty much it. He can kinda tank the damage as of this moment because it's not like he was really able to scale up either, because again, both the sides were really matched really well. The guy beside me is doing a really well job as well, trying to mimic what I'm saying, but at the same time, what I'm trying to point out is you see how the combo of the burst is actually put into action here by Team Spirit. It was probably a bit of a worry for us that the Eudora had to deal with a Uranus, that the Eudora had to deal with a Marcel that could probably just be everywhere. Thank you for zooming it on my face so you don't get to see him anymore. But yeah, so at this point, I feel like this moment already meant so much to how Team Spirit have pretty much secured the game, because the moment that they were already able to deal with Ying and no other member from Yangon could actually provide help nor trade whenever Ying actually went down, I think that was pretty much it. It was one moment where they tried to trade. I feel like they kind of hit their power spikes, but I think it's a keyword. It's always kinda. It's never really enough for Yangon to actually go in for a fight against Team Spirit. And that was a one moment where you saw Blink or Sanji, as much as he already had items on a Claude, try to go in, but just look at what happened afterwards. You just kind of see how sad this engage looked like. There was a full stack Blazing Duet, but he just gets cancelled out by Hiko and Tsar Egoist. So there's not much you can do with this lineup. There's a clear lack of synergy from Yangon Galacticos.
Not to say that the draft was bad, it's just that in the team itself, the chemistry isn't there. And there's so many answers that unfortunately was able to be drafted by Team Spirit. So it's just a very big mismatch.
that was a great breakdown. I also
Kalau prediction abang lah betul
you know,
untuk
when you
Grandfinal
look at
maknanya
something
abang lah
go
pakai
wrong
curse
that way,
atas Falcon dan
but Team
Onyx
Spirit
sebagai
has a few
enemy
moments. I
dekat
think you see the quality of both of these teams
Asal abang kat
shine a
sebelah
lot.
tu
And
buat
when you see
mimik
the caliber
saja
that
je.
we're looking at, these teams deserve to be here.
Fokus
They've
betul bang.
played
Tak, aku
and played again.
tengah
They've been knocked out. They've won. They've had bounce back
orang kata apa
wins and
mendengar
victories.
ulasan
And I
mereka.
think you look at what is
Kan?
valued. And there's
Whenever comes
maybe
to this
4
analyst
picks
segment, saya
that seem to
betul-betul
be kind
fokus.
of
Sebab apa?
driving a lot
Aku
of this. And
cuba
it is the
untuk membawa
Barats.
sesuatu
It
yang
also is
berbeza
making
juga
sure the Atlas
untuk
isn't
MPL Talk
available.
nanti.
So someone's using a ban on
Kan?
that half
So,
the time. So you don't want both. And then of course you're
selepas
going
habis
into
ni
the
nanti saya akan
Paquito.
bincang
And
sebab
that is
something
becoming
yang
a bit of an issue
tengah
in
bermain
the
dalam kepala
Harara, which
otak
is the
aku kan. Okay,
primary
what
priority
if
jungler before
I
you start
can bring
getting weird. And I'm not saying
macam
it's too
ini
weird, but you know,
aku
you
nak
bring out the CEOs, the
guest
YSS,
aku
the
ataupun
things that
panel
aren't
aku
really meta. So my question
mengulas
is,
macam ni, macam ni, macam
do
ni.
you leave more
So,
open
a lot of things
knowing that, hey, let's just hit
going
each
through
other
in
with
my
everything.
mind.
Like, you're going to get that, I'm going to get this and this. Because it felt like they lost that trade. If they're on blue side, do they leave more open? Do they not ban the Valentina? Or do they try to just focus the bans on the Roam and see how deep we can go? Because I think they won that Roam battle with Blink. I think he can go as deep as possible.
Because I think even Yangon don't want to use the Valentina anymore. Like, based on their game yesterday, so they just probably took it out. Well, it does kind of tell you something about how they want to draft. But being in blue side and still not having a better draft is a really weird thing to look at. So I do think there are a bunch of things that have to be dealt with if you'd look at Yangon.
Yeah, to answer Rinde's question, I think yes, leave a lot of things open. The problem is, I feel like YG came in with that mentality where they tried to get a lot of things open, but the problem is they let Team Spirit get all of them.
I actually agree with you. I think that's why we saw the Valentina. I think they actually left
Valentina, Harley, as well as Atlas.
I think they were trying to make sure they could get Atlas and Barats, or at least get something like that. But they just, I don't know, they were late to the game. Maybe they just need a...
Kalau bagi saya Rara ni wajib kena ban lah.
I feel like if they try that again, maybe don't first
boleh
pick
immune
Marcel.
banyak
I
damage
feel
dia.
like
Susah nak
Marcel's
tangkap dia.
but not
Susah nak tangkap
enough.
dia.
I feel like Barats or Paquito, both of these are probably like the highest prio now.
Or not in terms of the
Or
Yangon
Rara.
play style. Because I don't think Marcel will just really enable the kind of play style that they've been wanting to play based on the previous matches. Because I think even though in previous matches where they had much better drafts, or hero synergies to be exact, they've been doing things individually and they just layered together so well. But in this scenario, it just really requires you to follow a certain sequence, which I don't think they really would want to go for if they want to play fast, especially against like a team like Team Spirit.
Yeah, they need something for the early game. They need to deny it. They need to match it. They need to keep tempo. So now they're back to the drawing board. Team Spirit have done something well, and they know exactly why it works. Can Yangon make an adjustment to tie us back up? So far in our sets, we have not seen many teams go 1-1. We've seen the 2-0 and then 2-2, which means we are in a heavy momentum swing for this meta. I think it also means that generally, LaFell, some team figures it out a little bit earlier, a little bit faster, and it takes a minute to figure out how to handle that.
I feel like game number one, it's kind of how Yangon want to test the waters, right? Because we even heard in the interview with Eterna where their coach said that they're gonna be aggressive, but that was the kind of draft that was not aggressive, right? So maybe they just want to test the waters, and now Yangon, they just ban out the Barats as well as the Paquito, because I think even they agree with that. That's too much of a problem. Let's get rid of both of them.
Yeah, the question was, do you leave everything open or do you take everything away? And it's clear that YG said, we are going to take away the Paquito. We are going to take away the Atlas. We are going to take away the Barats. And now we're going to be on a more even playing field, because in this situation, we're getting one of the two that we think are the most valuable. But I like this too, because we're just going deeper into those frontliners, those fighters, those roams. I think this works for YG. We've seen it work.
Yeah.
Eudora gets banned. I feel like Hirara should be the top prio here. Marcel can kind of work, I guess, but I don't know, man. Hirara's been like one of the faces of MSC.
I'm thinking between Hirara or Jusen for Yangon.
Especially suka dengar post game analysis sebab dulu belajar draft ML dekat English Class Studio.
I just think if
Buat
Yangon have been drafting
podcast
according to
CWC akan
comfort,
jadi more
then that
value.
could have been a consideration.
Podcast CWC
But
mungkin
now,
kita akan buat
that
sama
will
je.
remain open.
Cuma saya tengah buat untuk MPL Talk nanti. Alah, bagi saya Hirara je kena ban. Ya betul, saya dah baca dah tu. Kalau dah awet cantik, Weaver pastilah tinggi.
So yeah, I think like there's
Skor berapa bang? 1-0. Team Spirit 1, Yangon 0.
Again, the Eudora has been banned
Tes.
now, so you need
Sorry
someone
guys.
else
Pergi toilet
to
guys.
control during the fight. In terms of Belric,
Let's see.
okay pick for Sao,
Of
but
course
Sao
lah, Hira
does
dapat
show
speak.
quite a lot of heroes so far
Ya, bang.
in MSC, so
Every
that
time
might also be
apa
something
dekat
they want to
analyst
play
segment
around. And
tu
with the Paquitos
dekat
was
Lafel tu
Brad's
ada
I think Hiko's
fokus
just
tak?
gonna get a marksman here.
Fokus?
Yeah, some kind of marksman.
Maknanya
Esmeralda gets picked up
kau dengar
as
tak
well as
apa
the
yang
Belric. So now
dia
Team Spirit has already
macam mana cara dia orang
established they have a
analyst.
front
Ada?
line.
Ada dengar?
They have a
Ada?
counter-engaged hero in the Belric.
Aku cuba nak buat konsep-konsep macam tu nanti.
Konsep macam tu.
Tak
adakah
aku risau dekat analyst dia siapa MPL nanti, they're going to do the same thing.
Interesting matchups. Lapu, I think you go Claude, Sanji's very comfortable there, and now Kaize can get his Zushin.
Similar, but kita bukan 100% copy. But kita ada kita punya cara, but something similar we can do.
I don't know about that though. Because Glue is
Sebabnya Team Spirit kat meta sekarang ni pantas lah ni kalah semalam.
Blue Cloud langsung
Waktu Amos kalah
kanan boleh keluar Faramis, boleh keluar Vexana.
Korang bacot. Kata dengan tim tak ada MPL pun boleh kalah.
Kenapa dia tak laju dah ni? Sekarang early gameplay early game.
Setuju.
Link more kepada scaling mid to late game.
Bisa nanti orang ingat abang pakai AI nanti. Ya.
Because you had the Crimson Beacon,
So, akan
had,
bebek
like,
sana
escape
ni.
tools
YG
to
akan
really
bebek
keep
sana
yourself
satu kot.
safe. And that goes the same if you want to get out of dangerous situations.
PS4
Spirit
kosong,
are looking to
nah.
draft a really good comp against Dive.
So at this point, just ban out
Okay
a lot
guys,
of
yang mana
mids,
yang
and I think
belum
you're pretty
follow, belum
golden because
subscribe,
at this point,
tolong bantu saya follow, bantu saya subscribe. Hari ni YT slow sikit, komen, chat rate pun kosong. Waalaikumsalam, Junaidi bin Yusof.
You know, I will say this. I feel like Carrara survived a lot of Gord ults because of those iframes.
Minion.
What is that? Kevin? I thought it was Glue, not Groove.
Minion juga.
Ini pun minion
The fans are having fun in here. It is a lively building. But do you think that maybe it's going back to the tried and true? I think maybe
Vexana Ben, Faramis Ben, YG, Melissa Ben, kanan, Alice Ben, Ruby Ben, Alice or Ruby lah. I think Alice or Ruby lah. Berapa dah skor tu? 1-0 SPA, 1-0.
Some heroes can outplay it, but not all.
Kau rasa sama ada Alice atau
Yeah,
Ruby
it's
kot.
dashes that we're talking about. Since the Juicin is already pretty much out, the Valentina is still there. As a
DS
mid
terus
option
adjust
for
Pakito
Young
barat
Gun,
guys. Ingat tak semalam
since
aku
they can
cakap
also
dengan korang
pretty much
guys.
take away the Wrath of Dryad for themselves.
DS
The
ni
thing is, it
barat
hasn't
dorang
really
flex,
worked
Pakito
out
dorang
for
flex.
Kaize.
Ruby
That is one
Ben,
thing we
kan
got
betul?
observed for them recently, especially as they're forced to play
Vexana
much
ke?
slower
Vexana ke YG
game.
Ben?
And you don't really
Vexana
know what
Ben
the
ke?
matchup is gonna look like if Spirit get more and
Kata
more
group
range,
Faramis dan
especially
Vexana
in the
especially.
mid. That
Boleh?
might be
Boleh?
tough to deal with because you really want to complement the glue.
Zushin. Kuat ni barat Vexana
So
kalau
it
dia
does
ambil.
seem like they're going back into the pool. There's been a resistance for Kaize to go off of the 4 chant heroes that he's used. There was a one-time Valentina, but otherwise, we've seen that Zushin, we've seen that Eudora, we've seen... Well, we'll see if we see something
Asal
different here.
terlibat hilang. Late game guys, late game. Barat dah ban. Yelah, tak tahu aku cakap. Diorang ban Barat dengan Pakito untuk Team Spirit. Sebab dua ni hero kemenangan Team Spirit. Vale. Possible tu Vale kiri ni. Possible Vale back. Oh, diorang tak main back sana guys.
Wow.
Kiri. Vale.
And I like how they're not necessarily reacting to the glue pick. Like this could have been a Vexana anyway, but just so they could
Okay, 2-0
Vale Sora.
steal it away, they just lock it in instead of YG
Rain,
getting their
2-0.
hands on it.
2-0.
So that poses the
2-0.
question to
Okay,
YG
sabar jap.
instead. How do they match this?
Kau
Knowing
tengok
that it's
macam
gonna be
mana
a
Harley ni
Belric,
membantai.
Valentina in mid, you have a glue.
Tengok Bang Lot sambil buat panda ni bang. Oi, baik doh, hati-hati
Vale Sora guys kata.
Semoga
Uish, Selena
dapat banyak
Arlot.
malam ni, insyaAllah, amin. Kalau Tias menang sila-sila ada 2 slot untuk M Series nanti. Doakan Malaysia menang lawan Thailand malam ni Asian Cup.
Lawan Selena.
Hari tu dengan Laos, Asian Cup. Hari tu yang main dengan Laos tu pun Asian Cup ke? Ini main kat mana? Stadium bola sepak Kuala Lumpur. Sana.
Bang, kalau based on draft saya pilih Yangon bang. Satu sama.
Okay, let's see.
Let's go Yangon.
for Sanji against now a Clint, and it's going to be Ying on that R-lock, which we saw so effective, and the Selena finally let through, and there's my daughter, Aria, my baby, she made it here. All right, having a lot of fun. Let's send it over game 2 and get us started here in our grand finals.
So sorry,
Kata bang Malaysia tak ada hak penyiaran.
Let's go YG, all in Rangers, all in Rangers. Kalau draft aku lebih kepada TS, aku lebih kepada Young Guns.
Penyiaran yang Isa
Let's go Rangers, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Live daripada stadium tu apa semua tak jadi.
Baik,
Baik, approach aku je tu. Bagi aku banyak sikit, aku boleh je buat.
Stop. Banyak flicker. Selena enak ni.
Against this composition, you need to win in the early game, and that's why the Selena pick is going to end up being massive if utilized properly. Can they utilize it though? That's the question. The Esmeralda almost holds a complete monopoly up top when it comes to tempo.
It is, and that's the thing, right?
Tak, Spirit apa Sawa dah 27.
Because there's also counterplay to a lot of the
Ini
different
Valen tak boleh main banyak ulti sangat lah guys.
Okey kalau YG menang saya belanja awak malam ni.
Guys, meta tak bergerak. Let's go. Ini baru meta Yangon. Yangon tak tunjuk Selena lagi guys.
Tak boleh.
Tak boleh. But Blink is a lot more expendable in comparison to Sawa because they need that Wrath of the Dryad.
That's the tempo we were talking about though, yeah. For Team Spirit.
2-0 ni. Tak bergerak Selena kejap lagi, kau relax je.
Meta tak bergerak. Ya, ini meta Chen CC guys. Kiri ni.
With the Hirara, the glue,
Meta tak bergerak kan, meta tak bergerak. Kena dengan glue sekali.
Wants to take Ying out of the equation. This is
Oh,
how
tak
they
mati.
get back into
Tak
that
cukup
turtle
damage, tak cukup damage.
After Sawo got picked off.
Yep, it looks like they're not going to be able to contest the very first turtle here. It's going to be level 3 to level, well, actually,
Ini rasanya Yangon.
They're going to use that pressure to start zoning out the rest of the
Baik, nanti saya akan gunakan ayat ni.
Buat 2 hero tu guys.
However, Sunset Lover not there yet. Do they need to walk up to get the EXP? No, they're going to rush this.
It's such a good decision for them. Now retreat battle is
Lambat, Yangon.
close to it. But it's such a good decision at the end of the day right
Why
now.
lah decision making Team Spirit.
Why do we need Sunset
Tak
Lover
dapat.
on 4? We're just going to get tempo in mid.
Orang yang ada Selena, dia kena control early game dan juga objektif mesti kena dapat.
Timers. Ying was not level 4 at the right time. Han wants the contest, but unfortunately, even Kai's hitting level 4 doesn't.
Kau masih lagi ingat tak Selena Matilda punya combo dulu?
Ingat? They also need to make sure that
Selena Matilda, ingat?
fight at the right time. So
Itu season 9 tu. Waktu mula-mula siapa tahu. Kau dapat Zan dapat tapi kita orang kena bantai dengan ni. Apa Padil punya team tu.
Suas.
Bukan waktu tu easy squad.
Oh easy.
Whoa, that's
so wild.
There are no
Easy
other
spot.
ults to take. To be fair, it's either that or the final slash, right? You're not going to take a play
Gila laju early game habis 11 minit je dah game tu. Sepatutnya
maybe later in the game when you're desperate and you
Itu
need to be able to
saya.
kind of peel away from Sanji already on top of you, then maybe. But even so, at least with the
season
balance,
8 rasanya, season 8 waktu tu sorry season 7.
He's playing the lane well, right?
Sebab easy spot tu season 7 tu dia orang jadi Suhas. Sorry.
Until he gets his first item, that's when he really starts to dominate the
Suhasi
matchup.
boss saya betul. Dia orang jadi Suhasi boss. Season 7.
I think they're the best.
Pemainnya lama juga lah Matilda ni dia wujud kan.
There's nothing happening on the map. They are so good at maximizing all these small little trades on the map. Like even here, Bomba is getting a trade over on Kaize, giving Sunset Lover more pressure in the lane and stopping Kaize from putting those trap downs. You know, it's just such a small win, but it builds up, and that's why Team Spirit now, even though they're down a kill,
Kita tengok second turtle guys.
in tempo, in map pressure, and everything.
Exactly. Here, because by the time the turtle actually spawns, Kid Bomba in about
Level
roughly 6 or so
sama, guys.
seconds after the spawn, he's gonna get us all
Dia
back.
dua
So
level
they
7 jungle.
understand how
Sebelum
these turtles
ajilan
work.
tu.
You
Yang
can
mana?
see that Ying, as soon as Bomba shows up, he's like, oh man, I gotta try and
Well,
forcefully
ada.
clear this wave. We trade alt again. We're gonna
Set
come back
up.
down to the turtle, and I think it's gonna be that constant dance. I want to see what TS's decision is here, because now they can't sneak away this neutral objective, but I think they want to extend their lead. Oh, Bomba, he's got the proxy.
And Sunset, that's the reason he stole that Abyss form. Man, Sunset with the flicker out from the stun as well. It's a proxy up top now. Did they go for the retreat? Saw with the flicker and the Wrath of the Dryad in the backline as well. It's going to be the jump on Sunset now with the steal on the side of the gets away in time. He's going to be taken low though. Sanji with the lazy duet takes him low, takes him out with Ying.
Oh.
Even further here, they're not done.
Mahal. Mahal.
With a punish on the vengeance.
That's what you want to see. Just continue.
Meta tak bergerak. Meta tak bergerak, guys. Meta tak bergerak.
Baik. Good team fight.
Beautiful stuff all the way through, but at the same time the game is not over.
Tak ada silap diorang ambil clean tadi, guys. Nak tak nak kalau meta ni kena main hero marksman yang ada dash tapi purify. Oh ni main flicker. Macam ni akan tengok peluru sesak, guys. Tengok sak. Dah. Terus masuk lah semua orang.
Zara almost getting a sneaky little assassination there, but Han with the iframes, a bit too hard to kill. I think what we need to talk about, Gideon, is the fact that team spirit.
Better Cloud almost score. Tengok composition Asul. Kalau nak main, nak hero landing satu, ambil lah.
Wih, baik.
Moskov. Kalau nak MM yang independent, tak perlu cover, ambil lah Cloud. Contoh kau main mid lane yang kena jaga. Mid lane yang jaga position. Macam Eudora, God, Farsa. Goal kau nak main Cloud, okay je. Balance lah draft tu.
Kena lele settle.
We have to go back to before the fight. Bomba didn't go for the rotation straight up, even though he had a tempo advantage over Ying. He stayed and he cut, he proxied deeper. So it was almost as if Team Spirit knew they weren't going to take that fight. They were just trying to prolong it so that YG can't get their early snowball in time.
And not to mention that they're utilizing their threats like Sawa walking up and faking the movements, trying to throw as many feints just to get YG to react.
Oi.
Is Sawa in trouble here? He shouldn't be in trouble, right? Yeah, he's totally fine. And he's able to get a little bit of his health back. This is why Beleric is just so annoying to deal with. Very similar to Glue in a lot of senses, but just can't fight.
5 lawan 5 5 lawan 5
Opening up again this time around.
Ni aku nak bagi tahu Hardly dah ada damage sekarang.
But they have to split up, remember. Blink can find an AoE. Now Blink with a mount down. It's going to be Ying caught in the deadly magic. The ball is starting with it right through the drive. Lands on everybody.
Oh,
the combo is good, and now they're using their Clint to cut through the rest of them. Is Kid Bomba making sure that Sanji can't even walk up to auto anybody else. I am your bullet sponge. Don't look at anywhere else, please.
Ying is isolated. He's chasing all alone. Wait, that's not Ying. That's Blink. Now the
Nice. Baiklah Sanji, follow upnya mahal.
Bomba's going to be able to look for that compensation though, as now they go for the turtle. 2-1 in turtles, in neutral objectives, but TS stay busy. It's Sour up top of the turret.
Man, this is a tough
Kita tahu club memang hero yang selalu meta, so kita counter dia from draft or gameplay. Both boleh. Main hero yang menyusahkan dia boleh. Guys, the best game untuk counter enemy ada dengan dua-dua lah guys. Bukan setakat dengan hero. Dengan rotation dan gameplay sekali.
Kenapa dia ambil apa ulti Selina je
Tak tahu. Dah itu je ulti dia boleh ambil. Nak siapa pergi Arlot.
Tadi dia ambil juga apa Glue.
Getting on top of Sawo initially, pretty good idea, but unfortunately, where do you pull him to?
Blink with a walk up again. Stun over. Sawo gets caught by the arrow. The final slash lands on Bomba. Trying to capitalize now with a blast.
Ui, wah, jahat Glue Blink ni.
And he gets the Sky Piercer stack.
Better target priority. That's exactly what we want to see from the Young Galacticos here. You don't want to pull Sawo into your team, but Kid Bomba, you know what? Without Purify, let's do it.
How the heck is the lead?
So little.
1,000 at this point, right? Like we would expect at least 1,000. Another arrow in mid. Kaiser with the flicker out. Blink was looking for that slam. Finds it on Sawo.
Meta tak bergerak guys.
Sawo hasn't moved in a good 5 seconds.
The Living War, the Living Sentinel, the Living Tree is still holding strong. But Sanji also now realizing he can't waste any more time. As much as we've commended TS for actually not only dragging out games, but they are so good at being efficient with their time. Yangon are starting to pick up steam at this stage of the game. Herself already completed from the Glue, Berserker's Fury finally on top of the endless battle.
Faramis terserang masalahnya player value tak tahu lah guys. Ataupun dia expect yang kiri ni akan keluar mid lane yang diorang boleh copy ulti pun. Yang Valiant boleh copy ultimate. Hadir coach, welcome to the stream Paris.
Mati ni.
Kena lah kau. Let's go.
is able to escape, and YG will utilize this man advantage
game laju
to
dia
rotate
orang main
straight
ni.
into the neutral objective.
Tengok rotation dia orang laju nak mampus.
Showing that final slash to
Salah
keep
aku
going.
salah.
Yeah, I'm looking for you. No, I'm gonna go for somebody else. And they've got 10 seconds worth of tempo here. Sawo, he can try and
Rugi dia
delay
ambil
the draft
ni.
of the Dryads, but this is first Lord. This is really important for either side.
Sauer has a position, goes in with the poker trick onto Blink. Oh, arrow lands again, baits out the Purify from Bomba as Blink gets the pass. Now, that's a Swift Trinity completed by Sanji.
Tu waktu Valen dah ambil awal guys.
At 10 minutes.
Honestly, not a bad idea for Bomba to actually absorb
Bapak
the arrow
banyak trap.
early on, predestined to fight, knowing that Sunset
Tak tahu
Lover is
kenapa
coming
orang
back
tak
up
nak
and
main
he has that
Beatrix,
Purify, because you can see that Yangon, they want to react to this.
And these deadly magics from Zauer, man, he's using it more as a poke tool than to finish people off, right? He's just coming in, space escape into a deadly magic. It doesn't even matter if he lands
Kenapa
the
tak
poker
combo
trick.
Faramis Valeri?
No, it's so
Kuat
true.
ada
Again,
dua betul.
they don't have the sustainability.
Uh-oh.
Sakit
This is a
lagi.
crazy Lord Dance Blink. Able to jump on Sawo. He's able to sustain back up. Bamba no Purify for another 48 seconds. He's holding on his position. And Zaur's too far. Arm with the red tree.
Jauh sangat jauh. Hai. Sunset level yang agak jarlot tapi sikat apa tu mati.
Man, the Minesweepers just wasn't enough.
Gila yang gone.
Lands on Sunset. It's hot on a killing spree. And he's able to buy some
Boy,
time
siap.
now. Up top it was Blink who got
Dia
the
final ni macam siapa dapat Hirara menang je guys. Hirara ke Hero Momentum pula.
For Team Spirit is Yangon now looking for some revenge after game number 1. Fine, technical prowess you can take, but we know how to fight.
Dia kena bantai tu. Team Spirit.
No Purify, final slash into the
Fuck
arrow. And Sanji picks up another kill.
Double Holy Shielding down. What a statement here from Yangon that they are not going to lose confidence just because they dropped a singular game because they weren't able to fight. Now, because denied of that fight, they're getting extra messy. They're going to reach further than what TS expected. Can they actually get this? No, they don't have the minions.
Cleared it out just in time by Team Spirit. But remember, that siege was YG without the Lord. They got the Lord, but they chose to just push in forward.
Oh, it's a pretty big attempt here. If they can get an inhibitor, that would be great. But at the same time, see that TS, as much as they want to engage, they kind of need their flickers, and they know that Sawo's flicker is coming up in 45 seconds. So at this point, how else can they look to delay this? They might have to sacrifice at least one of these inhibs.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to have to sacrifice the top side, man. They're not even going to be sending all their members there. Protecting the far lane and the bottom lane, I think it's a wise decision. But still, for YG, they'll take what they can get. That's a Melfic gun now for Sanji. 12 minutes.
He's strong, but the big game changer here really has been Kaizen as well as Ying. Those arrows have been perfect. Okay.
Almost immobilization. Sanji with a Melfic gun,
Yeah.
using it and able
One-sided guys match ni.
in the mid lane. So that's 2 with the first Lord.
Interesting. So Sunset
Myanmar number 1. Yeah, Myanmar number 1
all
guys.
coming in from Kai's just because it technically
Aku rasa
works
YG
as a
final boss
morph.
ni
So when you
nanti.
have morph, you actually get access to the rest of the abilities, like the arrow, like the traps. So they've been trading back and forth here. But I think the big issue is the fact that Yangon has set the minefield every single time. In the previous Lord,
Ramai orang ingat guys, main Selena ni just pentingkan dekat arrow je guys Sedangkan selain daripada arrow second skill dia tu, penting juga untuk dia letakkan trap untuk vision tu lah Yang tu lagi penting sebenarnya.
International tu.
Now it looks like he's building up to the Guardian Helm as well. In terms of the raw magic damage,
Kau main Selena, map kau wajib cerah. Wajib cerah.
Itu MSC kan? MSC di Malaysia. Itu RSGPH menang.
Apa siapa? TS.
No chance. Still going to be very tough. And now it gets even worse for Spirit because how are they going to catch Sanji? He has a winner crown very soon, already has that Melfic gun, is scaled past, I think, a lot of Team Spirit's own win con. So it will really take YG to make some mistakes for Team Spirit to be able to actually look for an angle to come back here.
I think the worst possible scenarios is if they can chain CC off of the Wrath of the Dryads. That's one. The second dangerous one is getting hit by 2 Shadow Strikes from Sunset Lover and getting terrified. I think that's also probably the worst case scenario. Oh!
Arrow lands on Sawo. They're doing a good job zoning. Sour Ego is from this Lord. 15,000 HP on it.
It's so good. The Wishing Lantern getting some really good poke here as they're looking to contest the angles from both sides.
Low Sunset Lover.
Ying ni memang power hero dah arlot tu guys.
For YG. As patient as ever.
Kalau Valen tukar hero lain better ke better?
And I think YG should start actually taking the space, but Sanji just used
Go
this
YG, let's go.
Might wait for it a little bit longer.
He was going to be sent up top, I believe, to deal with that wave, yes. as YG control this Lord again. Sunset Lover is busy in the mid lane, handling those big minions.
Now they just have to sit and dance for a little bit. Even YG
Berani
understands
lepas
this is a
Arlot ni.
dangerous
Arlot
50-50
jago
to
tu.
be had, right?
Okay, tengok pada gayanya kau tahu tak? Lot ni dapat dekat ni TS.
Zara's retribution, if well timed, could steal this and drag
Aku
this
dah boleh
game out
baca
longer than it
gerakan.
should be.
Gerakan-gerakan yang membolehkan mendapat lot ni ada pada TS.
Properly by YG. Oh no! Hiko able to react in time to that flicker in the final slash. Hiko, that second skill, that catch could have just possibly won them a Lord. Because look at the bottom lane. That was so unlucky for YG. They didn't build it in time, and now it's building back for Team Spirit. Slow push, and Han cannot go down.
It turned from an offensive assault to now a defensive assault, and TS now whole priority here. Yangon, you have a 5.7k lead, and yet they still can't get close to this Lord, not without having to worry about a bot tier 2 being traded out. And
Lepas tu bawah tu
TS
tu.
so happy about this.
Kau
They're
tengok bawah.
dancing for days, and now they see Blink.
Sawo.
Dia orang kalau tak masih lagi tarik ni, Jester ni satu ni, dapat. Dapat tahu bawah. Lepas tu dia akan pergi lagi. Dia orang kena balik seorang. Baik tu Team Spirit. Okey.
Ni Spirit dapat ni. Spirit dapat ni guys.
Elah Bang Lot punya prediction memang tepat tu. Lah. Tapi semua rata.
What a prediction tapi rata. Betul lah Abang cakap tu guys. Betul lah tu dapat lot. Tapi rata lah.
Dapat lot je tu.
Baiklah prediction Abang Lot.
Ya tu. Pergerakan tu aku dah nampak dia dapat lot. Tapi boleh rata tu.
Ya Allah. Solid tu yang Gons.
Aku tak ada pula sampai predict dia orang boleh merata.
Abang Lot boleh predict dapat lot tak dapat lot je guys.
Dekat bawah tu okey dia orang salah seorang kena balik.
Baik dah Abang Lot. Ya, prediction Abang Lot on point guys. Kena tu.
Dekat MSC 2002 lah saya jumpa wife saya. Wow. Ada kata final boss YG ni tak. It's just that dia orang kuat. Terlalu overcommit jugalah. Dan tak ada cara guys.
Sebab Abang Lot boleh pilih
So nak dia orang kena
lot nak bagi siapa.
Tapi damage besar. Damage YG besar. Sebab ada Harlot, ada Cloud, ada Selina lagi dengan Lele dia. Sayang.
Abang Lot on the way jadi analyst. Ya. 4-3 ke tak tahu lah Tapi nampak efektif bila diorang ban Barat Pakito guys. Coach dia betul-betul tutup hero momentum dia. Adalah special nanti ada YVE. Tak ada lah. YVE macam susah main lah sekarang guys. Rain tinggi 170, berat 45, nak sokong siapa? Hah?
YG tackle kotor tadi patut kena cut anak FIFA tu. Ada bawah tidur jam 1. Itulah pasal kalau 7 game ni mau 12-1 ni. Sebab hari Ahad
YG sokong YG. Kenapa hero lain boleh paksa ban di Rara Dibia memang tak worth ban atau ada hero lain? Untuk aku worth it je untuk di ban. Cuma diorang takut dengan hero-hero lain tu. Tadi diorang ban Eudora kan. Untuk aku tak payah Eudora, baik diorang ban di Rara. Tapi itu bergantung kepada strategi masing-masing lah. So Nova okey ke lawan Selena? Okey. Aku live lambat tadi. Tadi ada urgent matter sikit guys. Aku pergi ambil aku punya luggage. Luggage aku ada dekat KLIA. Lepas tu bila dah ambil luggage aku dah tunggu lama tau KLIA tu sebab nak kena tunggu queue. Biasalah guys KLIA ramai orang kan. Aku balik je baru sampai luggage. Aku balik je. Aku buka pintu bilik aku. Asal pintu tak boleh buka
I mentioned the iframes. I thought
Terkunci
that
guys.
Gord and
Aku
when you
duduk
look at
staff house
Kai'Sa
Todak.
could have
Staff
gotten
house
several
Todak
kills.
waktu masuk dia
Wasn't
tak
able to
bagi
do it,
kunci
but that
guys.
might have just been the hero. And taking this hero
Kira
now
semua
into the
pintu
hands
bilik
of
tak
Han,
berkunci.
what can Zhao egoists do? We talk about the implications of
So, bila
damage
aku
from
macam,
Harley,
saya tak boleh
but
masuk
you still now have
Bila
Kai'Sa
tak boleh
back on the
masuk
Selena
guys.
feeling comfortable. The Ying
Aku
can
nak
make
minta
plays.
kunci daripada
Yes, Morale
HR.
is good in lane. Kimbamba likes to get aggressive.
Oh,
But
kena
guys, when
ambil
you look
masa,
at these
kena
stats,
tunggu
what went so right?
beberapa hari.
Honestly, when we look at these stats, the one that you have to
Isnin
look
lah,
at
kena
is
tunggu
actually
Isnin lah
Kai'Sa.
kan.
The damage deals 51,000. I think a lot of it.
Lepas je tu, aku decide tu apa guys
From the traps, but
Tak boleh jadi ni guys. Tak ada kunci, tak boleh masuk.
aggression starts with a lot
Itulah
of
masa
damage,
untuk
and that
aku
happened when
keluarkan
they do
balik
have the
ilmu-ilmu
Selena.
dulu aku belajar
I would
parkour
say
guys.
even level 1 already deals quite
Dulu
a
ada
lot.
zaman aku main parkour. Pergi panjat-panjat dinding, panjat-panjat tiang, panjat-panjat bangunan. Aku pun parkour lah masuk tingkat 2 tu. Selesai. Dapat claim kering, tak dapat tu.
Some of the playmaking capabilities, but I don't think they were really able to put it into use. Like we saw how Sunset Lover occasionally got to steal away the final slash and such, but it was always just them using it when they were already forced to use it more defensively, more during a messy team fight, because Yangon were very efficient in just already isolating who they want to go for first and allocating who needs to go in first.
Lagi Shoki ke? Ada damage? Tak ada damage guys. Aduh sayang you. Bagi saya hero Irara ni wajib di ban kalau tak nak pick. Untuk aku sebenarnya kau kena tengok enemy kau siapa juga man. Sebenarnya guys, ban hero atau tak ban hero ni kena tengok enemy juga. Dia ada user Hirara tak? Sejauh mana jago dia main Hirara? Sama macam bila tadi Onyx lawan Falcon, dorang kali TZ. Oh, dorang open je Fanny, sedangkan dorang boleh ban Fanny.
Skor satu sama.
Banning phase guys.
Sambil saya tengok apa.
Korang kena tengok enemy, bukannya fix. Lain pasukan, lain hero mastery dia. Faham tak? Jangan main-main dengan budak kopiah setakat parkour dia.
The line has to be strong enough to either protect the pocket or create space for a good running play, and that's what we see here.
Dia ada buka servis panjat-panjat ke? Tak ada. Servis panjat-panjat, servis apa cok? Malah aku kecewa tak dapat tengok kau menari ni, no? Better lah. Nampak guys, orang tutup terus Pakito Barat.
And with both of them out, it makes the game fair. And I think this is the first good step that Yangon really took. But then we saw Ying on this Arlet as well as Blink on this Glue. I really feel like for all of the games in this best of 7, who has the better playmaking frontliner, the potential of winning is much higher. So we're going to be looking that in the draft later on. And in terms of the clips here, I would say this just shows.
Contoh lawan SRG wajib main Fanny, bila lawan TLPH tak payah prior main Fanny. Gitu lah. Betul, begitulah Sol. Begitu. Sama juga kata salah apa-apa hero pun Marcel ke, Belleric ke, Eudora ke, Atlas ke. Tengok enemy-nya siapa.
Especially by Ying using the Arlet here. But in terms of that, you can see that what Team Spirit thought was going to happen was they're going to delay the Lord because they're trying to pick a fight, but that's not what happened. The moment they know that the Harley is nowhere close, they just contested for the Lord, burst it down, and they're able to do that. And then afterwards, we start seeing whenever the team fight starts happening, a lot happen.
Selain meta tengok master hero juga enemy. So terkejut analyst. Betul Sol, betul. Benar. Bila kau nak ambil hero mastery tu pun kau boleh track based on data guys. Contoh, kau tengok berapa kali enemy pick hero tu dekat dorang punya tournament. Berapa win rate-nya, berapa percentage-nya. Oh, dorang ambil Zushin 10 kali, tapi daripada 10 kali dorang ambil Zushin ni, 2 kali je dorang menang. 20% je win rate-nya. Tak apa, bagi je lah.
Dying. Well, why? We thought it was good.
No, it's bad and good at the same time. I love it.
So, kau as a coach, anggap benda tu tak ada ancaman lah.
Or at least in this game, yes, he did get taken down once, but it's not like that's what
YS ke YG ke TS kali ni seri satu sama.
Like he's someone you just could not
betul kat apa level ni? Betul guys. Drafting phase dia. Dia cerita hero apa yang kena ban.
He was the guy that they really had to be wary of whenever they sensed that a team fight was actually gonna break out, because you could maybe look at Blink, but he's more there to just mess things up. He already presents himself there once the team fight that has broken out, but Ying has been the pace dictator, at least for this game.
And I just like the draft in general. I think the response was to deal with the problems, and obviously Paquito early, but when you don't have the Paquito, you allow Sanji to be that much more effective and comfortable on the Claude that he wants to actually play. Guys, there's a lot that's occurred here.
What up, Western Khalid? Welcome to the stream, brother. Welcome to the stream.
Legends Adventure. On the flip side, we'll have Game 3.
Benda-benda macam ni yang buat lambat ni, guys. Baiklah. Adakah hari ni kita akan habis 4-3, guys?
4-2.
My friends, we're all tied up here in our grand final. Incredible match we're seeing so far. But I wanted to check in with another incredible person. Mom Bomba is joining us here, the mother of the wonderful Kid Bomba, as you're seeing. And wanted to ask you a couple questions here, of course, auf Deutsch, in German, when is possible. First of all, how is Bomba as a person? Is he always so, I guess, he has that personality also in real life. Wie ist Bomba als Kind? Ist er immer so selbstbewusst als hier in MSC?
Ja, der war selbstbewusst und ein fröhlicher Junge.
Yeah, this is how he is. He's very confident and he's a very happy young man. And that's exactly what we're seeing here out of him on the screen as well. Our second question, the entire community so far has been reacting so positively, which is wonderful to see, especially given your support for Bomba as his mother. Do you have anything for kind of words of comfort for maybe parents out there that want to help their sons, their kids that want to become professional players? Die ganze Community reagiert so positiv auf deine Unterstützung für Kid Bomba als seine Mutter. Haben Sie eine Botschaft für andere Eltern, dass sie auch deren Kinder in E-Sports antreten wollen?
Ja, natürlich. Die sollen ihre Kinder einfach ihre Träume ermöglichen, freilassen.
Of course, it's very simple, really. Let your kids really play out their dreams and help them, support them to actually make that happen. Mama Bomba, danke schön. Danke auch. Thank you very much. Let's check in what's happening with our next game.
Well, Mom Bomba, I love the way that flows. Mom Bomba.
Mom Bomba.
Feels like we're speaking another language. Milosh on his 7th language or something at this point. I don't know. The man speaks Arabic, French, English, German. What can't he do? Speak Lefel? Speak Lefelian?
Minion language.
That's what I said, Minionese.
Yeah, Minionese.
Only a few people.
How does that sound?
I promise
duck?
by the next tournament, I'll figure out the language.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll hold you to it.
Yes.
What did you want to say?
No, I was just so happy to see that.
I mean, like, where else can we go with this conversation? Really?
Probably nowhere. I'm hoping you guys.
Ada. Abang Lord ada sini.
Probably Mom Bomba already has a fans club by now too.
Yeah, probably.
Because I also saw a signage already.
I think so, and you've seen
Tengah
the
kecoh
team
kan
spirit
9 bang.
gather
Oh ya
around
ke?
the heart and soul of it. You might have seen maybe the analysis, the technical part with the team, but when it comes to the heart, it certainly feels like it is Mom Bomba in the stands and everyone who is around her, talking to her, rooting her on, supporting her through. You should have seen the emotion versus Onik yesterday. That was powerful. And part of the reason is that there's $1 million on the line. The winner of this, she could see her son suddenly enter the Millionaires Club,
Apa yang
which is
kita
a
kasih
beautiful
tahu?
thing.
At about what, 21 years old?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Support your child and their dreams. That's what she said.
Predict
right?
draft
Yes,
Let's go.
yes, you're right. I'm trying to hear back what you say. Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah, it's
support your child, live out their dreams.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
Right,
there you go.
right, Rain Day?
Yeah, and you get to see, it's a special thing. You get to see family being next to you when you're doing something important. I think that's just such a beautiful thing to see and witness. And obviously, Team Spirit, they go back to the drawing board. They have the emotions, they have the ups, they have the downs of Game 2. Now it's Game 3, guys. They're bouncing back.
Speaking of, I think the support of, doesn't matter, families, friends, or whatever, in terms of going for your dream is very important, because here's the thing. I think there's no dream in the world that doesn't require some kind of sacrifice that will make you really scared about moving forward. It doesn't matter if the dream sounds like something simple.
Let's go.
In all the years that I've lived, everyone that tells me their dreams, you can't get that
lepas Irara lagi.
sacrificing something, either physical, mental, or even spiritual.
And it's even more, and I want to...
Ini okay guys.
I think you
At
agree.
this point, Hirara jadi hero momentum guys
Most of that
Cloud
sacrifice
lagi.
is not in front of us, guys. We see the results. We don't see what goes into
Eudora.
it. You know as much as any of these players how much time and effort goes into just being a part of this moment. And then there's still the job's not done. That is in
Eudora
the
Cloud.
back
Skill
of their
pick,
mind. We still have to win.
Siapa dapat Hirara dan menangkan? Adakah Grand Final hero momentumnya adalah Hirara guys
Continues, and Zushin, Atlas, Fanny Band this time around for Team Spirit. It's Paquito, Barats again, and Freya for Yangon Galacticos, who are on red side and respond with the Ying and the Eudora. First pick, Harara, stolen away, and is going to go back in the hands of Tower Egoist.
Yeah, but I think Yagar are still very happy with this, considering that they've stuck with the pattern of taking out the Paquito
terus di ban. Dia bawa-bawa Barat Paquito tak dapat ni. Spirit tak dapat dia Barat Paquito habis.
I think they're in a good spot, at least for now, in the base of the draft.
Valerie.
One other thing that I like as well is they took away the Eudora, so that just in case they want to use that Sunyo,
yang ni pun meta tak bergerak juga ni. Berapa darin? Satu-sama.
Also have a lot of burst damage, but the thing is, it's not as easy as Eudora.
And I like this too. I think again, as we see,
Kalau memang hero Sanji ke ni? Memang hero dia.
Enjoy the approach of maybe
Matilda
saving Rome till Red 3, or even saving Rome until the second phase.
If it's teams like YG and Spirit, yes, because we see even Carmilla's, even Chips. Being played on the map.
Glue
but this is a
lagi,
really good response, I feel, from YG. They're sticking with the glue, and I think it's just so much better in this composition where you have to body block so much.
And I feel like YG has...
Tu kiranya walaupun hero tu OP, tapi kita tengok condition capability ke enemy tu untuk mainkan hero tu bagus ke tak kan. Betul, smart. Bijak sekali.
This is not going to get immediately punished. Sure, maybe in this best of 7, eventually Hiko will pick up something like the carry and able to deal with both the Claude as well as the glue. The problem is, again, Eudora is having a range advantage up against that carry, so that's just something that you always have to think about. Carry is such a good hero, but it's not without its risk.
Yeah, and I think you don't see two of the most important heroes to look at when you actually want to lock in your gold laner, which are probably the jungle and the EXP lane, because these are the two heroes who could probably just be assigned to go after Hiko. And considering that we have so much less in terms of fighter options in the gold lane, then there might be so much more consideration put into that. Because I feel
like boleh punish Valerie kan. Late game boleh lah. Kena ada item babe. Kena ada item.
I don't think you
see
main
meta
an
CC
assassin, or you could just predict an assassin to come through immediately for YG just to lock in a Ruby, which is more commonly responds towards that kind of jungler. So sticking with the marksman is still
YG all in ke ni Rin? Ya, YG all in guys.
Spirit, but they took out one of the
adakah CC meta momentum? Ya, meta combo sekarang
which is the Melissa.
Tim-tim yang sampai kena final semua main meta combo guys
on the side of Team Spirit. And when you come to YG, still looking for that EXP as well. And they're going to find their jungle pick. The Arlott
Ben, respect.
Also, but that still leaves a couple of things open. You still have the Uranus and the Esmeralda
Harley
that can go toe-to-toe in the EXP lane.
Malaysia tengah talent, siapa tengah leading guys?
Yeah, I feel like YG was challenging Team Spirit because they're betting out the Phobias, which we haven't seen ban quite a lot, especially like you say, Uranus is still up, Esme is still up, so they're kind of like saying like, Are you gonna respect the Arlet? And looks like they have. So
Kosong,
right now,
kosong.
YG, I
Okay,
don't mind them picking up something like the Uranus or as the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like with the glue as well as Eudora, it should be enough crowd control.
Yeah, and there's still a possibility of maybe them picking up the Nolan later on, which I feel would, if ever they're looking at either that.
I feel like last is fine because yeah, Suyo, Nolan. I still prefer Nolan, but
Yeah, so that could be an option if they really just took out the Phobius and maybe.
Fovey boleh punish
we're
glue
looking
ke
at
tak? Glue ada advantage.
Oh, but they're
Ruby!
the ones who get the Ruby. Yeah, this is Ying. So he can pretty much just pull it off however he wants, but Spirit,
Kiri
okay.
apa? Fovius.
They now fully know
Kiri main
that
Fovius
this is
aku
going to
rasa.
be Ruby XP and Claude Gold. So do they still want to go all in on dive?
I feel like YG is also considering whether they need a Harley for this one or they need a Nolan.
Oh yeah.
Or is it gonna be a game where they can scale up? Honestly, with this Selena, I don't think that you can really scale up.
Fovius scary.
Right. Especially Ruby as well. I feel like this need at least one magic resist
Fovius
item and
Harit.
then she should be good.
Ke
Well,
bukan?
now she might need more
Harit
because the
last
Hive
apa?
has been picked up by Team
Oh,
Spirit and
Fovey
now the
deep eh.
Lapu
Oh iyalah
Lapu
last
as
week
well.
tak
So
nampak dia guys.
Lapu and Ruby, I would say it's a pretty
Lapu.
good matchup because both kind of want to fight
Tahu
around
ke?
the
Lapu
minions.
dulu boleh
And when
lawan
there's
Ruby
minions around,
tau.
they're just gonna life
Lapu
steal
dia boleh lawan
just
Ruby
way too
tapi
much.
Team Spirit have already shown
cuma yang sekarang ni Ruby yang baru di buff ni dia lagi sakit
still
guys.
picking for the jungle.
Jungle apa yang sesuai untuk
The
YG.
Ling has not been played since what feels like a few weeks
Kalau
ago, and so
aku
the Nolan it is. You
ambil
guys
Nolan
called it, and you like it a little bit better. You said, LaFell.
Kalau aku main Harley sini guys.
The speed of Herrera, but we'll see
Tapi
if
dia nak
this
Nolan.
Selena does have
Boleh
the
juga.
balance.
Nolan boleh juga. Untuk farming phase, farming rate, Nolan pun sabar laju.
Alright,
Nolan
let's
pun
go.
laju juga.
Has a comp that
Sorry,
can
sorry,
slow
sorry,
them
sorry.
down enough that it just neutralizes whatever advantage that the Selena can have around the jungle.
Yeah.
Eudora boleh burst macam sebelum lagi ke? Boleh. Boleh burst.
Danger. Well, at least that's what they need because I think Spirit
Masih
and the
boleh.
life that they currently
Guys, yang belum follow dulu guys Warga YT subscribe dulu. Let's go.
Like we have not seen in this tournament, respond right away.
Draft kau
to
pilih
even
mana,
the
Rin?
score.
Draft.
Best of 7 turned to a best of 5. Who's going to take the lead to start it off? Gideon and Mirko.
Lapu.
Well, that's a really difficult
Kalau aku
question
pilih
right now.
Spirit.
I'm leaning a little bit into Yanga only because they're a momentum-based team. You know, every single time they get that win, they just seem to be sharper. They seem to build up so much steam as they get right into this game. Team Spirit going to be on blue
Meta tak
side
bergerak,
facing
Meta
up
tak bergerak.
against the
Cuma
Yangon
high mechanic.
Galacticos on the red.
Betul?
Purple start here from Zaur.
Meta dia kena ada good
and
execution.
Sunset
Good execution and
Lover.
good
It's going
timing.
to be a
Contohnya
great camp start on the
Selena.
purple side for Yangon.
Contohnya Lapu punya lompat.
Saya berasap jap. Tak cuma tipu Absal.
Again, control these neutral objectives. It seems like they have built a composition
Ya dok.
to play around.
Aku dah predict dah, betul lah. Aku predict tadi Ruby, Nolan, Eudora, Gloom, Cloud. Dah betul dah tu.
Sakit dia Ruby sekarang guys. First skill dia.
Damage, but he popped the regen, Ying.
Yeah,
so that was.
It's
Macam-
okay.
macam susah
At
jarin.
least for Ruby, she's not
Tak lah,
hyper
jangan
reliant
gendong ni.
on it, right? You naturally inbuilt sustain, just needs to walk up to the wave. I'm low, not a big item, not a big deal. But every single time she tries to go for the sustain, she's unintentionally pushing the wave, right? Now Sanji, we look
Ruby-
back at the emblems.
Ruby,
It is
Rom
Season
boleh kan?
Hunter here, but Sanji did have
Sekarang
to
kurang
take
orang
the
bawa,
fight.
abang.
The same goes for Hiko, so very lucky matchup here for
Dulu
both
orang bawa
Sanji
tu,
and
Ruby
Hiko.
Rombon.
Sanji already winning in the lane earlier, but Hiko will be able to get that gold.
Jadi siap
crown
banget.
with
Tu ada
Sunset
di bawah
Lover to
tu.
relieve our pressure a bit. Kid Bamba spots out Han up top. Gonna have to respect this man, but Bamba actually just walks up onto Han. Wait, a fracture on the other side. Now, these were the jitters I expected game one.
Yeah.
Tukar Ruby lama ke
I think maybe the
Ruby
pressure
baru?
strikes from outside. And I think at least for Han, he recognizes like, okay, my ult technically pretty short. I can
Suka Ruby
use
lama
really
yang
as long as there's like 15 seconds on that
zaman
turtle, then it's fine. We can still look for other
zaman
plays across
X-ray
the map.
main
Question
waktu
is,
kat
what's that
Todak.
play going to look
Zaman
like, right?
X-ray.
Because every
Oh,
single
yang tu
time
Ru-
it comes down to the
Ya,
mid-side,
yang
both
tu
teams
zaman
are
Ruby
very
paling
well
paling
adjusted
rosak
to
tau.
each other. You can see
Ruby
Tapi zaman tu kan double fighter juga kan?
Ruby X-ray, Ruby DD punya Ruby. Yang tu rosak tu zaman paling rosak.
Bamba got level 4 though. Blink opening up.
Luno,
This should
Ruby
be a free
Didi.
neutral objective with the Season Hunter, or rather just the Selena.
Satu tarik, satu
Boom,
ulti
bang.
boom.
Team Spirit without even the retribution pick up the neutral objective again.
Aku tak tahu dia boleh cakap ke tak sini keyboard sebab takut kena violation nanti. Lepas tu politik tu. Sebab kita dekat official streaming.
Ruby sama dinosaur. Ruby sama dinosaur.
Saya rasa biru kot. Dengar-dengar macam biru yang menang.
This is where it's extremely volatile, right? Because Kim Bomba, if he can zone Ying away from that lane, they're in trouble.
Pullback Bomba's able to escape just in time. Doesn't even burn the flicker.
Ruby sekarang sakit tapi minus rezeki defend kan? Betul. Tapi still keras sebenarnya kalau kau menang goal lepas tu build kau betul. Memang Irara ada advantage at first settle. Irara ni bukan setakat first settle je dia ada advantage. Semua objective team fight dah ada advantage.
So at this point, Yangon have a lot of different things to think about micro-wise on top of making some heavy decisions. And I think for TS, they don't mind it taking it just a
Berapa
little
scoring?
slow,
Satu sama,
right?
satu sama.
We're expecting the big fights to happen by neutral objectives and nowhere else.
This is where it gets really good for the Harith, you know. Early on, level 1 to 3, the Claude's going to have an advantage, you know, able to get away from the Synchro Fission. But the thing about the Harith is, as long as he's able to survive that level 1 to 3, he gets complete monopoly over the gold crabs, and that's going to give him such a big lead later on. Obviously, if it continues here. So, YG, I think they're going to have to try some
macam tahu je kan ada orang kat situ.
Tahu.
Take the gold crab away. Doesn't even matter if Sanji doesn't get it, as long as it's not on the hands of Hiko.
Yep, they just have to deny it. And let's
tak
not forget
ada
about the lane
ulti,
matchup.
tak ada
There
ulti
still is
pula,
a kill
tak ada
angle for
retreat.
Hiko onto Sanji, assuming that Sanji has no BMI and happens to get caught by
Dah tak ban Irara ni kau menyusahkan Rin. Sebab coaching staff dorang rasa Barak Pakito tu lebih menyusahkan. Ataupun mungkin tu hero momentum.
Targetable into the mobilization. The Imo Fennec comes around.
Hero momentum, team spirit.
Tak rapat lagi.
TS will call it off.
Great composure coming in from Ying. If I was in that position, I would have flickered or something. But again, holding it close and making sure that they're playing against the wave to sandbag the lane.
Now the Abyssal Arrow again, now landing! It's here with a flicker, that's why! He saved it all the time, Zaur's still able to get the entry in time as Ying. He had the composure, but it's the all-in onto Zaur. Is waiting for the untargetable, goes under tournament, is able to go back and forth, oh my god!
Baiklah, Zaur egois.
The iframe, Zaur does it perfectly!
Itu outplay.
I really thought that maybe he should die there.
Outplay lagi!
He's got the combo points!
The wonder boy of ECA! Zaur Ego
Baik, siap jungler dia ni.
second attempt was hard. Both failed and Baba takes the XP crab away.
Now, this is a very
Unofficial
similar
besar
rotation
ke?
that we saw in
Kalau
game
besar,
number 2 coming in from the Yangon
tak payah tunggu
Galacticos.
official lah.
Sunset Lover finds the punish, chunks Han out and says, you better go back to
Gila,
base.
siap Zaur egois ni.
Sunset Lover is walking up to
Lepas ni team spirit akan jadi monster tu guys. Diorang punya goalin dengan jungler ni muda lagi tu. Jungler dia guys, jungler dia jago ni lagi muda dari bocil tu guys.
They can't just fight willy-nilly. There's got to be a conversion area.
I thought he was chopped, and then he gets the killing spree proc, and then what happened here? He was probably also screaming,
Zaur.
Oh my god. It's accurate. Even in slow motion, it's just crazy that the lethal ignition didn't proc away. They just needed one more auto attack. It would have done the job. Now, the 2 flickers down on Sunset Lover and as well as Sawa at this stage of the game, but the rest of the team from Yangon Galacticos also about to get their own battle spells up. The major advantage really comes on to the multiple members of TS. From EXP all the way down to gold, everybody has found a slight advantage.
Hiko is really becoming a problem though, right? He already held a monopoly over that gold crab. Now, he's taking the XP crab, putting him
Sanji tak online lagi dia cloud ni. Tengok cloud dia online macam mana.
He's just a little itchy for these crabs.
Tapi level still menahan
Okay, he's going to proxy the wave very early on here, and look at the coverage coming in from the rest of TS, right? Han, if he can find this, that would be insane.
Zaur's so smart. Every single time, he never uses both the proxy, only just uses one to clear it out. That's why Han can't go in now. He's going to be spotted. Zaur with the walk up again. He's going to go with the retribution, and he wins it 50-50. As the Abyssal Arrow lands on Han, and now the rest of the team goes in. Sawo, Wrath of the Dragon, JCC Ying, taken low, but not down just yet. Bomba walks forward, gets the last hit. Now it's Sanji on Bomba, but Sawo playing a great position, holding it.
Map pressure Irara ni.
Can they get a little bit more here? Because now, this is the position that Yangon always find themselves. They do 1-3, and Han has to give up his life for it too.
Double immobilization from Zaur. Han cannot be walking like that. Sunset with the capitalization, and now Kaiser it's going to be so difficult for him to find burst. Bomba's just taking it like a champ.
Yup, and now from this point onwards, we're expecting TS to just skyrocket. Their stonks are getting
Memang siapa
bigger
dapat
and
Irara
bigger.
menang lah
The
tadi. Itulah tu.
gold
Hero
lead,
momentum
the
Grand Final
deficit
guys.
here for
Irara.
Yangon spreads very thin. Abyssal Rally connects here, but look at Sour. He wants to go in, and I'm pretty sure Sour was telling him, relax.
I think Zauer knows exactly what he was doing there, man. He just wanted to bait out the flicker. That was really good CC immune by Bomba. Now the Rapid Drown and the taunt over. That's going to completely lock down on Blink. Taking out a Sunset is going to be taken low, but is able to get away for a bit, baiting out some resources. Zauer gets away from Ying. And it's TS who are just showing
Berapa Irara menang,
how good they can be
hero
with the
Irara ni.
mechanics as well.
They trade
Dia dapat advantage dekat game tu lah. Dia dapat advantage dekat game tu lah.
Spell out of Kaiser. No flicker for him. They're making
Ooh,
sure
what a
let's
play
look at
then.
items real quick. 2 to 1.5 for the comparison between Sanji as well as Hiko. Cheaper items as per usual, but even so, no big items like Lightning Truncheons for the extra burst. We do see a Chastised Pauldron being purchased by
Dapat
Sao.
dua-dua
So
golden
again,
belum
it's still a
online
little
lagi, guys.
difficult to take him out when he goes for those big
Ni udah final ke?
plays
Iya,
on
udah
top
final,
of
bang.
the Dryads. Overall, the biggest problem right now is the fact that Zara can basically fight whenever alongside with Sunset Lover. With that War Axe, doesn't matter how low he gets chunked out, he will be able to heal back to full as long as there's a wave, there's a camp somewhere.
Uh-oh. Careful, Sanji. Bomba with the Paper Spider. Jumps in with the Flicker as well. Now he's going to the Blazing Weapon. He's going to get bursted down. Now with the Purify. It don't matter. When Bomba knocks, you just got to react in time. Blake gets
Boy, siap.
and the Dryad.
Wih.
Baik, dia punya tu cover Sour tu baik dia.
But they're going to get him here. Zara executes him underneath the turret like it was
Bapak
nothing.
lah.
Fallen Maple, baby.
Ini apa tu? Irara
So
apa
good.
kau ni?
These young junglers are ridiculous. Whether it be Han, whether it
Spirit
be
on
Zara,
fire tu.
put him on something as overpowered as a Hirara, and it looks crazy.
Bonk.
You gotta give it a Kid Bomba here. And also, it's more of a mistake on Sanji for just not instantly purifying and getting out of that position. He held it for a little too long.
And now it's a free neutral objective.
Free
10 to 1. 6.4k gold lead. Bomba on the Lapu Lapu. With Sunset stealing away camps, but you know, Hansa has retribution.
Macam tu je dia ambil,
So able to secure a fracture on the green camp, not giving anything away. But man,
Bang,
someone gonna
siap
kill off camera
Team
on
Spirit ni.
Kaise. Oh, during the replay. Oh my god.
Yep, just one shot him. Like, he is so strong right now. It's ridiculous. And he's maintaining these War Axe stacks.
He doesn't even have side piercer, right?
He doesn't. He doesn't. That's why I say, Hirara, as soon as you hit level 15, you feel like an absolute monster.
Tapi
With or
as
without
makin
the
improve,
CDR, right?
betul.
Just the natural damage that you have, and you're able to triple it every time you use one of those combo points.
Zauer. Gonna go in, Bomba.
Tengok bawah. Korang tengok ke tak tu? Ha?
Instant CC immune to get out of that.
Oh, dia nak ambil. Tahu je.
Just cannot land
Bawah. Tak nak balik ke?
And look at it on the bot side. You can see that Han is trying his best to get a tier 2. Blink should survive here, but they might just end up losing it here.
Rosak dah kena ban lagi tu.
Good lord. I guess no.
Yang tu tank tu guys. Yang tu tank tu.
This is a really tough game. Really tough game for Yangon, right?
At the items, bro. What does he have? What is he packing?
I think he's already packing his 4th item at this stage, right? It's an 8k lead. I think 4,000 is like should be on Zara at this point. He's 2 lead against Han. He's stolen what? How many buffs at this point? 3 buffs at this point. It's been difficult. It's been pretty difficult. Hiko just getting, hey guys,
Lepas tu
it's me,
semua toilet
Feather
rosak.
Heaven.
Kalau
Where
dah
y'all
consider
at?
Irara tu broken. Dia broken tu.
Tak boleh repair lah.
Guys, my investments are working out.
Dude, I mean, for YG right now, there's
Kalau tak air satu rumah tak ada air.
7 to 1.
Satu rumah.
Just in your face, it's a Eudora as well.
Dude, he is nearly 10,000 extra damage ahead of Kaise, and somehow Han has
Tapi kau mandi kat office lah saat kali nak mandi.
burst damage.
Mandilah kat rumah tu.
Holy, 4 items. Yeah. Oh, I thought maybe it was a little short.
Tapi toilet aku air slow shower kau kena pergi bilik Husnul.
He's basically dealing true damage, right? Before YG members can even get those physical
Kau
defense
cakap dengan Semeh lah.
he
Semeh
already
ada.
has the Melvic Roar.
Yep, and I love the fact that Kid Bomba understands
Apa dia?
that he still needs to
Air
be
bawah.
somewhat tanky here, right? He's not like trying to be outgoing.
Sampai pukul 12 dah. Boleh jadi tu.
Bilik sama
Kalau 7
position
match
dengan
jadi sampai pukul 1
rumah.
juga.
21. Yang mock duduk. Tapi tu air slow sangat. Memang tak ada orang shower slow.
The all-in is dependent on Yangon
Bilik
more
Husnul.
than it is for Team Spirit.
Damage taken as well. Bomba taking a beating, but really hasn't reflected. He has 0 deaths.
Bomba.
The flicker on Kaise
Bom. Bapak ramai nak burst dia.
Oh, a mistake taken now. They're gonna get punished for it. Yi
Yup.
goes down. Blink should be the next to fall out here with an epically strong eco on top of it all.
PS on fire siap guys.
Game number 3 for the momentum that Yangon built in game number 2. TS has completely shut it down.
Pandai tu dia orang tahu lot nak muncul. Okay, all in, dapat 1 kill 2 kill, okay, free lot.
Bros 3-0
Ini silap-silap game nak habis ni.
Kena pula arrow tu.
Serius tak?
Bapak lah end terus guys. GG siap.
Yeah, that's a really big mistake there. Bomba jumps in, was not supposed to actually land the stun onto Sanji, and yet it
Playmaker
did,
though,
forcing him to
Bomba.
flicker out, and that costed them the
Betul.
entire fight. It's moments like
Paling
this.
solid tadi Hirara tu lah guys. Hirara tu lah paling solid. It's okay Chen, it's okay Chen. Don't worry Chen, you will come back. It's okay Chen.
First to 4 wins are the
It's okay Anggon, it's okay Anggon.
Bapak dia main macam ini. Ini dah level-level.
Ada benda yang nari ke ni? Macam ada je ni kita main ni. Apa? Aku tak ada. Aku tak ada semalam je.
It was literally just last year where every single time Mans was styling on everybody.
Kita jumpa next game.
Couldn't lock it in for a win against Onyx Philippines last year. Now they're in the grand finals and he's styling.
He is styling. He is playing very, very well. They're so in sync with each other. And I think what it really boils down to is both teams know how to play with a significant lead, whether it's small, whether it's big. It's really about taking control over the game, influencing the movements. And so far, the composure really leans in on TS for this particular game.
The follow-up from Sawo, immaculate. Then Zao, the cleanup, and Sunset. Look at his arrow. Oh, boom.
Works every single time, but we can't give all the fun here at the table. We're throwing it back over to our panel to break it down for y'all.
Gone. Wipe out
And we're catching it. Thank you, Gideon and Mirko. Another game, another team spirit win. They turn this best of 5 in their favor as they grab this one to go 2-1 up over Yangon Galacticos of Myanmar. What a journey we've had to get to this moment. For those just tuning in, seeing the action, this has been anything but easy for both of these teams. 2 regions that have not been represented in the grand finals of MLBB, and some would say most of the relevant history of this esport. But at this point, either one of them will rewrite their story and create a new chapter in the history books of this tournament here at MSC in Paris, France. And I cannot wait to break it all down. My name's Randy. I'm joined again by Brig and LaFell. We are your panel. We are your friends. They are brother and sister, they said.
You're brother
and
too.
I'm now a brother as well. We're all brothers and sisters. We're siblings. And that was a team spirit victory. I don't know. What is it about Kid Bumba when he gets going, about Zaur when he gets Aurora, that is unstoppable?
Oh, I think they both individually had highlights there. I think their clips are gonna go out on social media just later. The escapes we saw from Zar, Egoist on the Hirara, and the entries from Kid Bomba. The entries, by the way, which did not cost them as much. And that's just a statement right there to show how dominant Team Spirit have already established themselves in this game. Because as much as you don't want to admit it,
lawan
what our
Sepadan
casters said
SRG pantas je
earlier,
lah Vamos kena bantai.
it's sad that it's true. Yangon could not do anything in this
Okey
game.
lah kalau tiap champion kurang-kurangnya Vamos sama Onyx boleh bilang ya kami kalah sama champion kan.
15,000. Right, so that kind of shows if your position.
Thank you for follow. Yang mana yang belum follow sila bantu saya untuk follow dan juga subscribe please guys. YT saya sikit lagi nak pergi ke 10,000.
See how that becomes a problem. In fact, I would say
bantu saya.
Very nicely to say that the draft coming in from Team Spirit has amazing presence around those neutral objectives, the turtle as well as the Lord, but we don't even get to the point of the Lord being relevant. It's all about those turtle fights, which will show the zone control they have later on.
You know, you wouldn't have thought that Nolan would do so poorly. This is a really good hero pick. I think as a 5, you're flexing it. You know you're getting something a little bit deeper in the pool, but it's worked. And we've seen it work as a selection. You said the Suyo could come out, but this is what they went with. It was a disappointment. But is it less about how good Nolan is or isn't, but more about how valuable Harara is in this matchup of junglers?
I think it's because what Nolan wanted to do is essentially the same as what Spirit has been doing. It's just that Hirara had more help in terms of being able to pull off those in and out plays rather than the Nolan could. Because I think, especially looking at the glue, you
Kira
want
Bombers patut
to
bangga dia
stay in
menang.
the fights
Betul.
longer. You want things to get really messy just so you could land your grabs on your targets and so you could pull in the ones that
Ini
you
Yangon
want.
punya
But
kekalahan yang kegagalan match yang pertama dan
going
terus
in when they feel like
jadi runner
trying
up.
to start a fight, but they can choose to commit or to not
Tapi
commit.
jangan
either way.
underestimate
So
Yangon
it's like
Yangon
they've been
is a
always
good
playing
team.
and setting up fights on their terms, which I think their lineup greatly
Team
specializes
semangat,
on. But for Yangon, you want to just keep the fight going so then Han could go and find the pickups that he wants, but he's not really given the opportunity to do so because again, Spirit have just engaged whenever they like and they just don't fight when they don't feel like it.
Classic opener from Team Spirit. They jump out to the lead. Yangon ties it. Spirit back out yet again, and it's a great showcase of how good they are. But LaFell, when it comes to why they're so good, what did you see in Game 3?
Well, I think your question kind of already answers a lot, which is you asked, how does Kip Bomba, like the moment he gets going, everything looks good? And how he does that is that you can plan all you want, but if you get punched in the face, you forget about all of your plans, and that's kind of what Bomba did. So first, we got to talk about the change that happened in this draft, which is Team Spirit, they have two things, right? Number one, they have a lot of mobility, right? Where they can move around. And why this is so important is because the fact that they're going up against a glue, right? I ran out of space, but here's the thing. They made it so that this glue cannot really do much just because, let's count the amount of dashes they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Yeah.
These 4 members have a lot of dashes in their kit, making it so that even if the glue does catch onto them, they can outplay that. And that's the second thing, is that all of these heroes, except for the Belleric really, they have ways that they can individually influence the map just by, I would say, the latent, the potent aspect that the heroes have. They have a very high skill ceiling, making it so that it's kind of hard to really predict what's going to happen. But we're going to be looking at this clip here, and we're going to be looking at more of the zone control that Team Spirit really has with this draft. And again, we talk about how having that first punch is going to be very important. We will be seeing how, honestly, they try, right? YG really tried, because we're going to be zooming in. We're going to see Blink, even using the flicker, try to get on top of Hiko as well as Sunset Lover, which are positioned just right here. But the problem is, again, they have a lot of dashes, making it very difficult for the glue to really do much. So when he does go in, able to dodge out, and all the while we see Kip Bomba here trying to zone them away. Speaking of, we're going to look at all the zone control that they have. Sao is controlling this flank here. Kip Bomba is controlling this side here, as well as Sunset Lover is just here in case he controls the arrow. So how does that look like? Well, the visual control Sao has is here, Kip Bomba is here, and then Sunset is here, but it can really go out to anywhere because the arrow has a very long range. And it ended up making it so that Zara Egoist was able to secure the turtle, but then the follow-up here, a very quick turnaround, how they were all spread out, and yet they clumped up together so fast because of two things, mobility as well as just the potent ability of each hero to have a very high skill ceiling, making it so that they can continue to fight once everything is said and done. So this draft is honestly less about strategy and more about the coach giving the players a hero that can do so much. It's all about your own creativity. It's all about your own skill.
Yeah.
It's a draft not many teams can pull off. But the teams that can do it, it looks amazing.
It looked like also Blink got caught up trying to find Hiko.
Yeah.
And I think they understand the power of Hiko when he gets going. And I think they understand, too, how if you do kind of tunnel vision, you can lose track of the bigger picture. And so sometimes in these best of sevens, it's normal, Greg, to, okay, we focus a little bit too much on that. Now we need to pull back here. Think about it a different way. If you're YG, what's your takeaway now going into Game 4? Because you can't really afford to make the same mistake. Going down 2-0, giving them a chance to, in this case would be 3-1, 2 games in a row, a chance to clinch out the next game. What has to shift? It might not be a big one.
Yeah, honestly, it's tough if you base it off that game because I agree with you. There might have been some sort of tunnel vision already. There was so much attempt to really lock onto Hiko specifically, and I think that's essentially because that's what you expect from the glue. That's the job that you really want to get from Blink because I don't think the Selena would be an easy target that he too could really dash on. So, and I guess you really would want to resort to the Harith because it's a much more sustained source of damage when it comes to the team fights. But even if you do get to do so, the zoning. It was highlighted earlier by Lafel. I don't think the others could really catch up. So there has to be a much cleaner communication between the team, between Yangon. If they
YG
really
belum
want to set
satu-satunya
their
tim
eyes
yang
on
tak pernah
something,
kalah.
and
Kalau
if they
kalah
really feel like
sini
they're already
memang
capable
GG tu.
of actually committing to whoever they want to go for or to that specific team fight, because multiple times in that game, it just was a clear disconnect, I'd say.
Yeah, trying to get more connected here in this one. And when we come back, we'll have Game 4. But also, in the meantime, make sure to check out MLBB and its new crossover with Street Fighter.
This is not a game. This is not a game. Spirit. Let's go, Spirit menang tu. Ya, satu tim ada momen. Biru gabung biru, kalah lah merah. Lantak lah nak jadi apa pun. Sekarang aku pelik juga dengan orang Malaysia ni. Politik kotor tu. Saya baru masuk live. Okay, welcome. 2-0. 2-1. Team Spirit 2, Yangon 1.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA.
Guys, besok hari terakhir yang game tembak-tembak ni, korang nak aku stream tak?
Superpower.
Ada yang layan tak?
Now imagine
game tembak-tembak tu. Ni tengah main ni game match yang kelima. Skor 2-1.
Powered by Play.
Dah. Dia orang dah
The
gerak.
stage is set for history here in MLBB. MSC has given us a tournament to remember, maybe one of the best of all time. And we know that now that deserves a final that is worthy of your attention. But this one is all about the little things, the details yet again, because the drafts have kept this game pretty close.
Yeah.
It's really balanced on a knife's edge, Lafel, and now it's Yangon Galactico's chance to respond after Team Spirit again take the upper hand.
For me, if they want to win, they got to get first pick. They got to get onto blue side, because at that point, they can first pick the Harara or force Team Spirit to actually ban out the Harara, opening up the draft even more. Because I really feel like that's one of the big difference in game number 3 is that they're on the second pick. They have more picks, able to get the Claude. But again, letting go of that Harara does seem honestly quite punishing.
UF 4 di bulan 4 sampai 9.
Especially as we've
Dia
seen
sempat
how
3.
the mastery from Czar
Serius
has
tak?
been
Okay, serius lah.
exceptional in this series. That last game. Dude, I'm still not over how he actually got away. He still remained alive
During the purple buff.
during the purple buff sequence. It was a bit too much to handle, I feel. It could be it could really affect the morale.
Yeah, and it's just in the flow, and it's a positive effect for Team Spirit. It's a negative effect knowing you got to deal with that again. There's going to be moments that he just escapes, and it's 2 games in a row he's had too much of that. And on the other side, I think you have to consider that maybe this is our story. Maybe this is the story of a young jungler who's 16 and starts out his international career on a big stage like this and lifts a trophy, Lafel, because as much as Myanmar wants this, as much as they deserve it, ECA has also brought the heat.
I mean, like, if we're going to talk about story, since the very beginning,
Jalan nak
Sunset
reveal
Lover
3
as
hari
well
bulan
as
apa
South,
bang.
since as
Biasanya
early
petang
as
pukul 6.
M1, they basically made through every international. They might have missed 1 or 2, but the majority, it's always them. And then
Kebiasaannya pukul 6, tapi mungkin lepas pukul 12 tengah hari dah start reveal lah kot. Biasanya dia akan satu poster tu slide 8 tim.
phase is supposed to be, and then eventually getting Hiko Mania. One of the, I think one of the highest counts of savages in international tournament, and now
siapa dapat? Oh, Hirara dah kena ban.
I gotta say,
Dia
all
ban
5
Hirara
members
tu.
have been through a lot, and they're creating history every single time
Dah lah,
they
Hirara
go
dah
to
kena
any
ban.
international stage.
I agree. That might just be a
Let's
really
go.
good way to look at it, especially considering that
Kirara
if they
band
do get to secure the
Balarik
championship
first
here,
Kirara
that means
band.
that Zor Egoist was eventually the key to the breakthrough
Harley,
that
Harley.
Team Spirit has been longing to achieve
Aku rasa
for the
dia akan
longest
ambil Harley
time
tu.
of them being part here in the competitive MLBB scene. But let's see, because
Kirara
there have been
band.
certain adjustments as well,
Wajar lah.
especially in this draft.
Rasa
No
dia
more
Zushin.
Kiraras coming through.
And you know, I think that is respect on the hero. I think it's respect on the hero, what she can do.
Dah
I
boleh
think it's
ban
respect
Selena
on the
kot.
opponents. And it's just
Selena.
saying, let's make it a non-factor, guys. We don't want the game to go based on who gets Harara and who gets it 4 times out of 7. We just want to play. And at this point, you see the Uranus back up pretty high overall. I'd say for not seeing him last game at all, or banned, we see him first pick next to Zushin.
Yeah, honestly, very high winner here. YG, they might respond with the Esmeralda, but again, having that
Zushin.
Zushin, the
Pura
Zushin
masih
really
cloud.
makes it so that
OTB,
YG
ya.
might have a difficult time here because Zushin is incredible in the sense
Queen
that
ke?
Memang bagi Preo
she can manipulate
cloud
the
je
team fight,
Yang Gun.
and she's very hard to catch. Just those 2 combos make it very difficult for any team to fight against Zushin.
Yeah,
dia
the only
tahu
concern is that
confirm kena curi
that will
punya.
provide for
So
less
better kau
play
ban.
Eudora
for
lagi.
Yangon,
Balerik
which I
Eudora
feel like
eh.
is an essential if they just really wanna speed things up.
Tak convincing
so they
lagi.
don't really secure their XP lane
Belah
matchup
kiri.
just yet. They already know that it's gonna be
Eudora
against the
bukan
Uranus,
Why?
but this is what changes
high win
things.
rate
My goodness.
But this shows that there's a chance that we're going to be playing double fighters. Or, even if it is a marksman, it might be something that influenced the game early, like a Harif again. Harif, Granger, the likes.
Okay, if it's double fighter though, Alvakita Frey are gone, so it's just mostly the Ruby that could be a potential pickup for Hiko, if that were to be the case, which again, it could be also some sort of deny towards Ying, because Ying doesn't have a hero just yet, but do they really want to settle with a Ruby if they're playing a lineup that's just going to protect around a Yi Sun Shin?
I mean, I don't mind Team Spirit having at least one other hero that has the crowd control because
Nanti
the good
kita
thing about
dua
Uranus is
gila
hard
je
to
dah
kill. The
Rom.
bad thing is he has 0 crowd control. So I feel like Team Spirit, especially when they want to go into the team fights with Yangon, they might need at least one more, and then Zarigos will be perfectly fine on this season Shin.
Okay. It's a great setup though. They already got rid of the R-Lot as well. And if they're looking to steal away the Ruby, then it will be looking good for
Bang Frost
Team
mengata
Spirit.
kau, orang kata kau
Yangon
beri.
might
Biarlah
then just
dia.
revert to
Biarlah
looking at other
dia.
potential backline heroes maybe that they
YSS
can
eh.
just commit
YSS dia pun
to
okey.
finding
Waduh, ini YSS yang pulang
either
kanonik.
Hiko
Ya.
or either
YSS pun okey.
Zaur.
Semalam membantai-bantai dah
But
YSS
in
dia.
this scenario, you
Kiranya
kind of
nanti dia
just
dapat tambah
don't
kemungkinan
really
besar,
pour in
kemungkinan
much
besar.
into hero synergy again, because this is looking like a really
Esok
good
saya
team
tahu.
fight comp if you
Esok saya
want to
tahu
play
dah
around
roster
the
RQ. Esok baru
If they
tahu.
get something
Kita
like
orang
a
dah tahu
Minotaur, it does help
awal.
out with the sustain as well as
Great.
the crowd control.
Cuma
I think
tak
the
boleh
Harv is
lah
good here
bagi
because again, I
tahu
feel
kat
like
public.
Harv would be the #1 choice for Team Spirit so that yes, they have 2 scalers.
Jadi double
but
fighter
Harv
lagi.
is still
Tapi
usable even without 3 items.
How far are we missing the fact that Marcel? Oh well, they don't really need it right now. Marcel is still available.
I mean, they could take it.
I mean, they could take it if they put Uranus in the EXP.
Yeah.
And of course, at the end of the day, they could also take it on the side.
Marcel.
Yeah.
You're pretty much high rank MLBB now, right? I gotta say. You download it.
Final ke ni? Final GG, final.
What your rank is
Kalau
Ini
saya
final.
boleh, dia orang
Team Spirit tengah leading 2-1.
That's my all.
Well, right now for YG, I would say the good thing for them is Team Spirit has a pretty squishy lineup. So if they can get a jungler
Alice
that
Esme.
can capitalize on that as a finisher, I think
Lapu,
it'll be good.
Alice
I feel like
Esme.
the Eudora in the early game won't
Sora.
be working out that well. They just need a good follow-up. They need a good follow-up, able to chase. I feel like that's the #1 thing YG needs. They need a hero that can chase. The Marcel, the Lee Sin as well as the Zushin. I feel like Nolan is still
Baxia.
pick up the Baxia, so they're going back
Benedetta XP. Okay, tukar meta guys.
then the Granger picked up.
Granger.
He's back.
For the Granger because again they just need that early game. But if
Okay, aku rasa Yangon guys. Ini game Yangon guys.
Serius tak Yangon?
Serius. Saya rasa ini game Yangon.
has a good lane against the Granger, so I'm
3-1 lah, 3-1
YG's
hari.
draft despite not
Abang rasa 3-1? Saya rasa 2 sama.
You did say chase, right? I think that
Saya rasa 2 sama.
Baxia is a lot of
Sebab
chase if they
Baxia
just really
tu.
go for that. But yeah, I have to agree.
Hey
Yangon have
Sunfrost,
introduced
kau dah
something
mengata
yet
aku Sunfrost.
creative
Lepas tu
once
kau nak
again,
cakap
and
view
I
aku
think
menipu.
currently We've been talking so
Kau
much
cakap
about
takkan nak cakap
the better
Rangers mau
rewarding
fitnah
creative
kau?
drafts. Let's just see if they can pull it off efficiently against Team Spirit this time, who are currently on momentum.
Banyak main tu.
Pasal dia menang ni. Ya, 3-1, 3-1. Thank you for the
kau tengah kas ke, Frost?
Yes, menang. Let's go. Saya pun ada macam tu. Sebab Baxia jungle saya rasa macam tak suka.
A truly mythical battle that is being set before us. A composition this time for the Galacticos.
Jangan DP sama FB. Kau tukar nama kau DP sama DP. Still aku rasa terlalu panjang aku nak sebut. Let's go. Kuat merayap je, kuat merayap dah ni. Dia tengah kas guys. Sekejap lagi kita masuk kas, kita masuk MPLMY.
That's the thing, but it was in a different meta entirely. A meta where the jungle didn't give too
Bennett
much
Ying,
gold.
kau si faham lah Bennett Ying.
Really quickly, able to get those items quicker as well. Will it stop that snowball?
Cloud, Granger, advantage Cloud guys.
They're already setting their sights on stealing some of that camps. Those camps away from Team Spirit.
And this is exactly what they want. I don't know if Yangon planned for game number 4 to go this way, just to understand what the early rotations are going to be from Zaur, and then look to punish him later down in the series. Early on, though, I'm a little worried how TS is going to play it. First neutral objective doesn't seem very winnable for them, and then once level 4s come around, it's still sort of, oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, there's going to be good damage on Blink. Killing spree as well. Zaur a bit more movement speed, and Pryo in the mid lane goes over to Team Spirit.
Habis MSC ni Kazakhstan tournament Games of Future. Games of the Future, GOTF.
And Hans level 3, Blink might be in a bad spot now. Zaur threatening Blink's life with the Mountain Shocker. Might be threatening to take on his Mountain Shocker.
Zaur egois. Gila-gila siap budak ni invade.
Yeah, this is such a big win for TS because even regardless, they don't even have
Adakah TS bakal juara? Ada kemungkinan.
Finishing it. Oh, Zaur with the traceless trying to break up that shield.
Yang kalau kalah dia akan tukar nama tahu tak Rain? Tak nak tahu lah nama apa pula korang nak bagi ni. Ha? Times 2. Jadi ni abang kakak. Dapat. Oh, dapat turtle. Yang kon.
They know the neutral objective is basically the main win condition of Yangon Galacticos with a utility jungle, so they'll just give it away.
Ya Allah, aku baiklah. Eudora Bellerik ni bos. Eudora Bellerik ni bos. GOF ada live tak? Tak ada Zat. GOF tak dapat akses. MY tak tahu siapa yang dapat akses. Rasa macam tak ada. Sakitnya kena Eudora.
Oh boy. But they want to make sure that every moment matters here. At the end of the day, still, it's going to be up to Sanji finding that big play at the end to try and chase them down.
Diorang akan tunggu Bakzian ni habis farm baru diorang pergi geng orang guys. Macam ni kan? Okay.
Into this immovable object, they can force anything out. Beautifully done by
Oi, macam tu je dia bait ulti guys.
Good move. The Crimson Beacon now down. YG can be looking for plays around the map, and again, the big question mark
Ranger is
for
back.
YG is still.
Tapi Ranger susah tu guys.
Is this enough? Because I don't think it is Gideon, right? With this composition, you need to be the ones controlling the neutral objectives to just stay even, but by doing that, Zaur has just used these little windows of opportunity to get ganks, to get camps, shield unity. Oh, the golden hour saved it! Perfectly done. Zaur getting out to safety now. The Lantern players right there for the flicker locks him down.
Gila, main gila dengan Bellerik ni guys. Main gila dengan Bellerik ni.
Tak apa. Awal lagi.
Dua sama bang. Bang kita balik lambat hari ni bang. 4-3. Bellerik dia fast reaction guys. Pokok memang. Bellerik dia fast reaction. Tapi follow up Blink tu cantik juga tu. Follow up Kaiser. Second skill first skill. Pump. Hilang member. Granger buat Skypacer sebelah kanan.
Keluar damage.
Aku rasa kiri ni Eudora ni buat Skypacer guys.
Dengan apa Granger je lah.
Kalau yang Gon menang pun dia akan tukar nama juga. Ash dah Ash. Cukup. Enough Ash. Enough. Dapat. Ash dapat. Rugi tu macam. Dapat dua. Mana tim dia pergi tu?
Itu makan dia. delivers it, and the final blow to take Sao down. But the rest of Spirit stay calm and composed. It's a trade in the bottom lane as YG are able to get a turret. We look through this again, fight, and it was the Mountain Shocker and the level advantage from Zaur Ego is that forced Han to
Thank you, man, for the gift, man.
Yeah,
Din Rahman, thank you for the gift.
one trade, but it's so unfortunate.
Tapi dapat satu turret. Kiri pun, kanan pun dapat satu turret. Tengok gol, tengok gol. Beza 1k, 1k.
Catch Hiko at the very end, who shows up the last second to take him out. So with Skypiercer stacks already involved here.
Yang ni betul-betul team spirit yang berbeza guys daripada grouping hari tu. Dekat knockout stage, team spirit automatic jadi orang yang berbeza.
Oh wait, hold on. Wow, a bit of a strange contestant here, especially for mid priority. It doesn't seem necessary. Blink might be in some trouble.
Oh, that's all they want. They want to just bait out the Wrath of the Dryad at the bottom lane. The flicker out from Hiko. Away from it's Wrath of the Dryad mid baited out for the flicker in the bottom lane.
Dia akan jadi, aku tak sanggup dah nak baca Ash. Sumpah. Aku tak sanggup dah nak baca. Aku tak sanggup dah nak baca Ash. Sumpah. Ya Allah, Ash. Moral boost sekali, Ray. Moral boost. Let's go. Yang God. Baik, beku apa tu? Moral boost sekali. Wadak ada Fizi. Wadak brotherku. Like guys, mantap case kun. Let's go TS menang. Janganlah lihat aku nak YG menang.
If the red trees were already tough to win in a 50-50 when you had the level again, I mean, if you had the same level, now it's going to be very tough.
Makan bawah. Diorang pas turtle, diorang join turtle. GG siap ni. GG turtle ni. Bapak lah Bellery ulti flicker tu. Mana first skill tau? Ui. Lasik lah. Woi.
Alamak.
Mati je, diorang mati. Bomba bermain tu, bomba. Dah borak pula Ash dengan Fizi kat sini. Ada apa ni? Reunion tu ada ke kat aku punya komen ni? Baik, dua tim renew. Baik, dua tim guys. Seru.
Stop this. Let's look at the replay one more time because again, Blink, amazing Wrath of the Dryads, hitting onto multiple targets here, but look at the chain here. That Kai'Sa set up for Sanji, and yet it still wasn't enough. Those frontliners are a huge problem right now.
And Bomba waiting in the BMI, being the assassin on Uranus. Mountain Shocker again. Zaur looking for the angle. Blink gonna be caught. Right, forced out of him already. That's gonna be the Mountain Shocker that lands on the pickup and throw back into Hiko's bullets.
Dia padu tu guys, Zaur egois ni guys. Sumpah padu tu. Zaur egois ni. Ying makro. Jangan biarkan kick bomba memadamkan api. Bawah pun dapat. So fair trade lah. Dua turret. Dua belah side. First layer turret hilang. Kanan ni Sawo akan follow up juga. Yang akan duduk depan sekali bomba. Bomba akan jadi first tank dekat draft apa Spirit ni.
They have been able to find those clutch moments even in late game with these kind of compositions before.
Sanji push hero power dia tu.
One of the best examples of that. So YG can never be counted out even after they've been outscaled.
Yep. And I think the scariest part is the fact that YG have two incredibly fast rotating heroes. I don't know if they're going to get the punish on this one. Still, Ying using his eye for an eye was thinking that maybe he was going to get hit by the turtle, but yo, Sanji. Real dangerous here using the BMI so aggressively. We'll see whether or not TS has the information.
Oh god, it's about to be a 4-level lead between the junglers. Blake's going to get poked down. Rhapsody and the Dead Sonata. That's going to be the shield unit landing on Sansa, but a good golden to stop them.
Mana timnya? Ying, mana Ying? Ying seorang je tu. Cloud masuk. Cloud. Tak dapat OSS. Semula seed siap. Damage tak cukup. Tahu tak silap kat mana guys? Pergi tengok jap dia tunjuk replay ni. Jap dia tunjuk replay guys. Tunjuk replay kan.
Holy cow, holy cow.
Kau nak tengok Benedetta punya ulti untuk siapa?
He just suddenly became Neo from the Matrix all of
Tak
a
Benedetta.
sudden. What the heck happened? Because this was an incredible play, right?
Ulti Uranus.
Blazing duet comes on through, and Hiko said, you know what? Doesn't matter. You're standing too close.
Ada semua dalam seat kat belakang guys. Member ulti Uranus.
Bomba's feeling it. Team Spirit are feeling it.
Gila tu.
Hiko's popping off.
Bennett kurang. Dia timing guys, timing. Masalah timing. Yang ni kau masalah penggunaan hero. Diorang reti pakai hero ni guys. Timing masuk. Targeting. Itu dah bukan soal reti pakai hero tak guys. Decision making lah. 2 kali dah tak kena ni. Itulah Sol. Kalau damage dia masuk tu kanan rata dulu guys. Korang tengok semua nyawa kanan tadi sekerat macam mana. Ada Beleric dengan Bakzia je dekat depan. Kena cloud siapkan item dulu. Sepatutnya sekarang ni dah ada ni Trinity ni. Dan kat minit 11 lah kan.
Far behind, and unlike in game number 2 where they were able to equalize with their own lead,
patut kena end damage dia.
The early one, they got 2 out of 3 neutral objectives, but they just couldn't capitalize on those team fights.
Siapa pakai Bakzia pasti kalah. Betul juga. Bakzia ni banyak curse lah.
Guardian Helm is purchased by Han. So again, he can walk up forward as long as he doesn't get picked up and thrown backwards into a chain CC combination from TS. He will be able to retain his position with the rest of the team during these lore dances. And I think that's the scary part right now. Both sides understand that not... Oh, hold on. We're seeing the TS proactively trying to get something out of Yangon. It's the consistent push and pull, and like LaFell said, it's how creative you can actually get.
Hari ni korang ada ni ke? Challenge?
But of course, how
tak
do you
ada.
make it all
Malam. Abang nak tengok saya menari sekali?
Tak. Hanya je ni dia orang ada beritahu kat sini.
It's a little bit more than that.
2 purifiers are revitalized as well. Now a BOD on Hiko.
He is massive, and they need to be able to cut those stacks in half. Half the problem is actually just finding Hiko. And I think even Ying understands, it's like, man, around these neutral pits, they ring around and rosy us.
And even if
Bakzia dah tak function. Bennett ni yang kena function guys. Aku tak rasa Bakzia ni lah. Bennett ni lah. Kau main damage.
They get the mountain chakra, they see Sanji up top, they go for the burst on the Lord, and it is not going to be contested. It's way too far behind.
Come on Yangon, jangan kena mental Yangon.
This is fine. They still have some decent wave clear on their side. They might have to sacrifice an inhibitor, but honestly, at this stage of the game, you got to sacrifice.
YG, jangan mental YG.
Put into this game, such a big difference, and there you go, flicker out.
Semangat YG, semangat.
Might have costed him this next push.
Kekas reti kau main Bakzia. Reti? Tapi Sky paling power utility dia apa guys? Akai tu. Akai dia power tu. Akai adik. Tapi tak tahu lah. Dia jarang main pula. Lately ni.
Making it to this point and again winning through it. Small leads building up. Now bot wave and the top wave coming down as well. Sanji, you gotta be careful, buddy. You got no flicker.
And now the siege begins. The ball lightning has already been thrown out. That's guaranteed.
Tengok kit bomba duduk je kat depan dulu.
Berasiak. Tapi bomba on fire bang lain performance dia.
Keeping those stacks alive, taking a shot.
Jangan overextend pula
This is smart TS. They're trying to keep them to that top side to make sure that the bottom wave actually collapses and they can at least net themselves the long lanes inhibitor. That would be great, but they know that they delayed it on purpose, so they're going to take it one by one.
Oh, Baba baited everything. The ball lightning.
Dora kena paksa buang ulti dekat Uranus je guys. Itu satu hal lagi juga. Guys.
Immaculate wave control from Team Spirit.
Masuk satu lagi, settle tu ni.
YG wanna die for it. Winds of Nature purchased by Hiko, and I think that's the final nail that they were looking for.
Bomba on fire. Doa ibu guys Doa seorang ibu.
That was a dragon siege, that's for sure.
Kalau pakai ni Belmo pun boleh pick.
They've already climbed over the walls. And as we
tengok guys, tak acik lah tu. Dia pakai doa ibu tu.
Pure devastation on a macro level. Malefic gun purchased by Sanji.
Ini macam tak tahu je lah apa. Bennett dia tak meriang lah, tak menari lah.
They maintain his stacks.
He knows the flicker was still down if he caught him.
Oh, ni kalah sebab bau awet. Tahu Sunset been here too long, they deserve this. True. Agree. Tahu dengan Sunset level. Kalau Tahu dengan Sunset level champ bang tak ada istilah kuda tua dah sebenarnya bang
Umur 27 masih lagi main.
Tak, maksud diorang dah lama tau.
You can't even do that, Ying as
And
well.
don't-
What is that to
Wey, settle.
Iko.
Coming back online now.
Satu lagi.
Who's next? What do you got next on the chopping block?
Let's go,
You're gonna
3-1.
turn into a maniac or you're gonna make him a savage. TS, let's find out as they're knocking on the door here in game number 4.
Ying brought a katana to a gunfight. Ego showed him exactly why you don't do that. Golden hour. Sanji able to flicker out of the golden hour. Pops in the blazing duet already. But Hiko's gone like Sour walks up. It's Ego with the shots again. He finds another.
One more, Spirit. One more.
Secure match point. And you can see nobody on the side of Team Spirit. They're not jumping for joy just yet. They know
Live kat mana? Ada
there's
City,
only
ada Spicy, ada. Terlalu GG tu, terlalu GG tu.
They've achieved match point.
Team Spirit on fire lah guys
Out to securing grand finals.
At this point guys dah bukan soal hero dah guys. Dah bukan soal hero, bukan makro, bukan mikro dah guys Kalau Yangon tak datangkan balik dorang punya dorang punya night share tu dorang punya night share tu, kalau tak sampai guys tak boleh comeback ni guys Ying dah koyak dah tu. Tak tahu guys. Mastery hero juga. Tapi kebanyakan hero-hero mastery YG ni tinggi-tinggi guys.
Pressure. Grandfinal pressure tu.
Yang kanan ni bang, tak pressure, dia macam mode membantai lah.
Dia dah lama gila.
Dia macam nothing tulus bang
Nothing dulu. Dia dah lama gila.
Yang ni duk Bennett lambat sampai.
Macam dia orang ni mungkin first time masuk grand final. Player daripada Yangon. Macam tahu dia orang ni 5-5 except dia orang punya jungler saja. Dah dia bermain daripada M1 lagi kot.
Iko. Baiklah bomba. Ya kalau dia menang pun happy juga ada untuk dia.
Prime Sunset level tak pakai cap. Betul juga. Pakcik jadi YG tak pernah kalau game mesti last kalah dekat grand final. Belum habis lagi guys. Boleh remontada ni. Tapi momentum ada pada tim Spirit lah.
Betul?
Ya, dah ada momentum guys.
Hero Mastery tapi TS lagi power makro. Ni bukan setakat makro je guys. Everything macam decision making dalam game. Macam apa?
Padu gila tu ni.
Macam confident level untuk buat something. Korang boleh nampak tau confident level untuk buat something tu.
TS bootcamp di Malaysia. Ya betul.
So tak ada alasan mekanik tua dah lepas ni KPL. Betul tu apa? Lepas dia tak ada alasan tu mekanik tua. Sunset level tu dah legendary player ya. Member dah menari-nari dekat Todak dah guys. Tahu-tahu champ M-Series. M-Series EWC. Bakal champ EWC. Todak dah tutup.
There's just something that Team Spirit, I think Mirko said it, is in the air for this team.
Yeah, and even if we did hear Gideon say something about maybe reverting back to comfort as probably one of the go-to solutions to scenarios like
3-1 Team Spirit. Ikan keluar sungai Pelagat. Thank you for the follow show.
From Yangon in the first 2 games even maybe. They've been already trying to go for comfort and now
Alip jangan
they
try
took a
Alip.
different route. They became a bit more creative. We saw the intention, we saw the potential, but they just couldn't bring it to fruition.
I mean, like, here's the thing. It's hard to be comfortable when you're going up against Kid Bomba because I think I said this yesterday, he is shaping up to be
Lepas ni nak champ bootcamp di Malaysia. Betul. Dia lagi best kalau kata Aurora pun ada kat sini.
He's a
Kan
guy of
dua-dua
nightmares.
bootcamp
Like,
kat
as the
sini
saying
kan.
goes, you can't reason with the dragon when your head is in its mouth. And the thing that the Kid Bomba has been doing is just pure destruction. And if you want to go for comfort, sure.
Yeah.
But deal with Kid Bomba for you to actually be comfortable. Until then, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's funny because, you know, I named 4 of the players on Team Spirit, and I didn't mention Zauer, and one of the reasons why is, again, he doesn't at least from what I saw, have almost
Batu
any
pada mampi
deaths
tapi memban sendiri yang
on the
berapi.
YSS, which has been a talking point.
Cantik ayat
Like,
tu.
don't pick it. Why are you picking it? We haven't seen it work. Still finds a way to make it work. And Han reaching deeper and deeper into stuff that, you know, we're
Dia
questioning
cakap
with
pokok masalah buat. Ya, pokok itu kan yang pulangkan vitality.
Zara equates is more about testament of everyone else. Everyone does so much. And he's like,
Sabar ya. Teman-teman Indonesia. Aku tahu kalian kecewa, kalian stres. Tapi kita sama-sama kecewa. Filipina, Malaysia, Indonesia, kita gak masuk grand final, sama-sama kecewa.
Tak pasti lagi.
Gak usah terlalu bersedih, brother. Gak usah terlalu bersedih.
Saya sedang meminta.
Sosia Buzz.
3 from suka konten Aiman. Lepas ni TS boleh rebrand nama jadi Too Strong dah. Tak Ash todak ke atas idea ini.
Itu lawak bapak-bapak. Ash, jangan bagi lawak bapak-bapak, Ash. Ya Allah. Harga ini bermakna pokok tak berbahaya pun sebenarnya. Tak berbahaya untuk tim, untuk setengah tim, untuk tim Malaysia, untuk tim Malaysia, untuk TLPH, untuk Vitality. Hero tu hero wajib ban, guys.
Weh, biru 26, merah 10, di Liga 9.
Biru 6, merah 1. Rain cuba sindir Sanford secara halus. Mana ada? Tak dengar lah. Hah?
Goyang, Ren.
Mana ada?
Kenapa pula tak ada?
Match semalam je kau pergi tengok posting tu. Serius? Posting prediction aku tu dekat match Yangon dan Falcon.
Hari ni sekali lah. Kau rasa boleh reverse tak?
Macam susah lah. Tak tahu, nampak macam moral down je.
Okay, kalau reverse sweep, kau nari sana.
Kalau reverse sweep, asal aku nak kena menari pula? Asal kau nak tengok aku menari?
Kita tanya in the chat, Azrael. Kita tanya in the chat. Poll.
Tak, jangan. Kalau kau tanya poll aku, memang diorang nak aku menari lah, guys. Janganlah.
Adakah cuma prediction tim yang abang Lord support kat Grand Final betul? Tadi pun betul. Tapi malah dia rasa
YG kalau tak pick jungler awal memang kalah lah. Semua game pick jungler last kalah. Boleh jadi juga. TS bukan beda mekanik tapi udah biasa baca. Tu pun dia juga. Kiranya gameplay lah yang masalah. Ikut awak lah K90 tu.
Kalau ada pun kita tak boleh ambil.
Dalam MOBA ni faktor kekalahan tu ada banyak. Kalau kata gameplay bermasalah, draft tak mempengaruhi langsung, macam tu ambil Laila Chang'e pun boleh menang. Dalam MOBA, draft penting, gameplay penting, rotation penting. Tutur kalahkan TSR dekat Vamos tapi group stage lah. Betul juga Faiz. Betul juga tu. Franco abang Lord. Franco abang Lord every assassin. Sanford tengah kas, guys. Sanford tengah kas.
It's good attempt coming in from YG securing this by the Belleric using the ult to stop the members of Team Spirit. But again,
terdiam kan?
I'm going to be a broken record here. Look at all of the
Dia bisa terima fakta.
Sambil layan satu lagi local tournament.
Gives Team Spirit an avenue to just keep on going.
Bahaya ni, aku rasa YG macam tengah down lah, guys. Macam mana, guys? Aku rasa YG tengah down ni. Macam tengah kena mental, guys.
Halo, Kek. Halo, Lek.
Nah, setuju tu, 100%. Iya, annoying.
Jang, Malaysia dah kena 2 lah, Jang. Itu Asian Cup. Asian Cup bola.
Spirit tak pernah menang lawan SRG. Serius lah? Tapi ni Spirit yang baru loh, guys. Ini Spirit dengan jungler yang menggendong-gendong tau. Kemasukan jungler ni Zaur egois ni, guys. Terus ubah total gameplay diorang.
And there's not a lot of heals, right, coming in from Yangon. Just look at who's healing here. Yeah, it's just the Belleric, but even Belleric, he has to hit someone for him to get the heal. Everyone's low HP, and then everyone from Team Spirit is basically full HP, so they just keep on going in. And
Sampras ada
by
lagi
this
ke dalam
point,
Discord?
there's
Tak
enough
ada dah, dah
Sky
keluar dah.
Piercer
Dia kena cast balik tu.
to help out Hiko to secure
Sociopath.
that main.
3 from someone, Ayuh Raines, kalau reverse sweep, kasih Rain menari, kami sokong cadangan Sunfrost.
What even our casters were talking about. Something with the
No,
pressure
no,
you
no,
get
no,
to
Saman.
how
No,
it
no.
does
Kiri
with
kanan
YG
macam
is
tu.
that they couldn't readjust. This draft is
Dealnya
about those neutral objectives.
untuk
Last kali yang dia dapat minit tu.
match
Too much
YG
to get
dan
that
Falcon.
Kiri kanan macam mana dia boleh tembak?
Eh?
Pam, pam.
That's the reason they lost.
YG dan Falcon. Tu deal dia guys. Tu deal dia. Korang jangan cuba nak ubah deal.
They may have had tools to deal with members one at a time, but the members that they really wanted to deal with the most were members that were out of reach. And it was only really Bomba who was making all of this possible.
He's too much.
He is too much. He is, as he said.
Kalau moral down selalu cakap apa kat play macam-macam tu hari. Sampai setiap match ada different prep ataupun pep talk yang berbeza-beza.
You can ban the Harara and you can let him do whatever he's going to do, but I just think that when Bumba is in the lead, and we mentioned this from the very beginning, where the EXP lane helps the jungle succeed so much. You've now mentioned another layer which is so much more important, which is the spacing. And he is spacing
Boleh reverse
out the
sweep
rest
tak
of
hari ni
YG.
agak? Kalau mental dorang still strong, dorang tak putus asa boleh.
I don't think it's
Boleh
too much
juga.
for what he's done. He's clearly been effective, but is there a hero? Is there a setup that they could figure out Kid Bumba has to respect more so that he has to group up so that they can control more of the space?
So here's the thing, yes. And the answer is, if we look at all of the draft patterns, Bomba's heroes are usually picked first. The one time he was picked last is on that Sora.
That's right.
Right? So as long as the Uranus, Esmeralda, and likes are open, then he will pick it up first. But then, here's where the
Zaur
problem lies.
egois.
I feel like even
Bisa
with
main
a
budak ni
counter matchup,
Dah lah baru 16 tahun guys.
He can still do it.
that's the problem. I mean, like, the idea is there, the theory is there. Execution, way different topic.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
Sociopath.
3 from someone, come online Rain, takkan goyang dengan cadangan Sunfrost untuk menari kalau reverse sweep.
Down, and I don't know, Greg. I think how you lose is important. This isn't it yet, but they've got to give something else, a different taste, a different look.
Yeah.
Menari
Sociopath.
10 from Rangerers, menari macam ini ke geng haha.
Sunset, who is the one problem if you had to choose one?
Berapa skor bang? 3-1.
To solve.
3.
Because I think
I think the cloud je tu.
it's taking out the Barretts already from Bomba. It's
rindu
taking
dia
out the
budak-budak
Mosquito
CG.
already from Hiko.
Nanti kena ajar orang
It's
lepak lah.
taking out whatever
Betul,
they
saya setuju.
can.
Nanti kau ajar orang lepak lah,
especially
guys,
if they're on, let's say,
Thank you for the RM10
Yeah,
Rangers.
so I think they've tried to
Tak
deal
ni lah
with
Samuan. Tu Marwah duk menari ni Marwah
They do
guys.
then need to go away from
Arin.
taking Claude
Apa dia, bang?
early. and
Kalau ini
need
dah
to
habis 4-1,
prioritize
nak mabar ke?
something
Sambung
in
mabar ke?
the
Nak mabar
desperation
saya
for,
tak
okay,
aku
we
bang.
need a
Saya ada
better
kena
mid. If we
pergi.
don't, it's
Saya ada
gonna get
urusan
banned
sikit.
out. Like they're getting Zusians, you know,
Kenapa bang? Apa banyak utang mabar ke?
picks like that without really
Tak,
working
saja
hard for
je.
them. So
Besok
maybe
kan
they just
cuti.
need to say, let's
Oi,
let the
tengah
clock
masuk
go.
tu, tengah
Somebody's
masuk
gonna
tu.
have to pick up a little bit of the slack
Kenapa
here.
Rain borak
We're gonna
pasal
force them
Franco
to say,
abang Dot?
hey, you want to pick up Bombas? You're gonna lose big time in
Rain,
mid.
kau borak dah pasal aku punya
Brigida as
Franco ke?
well as Rain Day. This
Ah, mana ada?
kinda shows the strength that
Mana
Team
ada,
Spirit
guys?
has.
Bila masa buat pasal Abang Lot
if
ni?
there
pun tak
are
dengar.
more bans,
Diorang ni memang suka
it'll hurt
melaga-lagakan kita abang.
than Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. Imagine if
Tak bang, saya kan ni viewer saya tekan-tekan saya suruh menari bang kalau YG ni.
still has something up his sleeve. Like the Lapu isn't
Padahal challenge tu challenge semalam abang. YG Falcon tau.
Dia macam biasa orang cakap kan. Cerita sini habis sini. Ini cerita semalam habis malam.
Dengar tu Abang Lot cakap kan. Cerita semalam habis malam.
Habis malam. Yang duk menekan-nekan ni dah kenapa?
MPL pun tak ada post lagi guys. Sekejap aku tengok MPL. Ada ke post?
Aku punya Franco dah global tu. Kalau sukan yang membanggakan baru-baru ni Commonwealth Games je. Sprint dan
tak ada.
Salam brother lah. Waalaikumsalam Muhammad Rizwan.
Muhammad Rizwan. So it's weird to say, but it's YG right now forced to ban out most of their comfort and then the stronger picks.
It's true.
So they're pushed to a
Macam
spot
kenal
where
nama
they
ni.
have to bring out more, but then it's solved by Spirit.
Myanmar, guys, what happened? Koyu, what happened, guys? Let's go. Come back, Koyu, come back. Myanmar can come back. Let's go. Apa dia bang?
Did not work.
Kalau betul nak menari pun buat yang Brazilian dance.
Brazilian dance. Okay, cari-cari ya bang. Semalam tu sebab Munton kan, sebab Munton suruh kan. Okay, tapi kalau hari ni saya buat, abang nak kata Brazilian dance kan, abang kena buat sekali. On tak on?
Boleh. Aku dulu dancer.
Tapi saya tak reti menari. Saya tak reti.
Aku kalau dulu lah, waktu dulu kecil-kecil kan, kalau aku pergi ke Thaipusam apa semua, aku menari. Aku pantang dengan bunyi gendang India tu.
So sama dancer yang sebenar lah sebenarnya.
Asal ada bunyi dia berketuk saja aku dah start menari dah. Patut on dengan Wamos kalah bang. Betul.
Ya guys, kena reset Ying, kena reset.
Easier said than done. Either you ignore Bomba or put everything onto him. Doesn't matter.
Let's go.
Okay,
Zushin.
Okay Rin, macam ni Rin. Kalau reverse sweep kita menari.
Kalau reverse sweep kita menari.
4-2 lah. Memang 4-2. Saya tak tukar pun.
Kalau reverse sweep 4-3 lah kan?
Kalau reverse sweep jadi 4-3.
Okay.
Lapel gelak abang cakap nak menari.
Okay bang, deal.
Deal lah.
Deal.
Menari. Brazilian dance.
Brazilian dance. Abang tak tahu ke? Abang macam tahu ya trend-trend macam-macam ni.
Ya aku tengok TikTok.
Oh ada Brazilian dance.
Ya.
Why does it have to be like this?
Reverse sweep menari lock. Okay. Brazilian macam tu kan? Okay. Marcel, Paquito. Aku rasa dia mau YSS lagi ni guys. Double fighter gini.
YG lepas Paquito.
Ui, yang gol main draft combo wombo.
Marcel sekali lagi dapat.
We're praying for you, buddy.
Irara di band.
Hey, maybe you can try being a player. Either ways.
Gini wa Arlon. Okay.
In terms of going for
Sociopath.
B.
Di bawah masuk.
10 from pejuang Rhinges. Okay, mudah macam ni. Kau kan fans yang kalau at least yang tak menang lagi 2 game Rhinges report dekat Maam Tricia.
Okay bang, saya cari schedule satu. Kita pergi jemput. Let's go, jemput Nagoya.
Dapat satu ni bang Okay. Woi, Harley.
Yeah, because so far,
Dapat satu dah Rin.
can use a lot of combos still with
Rin.
this lineup. I
Ya,
think
bang.
the Guinevere Arlot already in itself is a combo. There's just so
Tak
much
perlu,
more knock-up, honestly.
Tak
I
perlu.
feel like they also have to be
4-1.
careful because again, Bomba has a
Bila
lot
dah
of heroes.
tengok Harley
His
ni,
Alice is
tengok
good
kita
against
tengok Harley
this
menari
Arlen.
je lah.
Not sure if it would
Sambil
get
campak-campak
picked
kad
up,
dia.
but stuff like your
Dah auto win lah.
Auto win.
Alice, all this kind of
Bang,
heroes
social
get
bar saya
picked up,
dah semakin naik lemak lah bang.
Okey lah rezeki.
Bang, diorang share klip saya yang mana tau. Saya cakap saya nak cari skandal.
Okey, Trisha ada tak dalam live tu?
Tak ada. Sekarang tak ada. Sekarang aman.
Sekarang aman.
Dia dekat ni sekarang, dekat Disneyland.
Di sana saya rasa korang boleh dengar suara saya. Jangan hantar klip tu sekarang.
Woi!
Jangan.
Jangan hantar klip tu langsung.
Benda ni tak mendatangkan apa-apa impak kepada Rain ataupun korang. So kalau korang nak hantar benda tu, tunggu Trisha balik dan korang spam.
There you go. Shout out to this guy.
Dan kita tengok apa jadi hidup dia.
I was doing a good job though, because if he was terrible.
Halo bang,
then-
saya dari Indonesia. Saya mau
work for 2
bertanya,
hours,
kenapa
get
netizen
fired.
Malaysia sekarang kalau tim Malaysia kalah pasti mereka menghujat, padahal dulu netizen Malaysia baik.
So many counters
Oh,
towards the Ireland.
mereka belajar daripada netizen Indonesia.
But hey, at least they have the Zushin. The Zushin can fight
Mereka
against
belajar
the
daripada
Phobias,
Indonesia
same as the
untuk
Gwyn, so
menghujat.
it's not
Kalah
all
menghujat.
doom
Dulunya
and gloom
baik,
just
sekarang
yet.
mereka belajar. Jadi jangan mengajar. Idora open. Idora tak perlu ambil.
I feel like YG's saying this is all we can do.
Now the problem is they know it's going to be a Paquito gold.
Yeah.
So what do they pick up that don't lose immediately?
Ya
They pick up the Brody as well
Terus
as the
KTS
Badang
cepat
here.
adapt
This is
dengan meta
Widi,
sekarang.
going all
Dia
in.
bukan
Pada ini
sekadar
combo boy
meta,
guys.
adapting
One
dengan
of the worries is
meta,
that only
but
the
how you
Gwyn can handle the
execute
long lane, but hey, if you
and
win
how
all the
well
team
you
fights
play
and the game by
with
11,
that
it's
meta.
good
Ada
anyways.
orang dapat adapt the meta tapi tak bermain dengan baik.
Weh, pejuang Rangers. Jangan macam tu pejuang Rangers. Jangan macam tu.
Sangat solid.
I still feel like it's gonna favor Spirit more. That's a Phobius and a Paquito
Ya, apa ni?
who can independently just find and create
Selena?
the openings, and they finish off with a Selena.
Padang.
Okay. So that's I think a
Ya, dia
keyword
nak
for
tangkap
at
Hardy
least
lah
this
tu.
matchup. Spirit can be more
Meta double
individual.
fighter siap guys.
Okay, Cloud dah tak ada peluang
Desperately
3-2
required to work together.
sebab tak main Cloud.
So how YG wins?
Kalau saya 3-2. Draft ni memihak kepada Young Gun guys. Tapi untuk aku guys, sebenarnya masalah YG ni dah bukan draft lah guys. Untuk game yang ni, untuk match ni.
Gameplay.
Yus! Kau ni, aku tarik moderator kau Yus, sumpah aku cakap. Aku tarik moderator kau Yus. Kau patut berada di belakang aku Yus.
Dia bukan saya nak salahkan netizen Indo the time change. Budak-budak sekarang not only in Malaysia, kalau kita lihat Indonesia, Malaysia, even Filipina pun sama. Filipina pun dah terikut-ikut. So dah jadi satu budaya sekarang ni. Nak clip interview. Interview daripada siapa? Gusin, kau nak interview siapa?
That can only be prophesied. You can hear it in the atmosphere. You can hear it in the win.
Relax. Yang ni Yangon menang ni guys. Yangon menang ni.
Unless Yangon Galacticos can stop them to turn and start a potential reverse sweep. We come here at match point game number 5 here at the Mid-Season Cup 2026 here at the Esports World Cup. And Team Spirit have been so close. They've been working so hard for this. You would imagine.
Tahulah Ajib, ni tengah perform lah.
Champion memang well deserved.
PS tengah on fire lah.
They play well deserved.
Especially considering if you look at how Yangon Galacticos have decided to draft, how they've decided to play.
Yang main hero mekanik boleh
Desperate
menang.
times call for desperate measures. Han, after the
Yang
purple
tak boleh
buff,
main
goes straight
hero
into
tak
the
ada badan
bush,
tu.
looking for a gank, looking for an advantage early, and Spirit as calm
Tapi
as
Arlok
can
dia
be,
seram guys.
playing around again, punishing those mistakes. They see Han up top, Sour goes down below.
They got to be hyper
Udah nak pick
efficient.
level
Looking
3
at the
dah tu.
emblems, the only thing. Oh man, extra sustainability for Han. Not going for Season Hunter this time. Wants to actually play for these fights. And if they just win the fights, the neutral objectives will naturally come as well.
It's the same choice of emblems from yesterday against Falcons PH for Yangon Galacticos as Han. It's back to just setting up for the rest
Siapa
of the
nama coach Team Spirit guys Korang ingat tak?
Farmed and Sour Egos, but at this point I think he needs to
Kita
just
bomba
accept
kira
that.
import ke Bang
Sour
TS
has
sebab
gapped
dia
them in
seorang
terms
je
of
dari
farm
Argentina.
in the last 4 games. Even when
Right.
they were winning, it was Team Spirit who still were able to even it out with Frizzao.
Intinya Rokam Melayu. Ya, betul.
Everything that's happened in this game, right? They're reading into the behavioral patterns that TS have kind of
Full stop. Okay. Thank you.
Dah level
see
4.
a lot of preliminary early motions, right? Get that quick push on that top side. Come down to mid lane. Oh!
Laju dia farm.
Baiklah Yangon, let's go. Comeback lah Yangon, comeback lah.
Kau dah minit ke berapa?
2:19.
Falling into the hands of Sanji. Good missile arrow here
Kau dah
onto
watch
Kaze,
it.
but so
Abang?
far TS they don't want to punish this just yet. They got bigger fish to fry.
Another arrow into the deadly magic and the poker trick, but Blink gets away in time, gets into the bush. And Han will still be able to farm up. Now the question is, how do they stop Zower from snowballing through farm?
Well, it's about making sure that people are there to body block the right targets. Kid Bomba might be in some trouble here.
Bapak combo siap. Baik tu combo dorang.
Showing signs of life.
They're fighting
Good combo,
back.
good
They got hit
combo.
on chin a couple of times. A little
Asal dia tak main je combo je pada awal guys
Doesn't mean it's over. Blink
Cold Star
able to get at
nama
least
dia.
champion stats out of heat.
Betul.
Now golden hours have been dropped down. A lot of the motions that we see on the map for the side of TS is poking and prodding, right? And forcing out ults coming out from every single lane.
And is this combo, the Arlet and the Guinevere, that has gotten them so many wins in Myanmar as well in their MSL. For Team Spirit though, it's again just playing through the meta. It's them just building these leads, and for YG, it's about ganking Bomba
Play atas kanan.
That's a second
Memang
one.
bomba
Itu aku.
saja
Tell
doh.
me that isn't just picture perfect. Picture perfect-esque even. Just plenty of vengeance, and now looking for that punish once more, forcing Hiko to flicker back out. 1 upon memories as well being thrown just to make sure that he stays and losing out as much health as possible. This is a really dangerous game because Yangon, their entire composition, a majority of their early game damage is going to come
Kanan
down
gue
from
ni semua
Sanji.
untuk
But
puri.
of
Betul
course, the
juga.
vengeance coming in from
Kanan ni boleh bergantung kat
everybody
Selena
can
juga
enable
guys. Semua flicker ni.
So YG got the lead early. They didn't get the neutral objective, but it's A-okay because they were able to pick up 3 kills. All of them on the hands of the targets you want to see in the early game. It's on Ying, it's on Han, it's on Sanji. Now the turtle spawns And YG side of the map. In the Brody side,
Mati
Sawo
Sawo.
able to escape. The arrow lands on Ying, but now it's all a race to get to this turtle.
They're trying to use the extra bonus movement speed to
Yang
take
masa
first
kolam
position.
dia nak
Blink
main
back on
sustain
the
ni
line, the
guys.
sweeper
Nak main rapat-rapat
job.
ni.
Gotta get rid and clear these traps as much as possible
Diorang nak
to
prolong
deny
team fight guys.
information from their opponents. But
Kalau kau ada
Sawo,
Revic,
he's going for
dia
more
sedap
here,
kalau
right?
tim kau
Focusing
prolong
not
team
only
fight.
on that mid
Maksudnya
wave,
kau panjang ke
disrupting
team
that
fight.
back
Lagi
line.
panjang
For
team fight tu
now,
kau ada
to get into
kolam.
a neutral fight.
Zara gets away. Now, oh,
Bapak lah combo tu.
but the golden hour catches him. And about Requiem's gonna
Hidup.
be baited.
Fove.
Coming in. His hand is able to get the Reggie, but Bomba's stuck.
They gotta get rid of him, and now
Tapi
they
tak
finally do.
tolak
Han
sana.
takes him out, and they even get one more in Hiko. If they get a third, it's guaranteed. The
Combo ni
has
memang.
begun.
Let's go Yangon.
Galacticos 2.6k already, right
Macam
at
dah
the
3-2 dah ni.
4-minute mark.
And that's the explosion that we were waiting
Dah macam
for
3-2 dah,
Young
guys.
Gun Galacticos.
Yes, win
Even
ke?
in the
3-1.
previous game, how can they push it forward? How can they push the lead even further through a fight around the neutral objective? Team Spirit have
You
played
do.
it so clean in the last few games, but here it was
Ini
YG with their
combo-combo
comfort.
ni apa ah. Nampaknya bawa aku nanti dong.
Team Spirit a
Tengah
chance
malam
to
makin
react.
kuat dia
This is a huge
betul.
build of confidence for Yangon at the very least, right? Even Ying flickering final slashing just to make sure that he can cover not only Bomba, but just in case somebody was
I think
behind
draft
him
ni dia orang
in
tak boleh
that
main
bush,
laju
he
macam
covers
selalu
those
tu.
angles instantly. And that's something that right now, TS, hey, early game's kind of done here. Finding these
Laju dia gameplay
individual
dong. Fast pace,
targets has
fast
been
pace.
a lot harder because Yangon, they've decided to tactically split up their squad. 2s and 2s. Get your pairings on either side, play around Sanji, and he is going to be the ballista
Yangon
that
baru bangun
breaks
ke, guys?
down the
Huh?
turrets.
That's the siege, that's the catapult, that's the ballista, that's everything. The whole siege unit is that Brody.
Personally
But you
yang
have to
Bomba.
usher him through. He's a very vulnerable target. Bomba though on the Phobius here, not having a good game, now going to get pinned down
tengok.
again.
Cari
Sawo has to
bungkit
go now,
bomba je
easy to
tu.
find too. Now the rest of the team comes corralling on Sanji. Flickering out to safety, but Bomba's going to be caught in the stun. Now Ying with the final slash into the
gone.
spatial migration.
Beautiful stuff,
Settle.
beautiful stuff. This combination between Ying and
Kosong,
Han
Pak,
has been
kosong, Bunga.
ridiculous. And if you think that's not the end of it, well, guess what? The truth is it isn't.
Bomba
They still
kena
have
bantai tu, guys.
guys, and as well as Blink is major follow-up tools or engagement tools. It really doesn't matter who shows up first as long as Ying is nearby. And I think that Zara, this is going to be a pretty tough game for him. His base HP isn't that high. He's going for that concentrated energy, knowing that he's going to be a primary target for a lot of the members of YG. And here we go, once again. They find a combo.
Bapak baik siap combo tu guys.
Requiem, Sawo's going to be taken out now. It's Sawo.
9-0.
Spatial migration lands again. Bomba's low.
Gila.
Picks up the mega kill. Team Spirit can only just look for a trade in the bottom lane.
Yup, Chain CC.
Seru.
Unfortunately, unable to
Memang
start
dia
using
punya
his
Arlok tak ada ubat
abilities.
tu.
Just, it wasn't given the space, the time.
Mantap
More
Nomo
importantly,
Eudora.
It just wasn't a free frame for him. I bet he was spamming it at some point in that fight, but he knows that unless it's underneath his turret, it's the only way to keep him safe. And even then, Bomba decided, no, not yet, not like this. We'll take the
Bawa
trade.
4-4-3
That's all it's going
ni.
to be. Sawo a little disappointed, of course, but hey, this is match point. It was never going to be that easy.
They want to get Hiko
Hiko.
next. Spatial migration already there. Blink. He's going to be looking for it. He finds the punch. He gets the
Kena,
fist crack. And
kena.
now the pin down.
Baik siap combo.
Tak boleh lari tu.
Badang is doing so much work here.
Baik tu
So
kombonya.
many things that Badang can cancel out. Oh wait, hold on.
Golden hour.
Kemas tu combo dia guys.
With the lantern flare on Sawo. Ooh, almost vengeance coming down as well. Sawo is able to get away. Zaur is trying to farm on the other side of the map.
It's tough. It's tough. Let's look at the
Okay,
replay one more time.
main split. Itu je boleh buat sekarang ni.
Beautifully by Blink. He
Seorang
is
tak boleh take team
missing
fight.
right
Team
now,
fight
and
memang
he's
kalah.
back on that comfort. This is a composition that they played many times, whether broken apart, but now finally as a unit this time. War Axe already completed by Hiko. I'm not sure about this one.
Uh-oh, Violet Requiem, but this time there's no Han to play it around. This crack coming down with a pin as well. Hiko going to be caught in the tough spot now. Oh my god, big stun! Sanji in the back, just doing damage, free hitting everybody.
Kena
Hiko's
lagi.
dead for the fourth
Hiko
time
pun
this game.
0-4-0.
It's a rat trap. It's
Weh,
a dirty
side lane tak
rat
bergerak
trap here
tu.
from the
Kiri
side of
kanan dia orang nak
Yangon.
kalah
Every
teruk dah
single
ni.
time TS tries to overstep their boundaries, it's an instant punish here, and it feels like it never ends. There's just so much CC on Yangon's side that you cannot just send one member.
Kiri
You
kanan
have to send
mati.
multiple. And even so, Sunset Lover now losing a lot of the structures from his side of the base. He has a lot less play area, a lot less ways to maintain important vision over key
Yangon
parts of the
mengamuk guys.
map.
12-0 tak bernafas tu.
Right now, Bomba and Hiko are at a combined 0-9-0. These side laners are just not having a good time. With Blink, Han and Ying constantly CC locking them. Not even Sour, dude.
Yeah, Blink has been playing a strong game, but now here comes the conceal. Let's see.
It's kind of crazy. He goes straight onto Kaiser. He's able to escape, but then the magic is right on him. It takes down out of the Golden Hour. He's able to save him for the Battle Requiem, and now it's going to be the all-out.
And now they keep on moving forward. They have to go for the chase. Kid Bomba is going to be left all on his own as Hans chases the rest. Killing spree for Sanji at this stage of the game. Sour for Kaiser, and of course, the Lord goes into the hands of the Yangon Galacticos.
Desperate from Team Spirit, but that's the only thing they can do. It's either that or they sit quietly in their base, waiting for the Lord to come through, and that's a DHS for Sanji.
Holy cow, 14 to 1.
Ni memang hero dia.
14 to 1.
Kan okey, tak main Cloud, menang terus.
He's more than happy to start using that magic thumb to get in and out of these fights. And again, they're daring TS even. They're saying, you know what, you did this all past 2 games. Not this time. It's our turn to have a little bit of fun, blow up some steam.
14 to 1 in our game number 5. This was possibly it for TS, but YG, they're showing how tenacious they could be.
Clear
They're showing
bawah
how good they
patutnya.
can be in these series and that mental
Tengah
fortitude they
clear,
have
atas tak
in a
clear.
best of 7.
Memang enemy boleh defend lah.
A lot of heart. It must be really,
Waktu
really
tu
exhausting
keluar.
to make sure that you're communicating with every aspect of your team.
Waktu tu dah bangun satu lane, so kena defend 2 lane je lah sini. Tengah ada
3, 4,
passive, so
5
sebenarnya by right
set
diorang kena
up
defend
for you
bawah je
just
guys
in
sebenarnya.
case. But now they're attacking at least top T2.
Defend
But
bawah
at the
je.
same time, they're giving up on bottom inhibitors.
This is the only thing Team Spirit can do. Again, just reacting to the plays and looking for the trade. Sour
Kena end.
goes in.
Okay, mistake.
Fist crack already there. The Golden Hour saving Bomba. Is that going to be the missile arrow to the back line? And Sanji's able to flick around to safety. Is now he goes on Hiko.
Satu
They're
dapat.
going to go forward. Hiko ends up trading, and now they're on the chase.
Bomba again with the dark wave on Sanji, but he's going to get taken down by Ying. That's again on the back line. Sanji looking for the free hits on Sawo. Last shot as he gets
Wow,
pinned down. Blink picks up a double, and Sunset Lover is going to be caught on their turret. Han, right there. Again, the arrow does not land, and Sawo is able to keep the minions from coming into the base.
How many more seconds still they have left? Not enough.
GG, siap pembantaian dia tu. Menang draft total kena dia. Ni mau kepada
3-2, betul ke aku punya prediction?
perfect combo lah guys ni. Maksudnya satu lagi ni hero momentum dorang.
Kalau TS menang tepat tu.
Aku rasa at this point dorang dah tak nak fikir counter sangat dah. At this point dorang nak go comfort pick. Comfort meta dorang.
Of MSC, the most unpredictable MSC EWC ever.
Baiklah yang
to
gol.
a game 6. Now the question is, are we going to a game 7?
We pray for a game 7. TS fans, they want to end it right here, right now. But God, these games are too good to let go.
Let's go, Chen!
The snowballs have been significant. This game ended 17 to 2. So we're talking about built-up confidence and disrespect for the side of TS. It has been crushed here. So they need a clean
Banyak
game.
strike
They
lah,
want
ya.
a
Boleh jadi tepat.
championship.
Ya betul.
And again, it's YG going
Yelah, last
back
week
to
YG
their
tu memang main
comfort,
peranan.
not just
Ya tu.
trying to play the meta game. They brought out the Baksha, it didn't work out. They doubled down. They said,
Padang
all right,
really works
Han,
tu.
put him on the
Tengok.
Guinevere, put him on a team fighter, put him on an
Macam padang aku hari tu kan, Rin?
for Kaiser, for Sanji, for Blink on the Badang with a
Bila masa abang main badang?
performance.
Ada hari tu.
Oh ada satu.
Decide on an MVP.
Oh ada betul.
Played a beautiful game.
My God.
Predicted flickers.
Ini seru guys eh. Ada kepada kalian Grand Final ni 4-3 guys. Ada. Kalau next game TS choke draft lagi akan jadi 3 sama. Jangan bagi bomba pakai 4Vs tu. 4Vs hero
Ni kan, kalau the first 3 band tu, kalau dia orang tak pen hardlock tu susah tu.
Ya tu.
Dia kena pen atas, tapi rugi lah.
Saya rasa jangan bagi bomba 4Vs lah. Tu hero kekalahan dia tu.
Ya tu. 2 kali dia pakai 2 kali kalah kan?
Dengan sepat pun kalah. Come to support you from Myanmar. Welcome Myanmar community. Yangon, let's go.
Jangan minta Rin, remontada.
I am disappointed in you and my
Presiden
boss.
dan
Huh?
I am.
But we got good games though.
Yes,
Kalau remontada presiden dan ni.
at the result of this
How
series, you know?
many years, Brig, that we have 4-0?
Abang je kan?
Now it's 3-2.
Well, it's been since Myanmar maybe in the Grand Finals, maybe 6 years ago. Was that 6 or 7? 6.
Yeah, let's go.
Now they're doing it. Now,
But the camera's not on us, Cap.
Jemput draft guys. Skor 3-2. 3 Team Spirit, 2 Yangon.
Make you guys look bad.
I know.
They don't have to try. We can do it by ourselves.
YG
We can make ourselves look bad. It's okay.
In an incredible game, and they prioritize Ying. And I think the biggest thing about Ying is it's the name we gave him, Undying. But it's more than that. It's the Arlet. It is, they don't have an answer for the Arlet. There was no answer on the other side yesterday in the semis for the Arlet. And the Guinevere as a result to follow up, Brig. I know you're pointing at that saying, yeah, that was a big deal.
You would assume they had answers to the Arlet though, because they had Phoveus.
Not Ying's Arlet.
I mean, like, Phoveus does have a bad time against, let's see here, but Dung, Zushin, and in a way, Guinevere as well.
Yeah, that's true. So at least for the laning, you would think that they did, but everything else, Ying was Undying. He was free.
Wait, speaking of, I remember one other time Kibomba used the Phoveus.
Yeah.
And it was this as well. I think it was against Vamos, where Vamos used Zushin and Hylos. Yeah, pretty good memory. I'm impressed with myself.
Same. He has very impressive
I
memory.
can't remember most people's names, but I can remember draft picks.
It's true, it's true. He has impressive memory.
That is a pretty good memory.
Only with MLBB. Only with MLBB.
Okay, that's it. But you remembered it was Rhino Day, right?
It's been Rhino
How
Day
could you
for
forget?
3 weeks. How can Rhino Day be 3 weeks?
Guys, this is actually interesting because I think the energy, and especially when you are at home watching and you're looking at this set, you see the 3-1, I think you start to slip into, well, it's looking like Team Spirit. And then bam, Yangon Galacticos answer back, but not just quickly and not just with this Arlet, but convincingly across the board with everyone. And it doesn't look like the same matchup anymore. And that's what we hope from a grand final, Brig. How were they able to, and I know, LaFell, you've got some clips as well, turn this around so convincingly? Have they solved something?
I think they got back to what we said about the front lines being just as terrifying as they should be, because
terrifying.
That
see,
works,
that's
right?
Terrifying.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer, Undying or Terrifying?
Terrifying Undying.
I feel like we can interchange. If he doesn't die, Undying.
And
if
terrifying if he's like aggro and gets a lot of kills.
5 kills or something.
I like it, man. I think use both.
Yeah, I will use both, but I agree. I guess a lot of it started with him, and these are, I think, a better combination of their comfort picks.
Yeah.
The Badang is a comfort pick, the Arlot is a
Grandfinal
comfort
match
pick,
kali
the
ini seru lah.
Jusin, and
Kalau tim yang championship menang dengan skor 4-0-4-1 bosan juga betul.
completed what they lacked in the first game. Or first 2
Janganlah
games, I'd say.
full round.
And they let
Biarlah
the Paquito
habis ni
go.
11 tengah dah boleh
That was the
balik dah
first
ni.
game that they let Paquito go after they got burned with it in game 1, and I think that worked.
I mean, like most things in life, a lot of things can be solved with violence, you know?
Oh,
and
man.
that's what we saw from YG. I feel like they understood in the previous
I don't
drafts,
agree.
they don't have enough violence.
Okay.
So just get a little bit more. Right? Let's look at a Telestrator, right?
Okay, let's go to Telestrator, please.
do that.
Yeah.
Let's
I don't know where this is going, but let's go to
Take my
Telestrator.
mic. Thank you very much. All right, so here's the thing that we got to talk about, right?
Skor berapa
The
bang?
fact
3-2.
that for how many? Like maybe
Spirit 3, Yangon 2.
3 games where we see both the Gwyn as well as the Arlet being banned out. And the moment they get picked up, all of a sudden they look amazing. And speaking of why they look amazing is because of all the control that they have. They have 4 members here with a lot of control. The Badan creates a wall, making it so that you can't escape.
Risaulah
And
fan ni
then
makin
Gwyn
lama
jumps
makin
in
masuk
as well.
air.
Like there's a lot of chain CCs that this is why I say that this is a very good team fight comp. And I think this is just the comfort of YG. They like to fight, so why stray away from it, right? We're going to be looking at some of the clips here. And then, in terms of the clips, it really is just about abandoning your brain.
Yeah.
Don't think about it. Just do it. Not sponsored by anyone, but just do it, right? We're going to see about how they just jump in, and then they just go in for the fight. You like that joke? Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to see that this Badang make it so that they can't run away. And then at that point, it's easy pickings for Han as well as Ying, right? I mean, like, Han did his job. His duty where... Wait, no, you know what? Never mind.
What'd you say?
He is able to go in and enable his team to do well. If they keep this up, this is how they deal with Team Spirit. Hey, Spirit, you like to fight? Well, we like it too. At this clip, this also just shows I would say the range of all the heroes that Team Spirit has, because we see that they are quite far away, and yet once an engage happened with the Badang, they basically get to engage very instantly. Look at that range, how quickly they get onto their targets.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the key to victory for YG. Having a draft that can fight at even long distances, making it so that Team Spirit can't respond as well. So I really feel like with the draft that they have here, going back into this one, they were able to shut down Bomba just by having this, by having the Zushin as well as the Gwyn. Even though yes, the Arlet does get taken down by the Phobias, but honestly, as long as you have the Zushin, it's all good. So I feel like for YG, they just have to hope that the Arlet doesn't get banned out, because even you talk about this behind the scenes, like other than Arlet, what else do they have?
Yeah.
That's the bluff I would want to call at this point. But it also requires team spirit.
Okay,
And I think
tak main,
Goldstar
satu
is
tim
very
tak main.
smart.
Ya
He's
tu.
shown that he set his team up with a lot of good drafts. But an analytical mind would go and say, I think we focused on taking the Harara away all the time. We don't like to give it away. That's been their third ban almost all the time. Now, with the Bakito gone, you're still taking the Harara away, but to me that seems like you don't want Zauer to lose the matchup to Han. But if they recognize that if Ying gets ahead of Kid Bomba, this is maybe YG's series, I think they have to now focus some more of those picks onto making sure that the Arlet gets banned, potentially in the first phase. I know it's a risk, but I think because YG won, they might have put the pressure on Team Spirit to respond.
That's actually a really good point, because I think Yangon are not on the same page. They have a different mindset about this. They have a different approach. It's not like they're worried about Zar at all. It's not like they're very careful about what gets into his hands. It's more of how they can draft accordingly to their strengths, which I think they lacked in the first two games. But now they had much better relationships with each other in terms of picks. So their picks had much better synergy.
More harmony.
And that was maybe something that we saw became a struggle for Team Spirit this time, because they were maybe a bit too fixated on just winning
Sepatutnya dengan
matchups,
tim Ray tu, tapi itulah dia tak bagi apa-apa jawapan
in
tu.
the sides.
So,
We saw that. You assume that they get that because it's a
besok dengar
Pakio, it
cerita
wins
Pak
over
Afif
more or
ada
less
di
majority of the gold
KL.
lanes, but the Brody was a bit different.
Ada di KL,
And Kid
saya
Bomba
cuba invite dia.
on this Phobius too somehow got to
Wait.
manage the Arlot.
We would like to apologize to Kid Bomba and Mom Bomba and Sis Bomba. I feel like
That's
we
true.
cast a curse Bomba a little bit too much. We're gonna pull it back.
We did.
Hopefully it's just that game that we cursed him. Now it should be solid ground.
But at the end of the day, it literally, maybe we're starting neutral now, okay? So everything is a clean slate from now on. YG got their licks back. Here's the question. Does Kid Bomba have another game as you're waiting in the water, swimming, right? Trying to get back to the shore. Is it going to be Kid Bomba that takes you there? Is that the one who's going to be in the charge, pulling people who can't quite make it, who can't sustain themselves? I think it is. And if you're Team Spirit, and I want you guys to think about this. I don't want you to just take me lightly. Think about it. Lean back. Stare into the sky.
Okay.
I just feel like that's got to be the answer. That's got to be the focus. It has become an EXP battle for me. That's where my eyes have gone.
100%.
You know.
And I feel like the way that I feel like even less on the draft, I feel like this is just reminding the players of Team Spirit, be like, okay, that's what they can do, right? They have incredible engage. So I feel like if somehow YG gets roughly the same draft again, I feel like this time the players are like, okay, let's just not get caught by the
Let's go, guys.
or the Gwyn, and then we should be able to outplay it. With that being said, I don't think they will get the same draft, but if somehow they do,
Okay, start
I feel like
draft.
the players
Let's
will just
go.
react much differently this time.
That could be the case. Okay, but you know,
Allahu
with something we
Akbar.
said, will we not see it? We didn't see it. That opened up the draft. The Barat's probably going to stay banned, but who will take the onus of banning it? Because
Masih
the Freya
barat
has
pakai
been
itu. Siapa
consistent,
first pick
Fanny
ah?
has been
Aku
consistent for Red
aku
side.
tak
If
sure
we will
pasal
see that
kalau
again,
kanan kiri
it'll
ni
be the
first pick,
choice
guys.
of Carrara banned, or if we'll see a target ban on Red side, which would
Sebab
open
kalau
up this
contoh
conversation
kan, kalau
again
contoh
for the EXP lane to maybe
Team
get an
Spirit first
advantage.
pick,
Atlas has been banned every
yang
single
kau
game
nak
as
ban
well.
Yeah,
apa?
it's
Kalau
at least
dorang ban Barat,
versus the
Pakito
loss that YG
dengan
went
Hirara,
through for the first two games, we've never
Spirit
really seen
akan dapat
Barrett's nor
Freya.
the Atlas even out there anymore, which
Ataupun
I
mungkin
think
boleh dapat
kind of
Atlas.
made it a bit more flexible for the Jusins and the like to come through.
That's right.
But in that
Itu dekat
scenario, I
situ
think the
guys.
Jusin was
Dekat
a
situ yang akan jadi.
problem for Team
Aku nak
Spirit
tengok siapa
as
first pick,
well.
second pick.
So
Sebab aku rasa
Team
Spirit
Gets on
akan ada
blue side
advantage
and
kalau
who
dorang
gets
first
on
pick.
red
Dorang akan
side,
boleh
because I
dapat
think that
satu
will
hero P.
significantly impact the outcome of this game. We're on flying clouds too, which I think will accelerate the
Dorang first pick,
pace.
nampak kan dorang ban Freya, Barat.
Who gets on
So dorang open
blue,
Pakito
but
eh.
this time
Atlas main Hirara lagi dia bagi.
And no Freya.
YG
but
serious
they
ah.
force Yangon to ban the Freya and the Barats and the Atlas. They don't, and this leaves the Harara to them. So we see the priority.
Yeah, and I feel like the Gwyn is honestly a good ban because, like I said, the distance itself is already the problem, right? Arlen needs to get close, and then he can come in. But yeah, that Gwyn is too much.
But isn't this the same problem that YG will have to face? Aren't they forced to pick up the
Valerie
Paquito
Eudora.
here? If
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I feel like
Dia bagi lagi
well,
guys.
they have a Brody, yes.
yeah, I'm just worried that Sanji hasn't really used fighters in the gold lane, right? So I'm worried that it's good on
Kalau tu
paper.
kan Paquito pun open lagi. Kau nak main ke Paquito?
Is this really?
That's why.
Is this really where you want to force it out? Where Team Spirit is match point?
Valerie.
Yeah, that's why, because it's likely to go
Paquito,
over to their
dorang ambil
side.
siap Paquito.
So they decide to switch it
Still
up,
pick,
and
still pick,
they'll pick up the Paquito.
Could this be a flex?
I'm not sure if it's. Hopefully it is, because I don't want to think that they were just pressured to pick it up.
It could be jungle. It could be EXP.
What if this is EXP? And this goes.
I think it's better. I think it's better EXP. But again, we gotta look at the matchup because not every matchup the Paquito can win. If Team Spirit picks up the Esmeralda, maybe they have to think about putting the Paquito somewhere else.
Eudora.
But it's nice because they still keep their cards close to their chest. They say this could be that.
Mesti
So
Lina
Team
lagi.
Spirit can't just pick blindly in EXP. They do have to respect that. What happens if we're going up against Paquito? Do we need a winning matchup for that
Itu
specific?
Valen pun boleh jadi juga.
Because I don't think Yangon has really ever utilized
Melissa
the
high
Paquito
pick
gold. Wow. EXP, I don't think so too. So this is a new
baik
hero
siap
pick that they
planning
will
dorang.
be picking up. It's a clear attempt to adjust from Yangon's
Farsa
side.
ke?
Honestly, that's why I feel like this might be jungle. Might. Just because they are a team that likes to win those neutral objectives, and Paquito is one of those that has quite good burst damage with the red tree, so maybe they can take it. Which, by the way, Melissa has been banned quite a few times by YG, and this time Team Spirit picks it up. Let's talk about why this is important.
Yeah.
YG wants to dive, wants to win the fights.
Yep.
What are you going to do when she uses the go away?
Ambil Eudora juga susah kanan ni.
Team Spirit has. If you want to come in, try. We already have an answer for that.
Go ahead.
Which I feel is
Diorang tak main
something they
Harley
have to
Cloud
resolve
lagi.
on their mid lane. So
I agree.
the
Paquito
Eudora
XP.
gourd options are still there, but since they prioritized gold and revealed that it is either jungle or Paquito XP, they might lose out on more
Is
options
it
in
a
the mid
good
lane.
idea? I'm not sure. Farsa tak okey kan? Okey sangat tu Farsa draft ni, sumpah. Lawan Esme, lawan Melissa. Sekarang ni, ya bang?
Saya rasa daripada 3 pick ni saya dah nampak 4-2 dah. Sebab Sunset ni apa, Kid Bomba dia dapat hero dia.
With the Eudora
4-2
ban, seems like they're also
4-2.
focusing on limiting the options.
Boleh jadi, boleh jadi.
Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua,
Boleh jadi, boleh jadi.
dia dah ambil Cloud.
The other options, I would say there's 3 because I feel like you
Dia
need
dah ambil Cloud. Hero
long
kekalahan
range
dia.
with this Melissa, right?
Yang ketiga,
You want to cast
belah
Murka, I'd be
kiri
like,
dah dapat
Arlen, man.
Melissa.
You can try. The
Yang keempat, belah kiri dah
Farsa
ban
has enough
Arlok.
damage. The problem is
Kita tunggu
Melissa
draft
can
habis
get
lah,
into
kita tunggu
range.
draft
So
habis lah.
That's something that you
Ini
gotta
dah
consider.
tunggu habis.
Eve also has the range,
Kan dalam
which
3 ni kita tak
kinda,
boleh nak predict
not so
range.
great going up against Esmeralda.
No, yeah.
And then
Aku
the
sebelum
last one
game ni
is
mula dah cakap
Zetian,
4-2
where
range.
Zetian is pretty okay, especially if they want a lot of team fight. The problem is she takes a
No.
while.
Mino ban. Actually it's a good ban lah. Sebab orang main
The other
Valerie
one is
dengan Cloud.
Selena, but that one, yeah, both of them. I'm sure they have good Selena, so why not?
Yeah. Because even the burst is going to be a problem, I feel, for the Zed. Yeah.
ambil
Maybe in the
Teresa.
early they can manage a bit, but
At level 12, it's okay, but getting to level 12 is the problem.
It seems like
Dah,
YG is
dia ambil
really
Paquito tu.
focused on hard stuns or potential counter initiation. They want the
Oh,
Paquito to
mantap-mantap.
run
Ada pula lagi
free because they picked it, and it's got to do the work of a Harara, right?
Sekejap.
Because
Saya
they
dengar
Farsa
figured
ke?
that out,
Pak Apik
and they're
ada
saying we're
di
going to
Farsa ke?
saya tengah
Minotaur
message
Eudora
dia.
can
Kalau dia
really
ada,
stop
besok
or
saya nak pergi
create
jumpa
good
dia,
counter
borak-borak
engage
ajak
or
dia keluar dia minum.
Dairot.
Saya kira dapat dia hari Senin ke Selasa ke.
Paquito jungle. Okey, Paquito jungle. Dairot XP. Okey. Sedikit
Semaksimum yang boleh dengan tim-tim MPL ni.
sedikit adjustment draft.
Saya sebenarnya memang plan tu untuk nak buat ke 88 pasukan. Tapi kalau tak dapat, sorry.
Goods and bads. I would say in
Pakui
MSC
hyper.
we've seen quite a lot of bad. Like, he
Pakita
can win the
hyper.
lane, but what's next?
yeah, I think it was Falcons PH2 who were the first ones to
Ya,
use
ya,
it.
Dairot
A
untuk
lot of
counter
people
Esme
are
guys.
already
Untuk
using
laning
it.
Esme.
Semangat lah, Rin.
Not
Saya tahu awak
necessarily reflects a
looking
good
for-
standing as
alamak.
KDA wise most of the time.
Valen,
Just ready to
Gatot.
match and answer the Esmeralda,
Anda main apa?
which I think again is a question
Farsa
we
ke?
raised. How they answer Bomba? How can they kind of shut down Bomba?
Yeah.
But Spirit, They've locked in a
Polestar
Valentina
ni
and a
hyper,
Gatot
eh.
Kacha. That's
Dia macam
more and
confident
more
gila
ways
tu.
for them to stop
Berbanding
YG
dengan
and all
coach
their
dia orang ni dah
fighters.
macam
that is really rough,
tertekan.
guys, to go
Pasal
against.
God.
We're looking at that
Ya
final
tu.
pick, and it's going to be in the mid lane.
I feel like if they can get a hero with Crop,
Esok
they
apa
pick
kat
up
semua
the
orang belajar. Ya, ya, semua orang.
Rafa!
Taking notes from Aurora, and we see the reaction coming in from Team Spirit. It looks like they didn't see this coming. And I like
Tapi kalau
this
based on
pick
draft guys,
because the Direwolf can
aku
shred
pegang kiri tu
armor,
guys.
so it doesn't
Walaupun
matter
kan
the
ada
armor you
Rafa,
have, the Claude and the
tak ada
Paquito
hero yang boleh reach
will be
Melissa
able
tu
to
guys.
do damage. This Rafa giving that sustain. This is a
Aku rasa
very
Melissa ni
interesting draft, and I can see
agak
what-
bebas. Sebab mid tak boleh cari, tak senang cari. XP pun susah cari.
To Team Spirit, Cold Star happy again with the draft.
Paling-paling Balearic flicker lah. Tapi damage output tu guys, aku rasa problem dekat damage output. Ya bang?
Kau tengok tu. Kau kena dance
Ha?
I agree.
Kau tengok
Everybody
group.
needs to start praying at
Group?
this point. Everybody is looking for their team to make it to the
Tapi
very
ni yang
end.
semalam
Here
punya
at
tu.
match point, the pressure is still on
Dengan
Yangon,
Falcon.
and they basically have come up with a more interesting draft.
Kenapa dia ambil Falcon punya? Kau kena balas itu prediction semalam Falcon.
This potential
Oh ya ke?
championship point.
Weh, aku kena menari guys.
Tak masalahnya, itu adalah semalam punya kau
This
tengok
is a
tu.
marathon, and almost immediately Sawo starts off with a pretty good taunt here at
Kenapa
level
Falcon
1, just to make sure
dengan
that
Yangon?
Yangon, they can't walk freely.
They gotta. YG,
Dia
their
orang
main
bawa
win
sampai
condition
kali
is
ni.
playing through these fighters and just going all in with the healing. Trying to out-sustain Team
Spirit
Spirit,
tu.
so they gotta try to establish some lane.
Tolonglah menang Yangon.
Oh, let's go, let's go.
Yangon tolonglah menang. Yangon.
DJY dia akan buat mid outfit.
Most likely.
Fredo akan buat 50 push up. Moon dengan Rain akan menari. Cantik. Let's go, Spirit.
Plenty of damage, and Sawo zones him away.
Ooh, Sawo
Rain menari. Korang apa viewer Rain boleh start record Mungkin ini juga boleh menjadikan salah satu klip selain daripada yang
This could be the answer.
Yangon, kau kena menang kali ni Yangon. Sumpah.
It's still going to be a little tough between the two at the bare minimum. Both going for bottom.
Ada kemungkinan tak yang champion ni akan datang region diorang dapat 2 slot?
Gets out of there.
Clutch flicker from Blink
Tak.
to get away, to evade from a possible first blood, to send Team Spirit into that spiral of snowball.
Man, this game has got me, even me, antsy. I don't know when the next big play is going to come, but at least we know. Oh,
Uh-oh, Kai's in a bit late. Oh my god, it's gonna be all the regen, the last hit to flicker out.
no way!
No way.
How? He managed, he's got like no HP. He's literally at 1. You don't even see the green in his health bar anymore. As now they attack the bottom side, they got the Purify out of Kid Bomba. This upcoming turtle is going to be highly contestable, but Ying needs to dominate. He needs to show control over this lane and make sure that they have first position.
Whoa, Sao or what?
Nice!
Bushi gets a Dyrod, gets insta-bursted down. Now it's Sao with Revitalize, able to get the taunt as well, but the rest of the team comes around, and Ying gets a double.
The damage is good. Wrath of the Dryads is already out, but they have
Let's go, Yangon!
This is an unwinnable position for Team Spirit, and Yangon take the very first turtle of the game.
Big taunt Sunset Lover as well with the face check. Team
Aku tak nak menari.
getting a bit too impatient
Okay.
with these openings.
Is it impatient or was it necessary?
Reverse sweep lah Yangon, reverse sweep lah Yangon.
Tough call here because now they're going once again attacking onto Kid Bomba's side, and I think it's just a little bit of disrespect coming in from Sawo. Wasn't really expecting to get knocked up out of his taunt by Han, but at the end of the day, it happens. But it's not the end of the world. The lead is still very minute. We haven't gotten to the dangerous 2K territory, but we're basically a quarter to halfway there. With 10 more seconds left on the clock before that orange buff alongside with the Lethal Wanderer. Let's see how TS is going to play, because again, at this stage, you might as well invade that top side, steal away one green camp, probably omit the next objective, and try to set up to get Sanji's Purify.
Oh, they're trying to corral over Han. Taunt doesn't land. Now they're all in over. Knockout strike as well. Oh my god, Sao just so low.
Nice.
Sunset Lover steals away the Holy Baptism, but now it's
Nice, baiklah.
punya damage tu ni.
to start game number
Darn, I really thought Sawo was going to be able to get out of there in time, especially since Ying wasn't able to apply the shred onto the correct target, and yet they still got him anyways. 45 seconds left on the clock before their next neutral objective spawns, and I think this might just be a game 7 if it keeps going this way. We're already in that 2K dangerous territory.
Late game mengganas mana? Sebenarnya late game
Noticeable power spikes that we have to be aware of here because Yangon will hit it first every time.
A 2,000 gold lead now.
Tapi Melissa tu sebenarnya agak free late game.
Team Spirit.
Baik kok kan.
On Ying on the Dairoth. This guy is gonna start bursting people down, and not to mention again the fact that he should actually just be the support this game. He should just be the support for Han to get those knockout strikes.
Yeah, but that's the truth of it all. That's really the truth. I mean, he could technically be like a clean-up crew at the end because he has his flicker and the ult. Now that he's 4-0-1, you might as well take full control.
Sawo with the taunt just to escape. Han with the rotation, and now take a look at Ying. I think just one jump and a basic attack and
Anti direct tembuskan Melissa.
It's too tough to contest for this neutral objective. Oh,
no, there you go. Flicker rapid Dryad from Blink.
Tapi ni kalau Melissa dapat space pun tim dia tengah kena bantai kau.
Angon dah macam ni slow ball.
Sakitnya. Ying.
And Sauer gets out.
And this is why it's dangerous, especially for a winning lane Dairoth. Once he has that lead, once he has that snowball on top of it all, and a Sky Piercer coming in from Hans, like, it is clear. Ying's whole job, shred, play as much damage as possible, and shred as many targets as you can from Team Spirit's side, and hopefully Han...
Let's go guys. Sama juga Arin, kalau kalah kena nari, kalau reverse sweep, tak ada, yang tu tak kira guys. Kalau aku kena menari sebab Yangon menang, maksudnya aku sekarang side Yangon lah guys.
Hey, wait a second. They with the dash cyclone eye bringing him to a place that you shouldn't want to be, but they get out. They have to burn a flicker.
Kita buat deal macam ni guys. Kalau Team Spirit menang, aku kena menari kan. Tapi kalau Yangon menang, Abang Lot kena menari.
Siapa pula? Aku tak ada kena-mengena dalam urusan menari ini.
Tadi apa cakap? River sweep.
3 from someone. Rain, Spirit menang kena menari. Yang menang pun kena menari sebab Upload dah janji kalau river sweep menari.
Tak boleh dua-dua lah. Kalau dua-dua lose situation untuk aku. Losing situation untuk aku.
Wait for the Melissa to scale, then play front to back. Then it's all about Sauer looking for those angles. But look at this lead. 1,200 gold lead in between the XP laners. Then it's just everybody who's up ahead.
Boleh. Late game dia tak ada apa guys.
They might find something else. Is Blink. He's looking for an opportunity.
Good taunt of this engagement. Sauer's still going to be caught.
Pak sakit sih.
It was on cooldown. Sauer trying to save him now. He puts himself in 1v5.
Nice.
For Han, and he has a Sky Piercer.
Man, that was a bad direction to actually go for the dashes. He double dashed away from Sawo when he should have gone around Sawo back into his own territory. That probably should have been it. Without the combo points, without the iframes, he just can't get out. He just doesn't have the cooldowns yet.
Nampak dia orang dua main sekali tu. Sebab damage dah terlalu besar.
Combo. Dia main combo kan, break armor lepas tu burst.
Betul.
Direct break armor burst.
Baik tu.
Every tier 1.
6,000 gold ahead. Hiko.
Direct break armor kan, lepas tu Pakito burst dengan damage.
Hiko losing out of the trade, and Sauer gonna be extra careful, my guy.
Wow, Pak sakit sih ya.
That was just one skill too.
Yeah, and they're saving the combo here, making sure that they're threatening them through their life totals. But just the raw sustain coming up from Yangon's, it's becoming really, really difficult to keep on contesting because as much as you want to wait for your cooldowns to come back off, it doesn't matter if you're not getting yourself that net profit. And now, let's look at the items real quick because Sawo, smartly enough, decides to go at least to get the Chastised Pauldron. The War Axe is still underway here.
Lepas tu ada tanda perisai pecah atas kepala guys. Tu direct punya skill. Break armor guys.
Even with the dive on Sawo, revitalized there. Levin tried as well, but that's
baik.
Double already. Go away right there. Sunset Lover able to pin them all down. The falling star moon locks him, but there's no damage. Bomba.
Baik.
On their turret, Hiko picking up the kill. Flickers out of safety and finally is able to get a kill.
Untuk hidup balik baik tu.
Team Spirit.
Yep, and they're also going to get the holy shielding by the mid lane. Wow. Everything that could have gone right for Yangon Galacticos have gone right. And better yet, hey Ying, don't let you give the shutdown. It's fine. It's completely okay. Great shred as it was applied on the multiple frontliners, and more importantly, Zara, he just doesn't have iframing forever here. But the worst part about it is that when you think that the Wrath of Dryads is just done, all of a sudden you start seeing Kaise just saying, you know what, slow down or completely stop. Halt right there.
Hope still in the air for Team Spirit. It's so low, but there is still hope because of that shutdown. Now it's all on Hiko. Their wave clear, not that good. So they're gonna have to sacrifice a few more structures as YG secure the Lord for free. As YG have 40 stacks on Han Skypiercer.
Ying tembus kesalahan Bennett tadi. Nampak gaya macam tu lah, Yas. Nampak gaya macam tu lah. Guys, yang boleh follow dulu guys. Yang boleh subscribe YT saya, subscribe YT dulu guys. Minta tolong Baik siap combo tu. Pakai tu Skypiercer. Pakai tu Skypiercer guys. Ingatkan kita jumpa kat rank je guys.
Okay. A siege in the mid lane.
Stop.
Going to be pulled out. Bomba. Purify out. Sour energy. Able to land on two, but now it's going to get bursted down with the Wrath of the Dryad, locking him down. It's Hiko with the muddles. Not doing any damage.
Tak, hilang terus.
Go away already by Hiko. He's able to find some damage right now.
Melissa sakit. Ni masuk aku guys.
Okay, ikut ada damage.
Let's go, Sanjay! Young good!
Even faster! 11k ending. Guess what? 10. That's all we need.
10 minit je tu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 7.
What an incredible series this has been. Fast. Very, very quick. But statements have been thrown back and forth between both of these teams at the very pinnacle of Mobile Legends esports.
God, what a grand final, bro.
Of course, it had to be a best of 7 going all the way. Of course, MSC EWC 2026 continues.
Kalau kau tanya aku kan, sekarang kan, momentum YG champion tu.
Everybody who's watching.
Dia orang ni mental batu tu guys.
YG champion tu.
Mental batu budak YG ni.
Momentum sekarang YG tu.
Sekarang best of one guys.
Kalau macam ini dia orang main
Finally, they've evened up this score somehow. I thought maybe with the draft
momentum
order,
besar ni
the
dekat YG.
TS was going to find something else, but Yangon still have
masih berharap
some
TS
soul left in them. Team Spirit, they gotta pull it together here. They're getting a little nervous. They gotta even understand that the momentum is starting to build up for the Galacticos.
Gila.
Dia tak bagi tu Hiko. Kalau kata lagi 2 minit 3 minit Hiko tu dah sakit gila. Kau tengok kat sini ini dah hampir dah.
Kau dah silap ni sekarang ni.
Tapi blazing duit pula sampai.
Kaya sangat kelab tu bang. Kelab tu kaya sangat. Bola yang gol. Mantap lah Chen.
Tak ada momentum macam tu memang susah nak comeback dah TS. Ya betul. Awai tak kalut.
Abang Lot dah ready nak menari ke kalau reverse sweep?
However, this is what we hope for as neutral fans, as those who love seeing esports, who love moments like this. This is what you wish for, Brigitte. And LaFell, I know that despite you wanting to stand up out of your chair, I guess you could stand up. You do have free will. There is a nation in Myanmar who is looking at this saying, we've reached the grand finals already. It was an M2. We have finally given ourselves a chance to become the new era, the new heroes of MLBB.
Oh yeah, that was a terrifying performance. We definitely got to see from that game number 6. That was a Dairoth who they literally took a risk with because it was a do or die.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't spell Dairoth without die, and that's what he gave to Team Spirit there. Because let me just say, not wrong.
Kalau macam ni tak boleh kalah guys. Kalau macam ni yang pun tak boleh kalah guys. Berapa kot? 3 sama Wan, 3 sama. Lepas ni siapa menang? Siapa menang guys?
Yeah, it's tough, man.
Dialah champion. Dialah juaranya.
I'm not gonna lie. Been some great games, great competitions across the board, but this one certainly has got to be up there with the best of the best. Heck, it's one of the best in MLBB international history. Especially for these 3 weeks in France, I don't know where else you would have put your attention to say a game 7.
One of the best grand final juga tu.
This amount of
Sebab
money
kebiasaannya
on the line
4041 dah habis.
Ni ada vibe-vibe ni abang.
The full match.
Dia ada vibe-vibe SRG AP brand. Waktu first EWC tu. Ingat tak?
Oh, okay. 224. Ya, SRG menang 4-3.
Kan? 4-3 kan?
Ya, ya.
Yeah, and one of the youngest.
Yeah, the youngest.
Part of this tournament, Zar Egoist, that was painful to watch. That
Abang
was
kena
painful
tunjuk
for
satu
him.
lot dance yang
It was a game where he could barely do anything, and you could see it even the post-game stats. He only got like what,
Tak
2
menari apa guys kalau kalah guys.
towards his side,
Guys.
and the rest were just
Tak
all
menari apa kalau
over
kalah.
to
Tarian semut.
Yangon. He was clearly
Game SRG bang,
denied
MSC
of the
punya.
kind
Ya,
of
ya, ya.
performance that we've
MSC
seen from him
EWC.
time and time again.
Sosiabas.
3. From Pejuang Raines, okey lah macam ni Rain. Buat voting dekat asterisk dengan YT yang kalah atau reverse sweep yang kena menari. 10. From sebagai tanda kau pun support kita orang as Raines macam ini. Kalau setuju type 1 para Raines.
Izinkan ku berjalan bersamamu, mimpi yang telah lama kau dambakan.
Chen. Yang Chen tu tadi yang viewer pakai baju merah tu guys. Nampak? Tak setuju, aku tak setuju. Tak nak ketik satu. No. Tak nak ketik satu. Tak ada nak voting apa-apa. Tiada voting apa-apa. Nope. Nak.
Rin.
Yoi.
Muntan bagi aku duk. Dia tak nak kena kau menari kat tu.
Ya, aku baru tengok dalam grup restream tadi. Diorang cakap kalau yang kau kalah aku kena menari.
Tak boleh buat apa dah Rin, memang.
Siapa cakap yang kau kalah? Frost. Siapa cakap yang kau kalah kau ni?
Kibomba cakap, Kibomba kata dia kasih seru je, kau faham tak?
Oi, aku nak menari apa ni Frost kalau yang kau kalah? Tarian semut ke?
Goyang Inul. Rata
bagilah yang jaga air.
Masih Dayu. Lagu Masih Dayu boleh.
Janganlah bagi yang macam menjatuhkan maruah aku.
Itu okey lah Rin. Aku rasa okey.
Rin, one more lagi. Let's go Tura, let's go Myanmar.
Suruh dia menari lagu Masih Dayu okey bang?
Masih Dayu pula.
Brazilian dance.
Boleh.
Please win Tura, please win. If Yangon lose, I need to dance. I need to dance. I don't want to dance guys, please. Abang lo tak habis Brazilian dance tu.
Team Spirit, because you take a look at this clip that we're looking at right now. Mind you, this was right before Sunset Lover and
trend apa tu? Backflip ni aku tak pandai backflip guys.
And they had full information that no one was there, that their
trend tu yang mana yang Nmat tu ke? Bukan
probably Blink and Kaize were elsewhere, and they still decided to go for this rotation. If you take a look
Emmet Sound tu, itu yang mana ah? Oh yang main bahu tu kan? Macam tu tu. Aduh tak reti tu Ash.
This is not working.
She took it so well too, and now she needs you.
Okay, come on. Let's pull it back. So, if you take a look at how Zar Ego is still decided to utilize that information, I think prior that he already saw Han. And he probably went into that thinking that it was just Han, but it was clear that it wasn't just Han. So you see how the game.
Kalau YG kalah pun menari sekali dengan saya abang.
Tak ada.
Misi melibatkan Abang Lok guys. Tak boleh bang. Abang Lok tak nak terlibat tu.
This was the beginning of a snowball. I feel like if you were the Rafaela at this point, you could just immediately switch your attention towards, let's just keep on building up Ying, because he's already taken a huge part of the early game, and that's where they just decided to continue and proceed with the snowball. We have another clip here which I think
Brazilian dance yang flat menari tadi yang macam tu
huge problem here, and I will be giving it over to my partner for this one.
I mean, you don't have to.
Yang tu kan?
Thank you very much. So
Betul tak?
this
Betul tak?
is
Yang tu kan?
where we see the draft really shines because of that Rafaela. Rafaela is really a big piece here because the thing that we
Tapi
have to
siapa
look
cakap?
at is
Siapa
the
cakap
fact
Yangon
that
kalah, guys?
Ying is fearless in this one where he can engage into the fight because
Siapa
again,
cakap Yangon
looking
kalah,
at the
guys?
positions coming in from the rest of Yangon Galacticos is we really got to highlight how Sanji is basically untouched on this Claude, and all the while, look at Kaize. Kaize's positioning is he is in the middle of everyone, right? He is in optimal position to provide heal as well as slow down the enemy team. And this is why having that Rafaela in the mid really makes
Kayu
very
dan
fast
kau
games
menari.
because it makes it so that it's hard for you to make a mistake. Like you have to overextend so hard that you somehow die and give the advantage over to your
Ni bukan
opponent.
bidang
So
aku lah, guys.
this is one of the strengths when
Ni
you
bukan
get
bidang aku tu.
I would say a very offensive draft, having two fighters, doesn't matter if it's EXP Gold or Jungle, EXP, whatever. As long as you have the Rafaela there, you can keep on fighting, extend the lead, and end the game before 12.
Which is very unfortunate. Honestly, we didn't really see Kaize being as efficient.
Oh,
you're pressing it. You're still pressing it. Because at least before that face check we got to see from Zar, you saw how aggressive Spirit were. They were just forcing flickers out of even the Rafaela from Kaize. They were constantly going for the invades. And I guess it was a bit too much aggression.
Maybe.
That led them to this spot.
And I think that might have been
Tolonglah
something
mak
that
kit
Cold
bomba
Star
korang
was mentioning.
ni.
You saw the reaction
Bab,
when you
bab nak pedajal
see the
aku memang
Rafaela.
laju,
He
guys.
mentioned something very quickly,
Thank you
very
MY
intensely to
support
his
YG
team.
Ren.
Might have just
Selamat, selamat Tura, selamat. Always brother, always brother. Don't worry, don't worry. I really think Myanmar will win. I really think Myanmar will win.
Onto the Dairoth. We can't let this happen. And maybe that's why, because Zaur doesn't make those early mistakes like that very often.
We got to look at the numbers here. 32,000 heal, that's actually quite a lot, and also just shows how much fighting that they had. I mean, like, about 14 of the fights is involved with Kaize, 82% kill participation, but this is a support, and he dealt 23,000 damage, so it's not like he did nothing when it comes to chipping the HP of Team Spirit. But with that being said, this is match point, and now we got to look at Kit Bomba as well as Ying. Whoever wins the lane wins the game.
And at this point, that's not surprising.
Dulu scream dengan Yangon susah tak? Susah mat, susah.
You know, listen, I'm trying to add a little bit more, guys.
Orang,
You know, I
yelah waktu tu
love
sebab
the way that
maybe
this
orang
game
kata
is-
macam apa
has-
CG
I
kalah
love
dengan
you.
tim daripada
And I love
Myanmar.
you too.
Tapi Yangon tu memang
But
kuat,
it's been a
guys.
little bit like quicksand
Memang
for
susah.
some teams. They've fallen into
Diorang
the
memang
pit,
player mekanik.
and
Diorang
then
cuma
they
tak
couldn't get
famous.
out.
Tu
But
je.
sometimes
Diorang cuma tak
the real way to
famous.
actually get out of quicksand is to move very slowly, and it's to shift your weight. And so, in my opinion, what happened was the weight was falling onto Sanji a lot. They were picking Claude early, and then they shifted the weight back onto Ying. And they said, Ying, do what you do best. Do what got you the nickname. Do what got us here. And now,
Tidak,
I
Barin.
feel like they're out. They're even.
Kalau
They're
menang kau nak
flat.
siapa MVP
But
Rin,
the problem is, how do you avoid falling in? Because
aku rasa
Team
kena bagi
Spirit
dekat
have now seen
Bling
it
lah.
twice. Maybe
Dia
they
deserve
were
lah.
the ones
Bling,
who
Bling,
represent
Bling.
the quicksand here. They've
Promo
had
tu.
power. They've given it away. They're wanting to set something up yet again. And a lot of the cards have been laid on the table. The Arlot's been banned. The Paquito's been left out. I'm setting this up because there is sometimes so much that's happened, Brig, that it's not about anything anymore. It's just about showing up for this one game. Get a lineup you feel comfortable with and outplay your opponents. Is that as simple as it is?
I think it's a...
It's game 7.
It's a simple answer to what Yangon has been lacking in this previous series, because even if you base it off their more earlier and first games and series and appearances here, it's always been Ying who's been the more creative player. He's been the person who can afford to really pull off these more unorthodox picks, and they've been making it work. They've been utilizing the Barretts, the Ruby even, and now the Dairoth. And I think that in turn, that shift allowed for Sanji to breathe a little bit more, to just play towards his comfort.
Let's go draft.
to
Let's go draft.
Just do what he has to do in lane. But that will just hopefully not become too much pressure on Ying, because there's just so much that he has to do, especially in this crucial game 7.
Well, gentlemen, and yes, Brigida, you're also a gentleman. This is where coaches earn their paycheck.
That's right.
Because it's not just the draft, but also how do you calm your team down? We even had an interview where
Goldstar's massaging
where
Sunset Lover, by
Eterna
the way.
was talking to one of the coaches like, my job is to keep them mentally well. And let me just say, this is why I like my job, because Rain Day asks a lot of questions, but let's be real, none of that is my problem. It's a problem that the teams have to solve, and because of that, I don't give a crap. Right now, I'm just enjoying the game. Like, this is the moment after the draft. Let me tell you, I'm just gonna be a fan. I don't care what's happening.
And that's the beauty, guys, because game
Let's go. Janganlah macam tu, Alias.
12th round. You know, the bell tolls and you're
Ray
just
cakap,
like,
we are
who's gonna
siblings.
take it?
We
It's
are
about
siblings.
grit, it's
We are
endurance,
siblings.
it's
Shadow
strength,
Farid.
but it's more than that. It's spirit, it's perseverance, it's opportunity, and sometimes it's destiny. We said there is a new era.
Yep.
We said there would be a new chapter written. We already know that. But what is the difference in all the big moments? And you go back again, the Odyssey, a movie everyone's seeing nowadays. You see these big impact moments that change the course of civilization. And when you break it down to the course of esports, there are these one games, these one picks that go, whether it's going to be Myanmar, who are your new champions, or whether it's going to be EECA. Is it going to be Kid Bamba that goes into the crowd hugging his mom, or is it going to be
Zushin Green.
holding up that MVP trophy and undying, becoming the name that echoes around not only Paris, but across all of Myanmar for years to come?
I do have to say, the thing that I like is that I feel like a new chapter has already been written, but like you said, winning this one, I don't see how the domino effect is gonna happen. Like, this is such new territories. For sure, whether YG or Team Spirit wins, it will change MLBB. I just don't know how yet.
Same. I don't know what's next. That's the thing. I don't know what's next, how the other regions will adjust, how they will adapt or pick up some of the learnings that we got from this tournament even. Because we've been so used to something different.
Pakito ini repeat draft, guys. Pakito balik.
It's a Pakito that, again,
Valen, Melissa lagi.
adjustments from YG. We probably are going to see it again in jungle, but it's pretty much the exact same draft. They're not changing as much.
If they don't pick up Rafa is going to get banned. But they may have something else up their sleeve. And by the speed of how both teams have drafted, I feel like both teams have agreed as like, this is our best draft. We just made that one mistake where we, basically walked in blind and two people ganking him. They're just like, let's not do that anymore.
So this Pakito still flex, guys. Pakito ni boleh letak kat jungle, boleh letak kat XP. Esme ban, okay, diorang tutup. So kat sini Pakito mungkin XP lane juga, guys. Dia besarkan option,
So if that's the case, could we be looking at maybe even a disruptor hero?
Betul, boleh jadi Arlot ban.
Arlot dan juga Rafael.
Wih, baiklah Balot.
But now the Uranus question comes
boleh
up.
jadi
Do you
coach,
pick Uranus, or do you leave it open and you kind of predict that most likely, if it is open, it's something that Bamba would be comfortable grabbing. That gives you some more information on the side of YG, but it's a risky bet because of the Esmeralda ban.
Chow ban.
Yeah, because you don't get the matchup.
Mino ban. Jangan lupa Mino, guys.
Dia akan ban Uranus.
Mino ban.
Or not, because we don't know if Spirit are really looking to take it out.
Okay,
they just both take out the Esmeralda.
Kau nampak tak? Dia tak nak bagi Kid Bomba hidup.
Ini kiri akan main Mino, guys.
And I feel like this is their way of opening up the Pakito. It doesn't
Mino kacau juga, guys. Boleh cancel cloud juga.
Tapi dia tak terfikir Mino.
That is a great point because it was too clear that he might lose that matchup against Esmeralda last time. Now it's not. Dyrok ban, which they're respecting, which means they understand this Rafaela could come out, but if it does, I would bet the Cold Star and Team Spirit have an answer now.
I mean, like, they can pick the Rafa now, and then after seeing the entire draft, they can make the decision. Where does this Pakito go?
Selena combo. Map pressure.
Adjustment here.
Baik juga combo.
Is it his first time? It's his first time on the Selena, right?
I think they used it earlier, game 2.
At least in the series,
maybe game 2.
There's so much.
Ini boleh lapu-lapu tu, guys.
YG, drafting wise.
But these two break. I mean, Gatakacha
Nama Mundi tadi
That was what was picked. How deep are we going into the room? How deep are we going?
Tak pun ada Sora lagi untuk kanan. Kiri mungkin akan Mino +1 kot. Mino lapu ke? Aku rasa dia Mino lapu lah kiri ni.
I mean, like, they don't have a
Gatot lapu Gatot lapu.
So this is just saying like, dude, you're pretty good at this hero. Could you do it again?
So, kau nak letak Pakito ni kat mana?
Of where the Pakito is actually going to be will be answered here. Do they feel like they're still lacking in terms front, or do they
Ada bagi
manage
DM lagi
to
kira.
damage
Tak tahu Monton tak suruh buka pun bikin no. Aku tanya dia orang.
Okay, they go for the
Suyu aduh aku.
Because I was about to say this Makito can go either way. Even you know what?
Takut ya guys. Bismillah, 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 bismillah.
Happens. Congrats to the champion because this is gonna be a good one.
You can feel it in the arena.
Draft mana Rain? Kalau draft aku pilih kanan. Sebab chain CC diorang kuat guys. Kanan ni main draft combo-wombo
Yang menang siapa?
EWC 2026 has not disappointed and you can't ask
Siapa
for
menang?
anything better to end this
Siapa bang?
Yes.
Galacticos first team.
Saya rasa draft Yangon.
Nah, aku tak suka Suyu.
Dia cantik chain CC tu Selena Aero, Valerie Town, Suyu pun stun. Ada Pakito lagi.
Stun tu ada pada YG.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Tapi aku rasa kali ni dia orang tak boleh early, tak boleh habiskan early. By the time Melissa dah hidup.
For Team Spirit, the bands tell you a lot. The amount of respect that
Melissa
both
dah
of
hidup.
our
Sebab
warriors
tadi dia ada
put
lagi
here
healing.
today will not
So
be
dia orang boleh
forgotten
bertahan
in our
dalam
history
war.
books
Sekarang
of
tak ada.
MLBB Esports.
And you gotta take those gambles.
Takut ya. Ya Allah bagilah YG menang. Amin, amin.
Obviously, look at this composition. YG again, they pull off a composition, that unorthodox all-in style from the match, or the game rather, that we saw against Falcons. It was all in, no frontline.
First 5 minit ni guys. Jawapan
Really
dia.
is just Blink so far. And I mean, the early game is going to determine everything that's going to happen. And Sawo understands when he is playing on this Gatot, there's a lot of work that he has to do in these early moments. Every position that he
Sekarang
takes
tak kira guys, draft mana siapa yang kuat. Sekarang ni tengok siapa yang boleh main
despite building their
bagus.
composition in a style where it's definitely having
Ambil Rangers aku tu menari. Janganlah Rangers. Korang kena belakang aku.
Kalau late game belah kiri guys. Saya rasa late game belah kiri. Dengan Hirara, dengan Melissa.
Still the same idea. Sanji would walk up again on Hiko. This lane should be good for the Claude, and so far he's done an amazing job at utilizing, capitalizing on that. Now the fight
now
goes to Sanji. It's all about these small wins.
Talking about small wins here, Ying getting shoved in pretty hard, knowing that a lot of the forces of TS have come down to his side lane. Any little advantage can be the difference maker here. And you can see that showing presence makes a huge difference. Now they're going to go for their traditional rotate over into the mid lane to get Sunset Lover as close to 4 as possible. And now that Kid Bomba is for himself, he wants to maintain pressure.
So far, Kaiser hasn't landed a single Abyssal Arrow at the start of the game. That's going to be the bravest fighter from Bomba, zoning Han away. Blade Surge Blink. Making his way back in again. The retribution from Sour. Claiming the first turtle of game number 7.
Very tactical, very clean for the side of TS. We don't need to take unnecessary fights. We just need to go together. And now first blood achieved instantaneously. A good arrow coming in from Kaiser. Kaiser hasn't played a single
Selena game this tournament, and he decides to play it in game 7. 1 arrow landed, a kill right after. Instant capitalization is why
They
look for those pickoffs, and it's about map control.
And so far, I mean, hey, to see Ying do a lot more on his side.
Baik chain CC nya. Sap gila. Baik tu chain CC dia.
For the side of the Yangon Galacticos, if they can slow down the rotations coming in from TS,
mana nak tahan Gatot
they
tu.
get that first move, and we've seen teams that alpha strike that Yangon Galacticos are so capable of with a composition that really benefits that style.
Now it's about that build. How do they play the neutral game when nothing is available? Rapid dry to the flicker of Blink. Able to find him, but now it's going to be the Blade Surge on Sawo. Instant talk cancels it. Sawo with the AOG gets out just in time. With a sliver of health.
Nicely done. Very, very nicely done here. There was a moment, a frame, a singular frame that Sawo was able to buffer out the AOG. The
Let's go, Yangon.
Really good, and honestly, the execution from Yangon was there. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough stats to close it out. Back to the EXP, nothing much is happening here. Both Ying and Kid
Yen, GOTF ada live. Tak ada Yen. GOTF tak dapat access.
But he's never going to be able to tax Bomba.
There you go, this is the moment, man. Great.
As a Ranger, I all in. Mantap lah Sol. Kau memang berada aku. Duk sumpah.
He found the angle, he found that sliver, that window to go in. Sour again, trying to go for the clear, or the secure rather, on the green.
Kalau salah satu tim nanti ada dapat dua, kemungkinan besar Syedis, kemungkinan besar. Kita tak cakap jamin, tapi kemungkinan besar.
And it's TS with the tempo.
Interesting. They're also bringing Hiko in for this potential fight. He's running the Purify as of right now, but
Hey,
he's going
Melissa
to be
dah
the
join team
safe
fight, guys.
haven that TS needs to fall back to. Sunset Lover is going to eat the Abyssal Arrow, but here we go.
Arrow lands on Sour. Bomba with the body block, and Sour is able to zone blink away, and that's going to be the second neutral objective for free to Team Spirit. Able to go for the trade. It's a purple buff stolen away up top.
Now, these are the small little advantages that we were talking about here, right? Both sides refuse to give the lead up over to the other side, and naturally TS trying to play as a singular unit while Yangon Galacticos are looking for chinks in the armor. Now, with the vision that we are getting from Kai, he is very aware of the rotations coming in from Zara Eagles. Oh, Ying.
Blade Surge from Han providing support. Throws out the Queller, lands it on Bomba. A chunk of HP away. Now in the mid lane is going to be the Muddles to take Blink to half HP. Abyssal Arrow lands, but it's only onto Sawo. Now in the bottom lane is going to be the jungle.
Sakit. Baiklah. Han kau jaga ni.
That second skill, Sky Piercer.
Sky Piercer, rather interesting, but now as we see
Jaga Sanji, jaga
out of the
Sanji.
way here, and we're also seeing Hunter Strike being
Purify
built
Melissa,
by
guys.
King as first item, not even opting to go Fury Hammer into War Axe. No, just needs the instantaneous burst.
We have to pull out the items. We have to see what items Bomba has gone for as well, because there's so much damage physical from YG. Bomba needs that Dreadnought armor or he's going to get popped.
The motions on the map is already telling us something here, right? We're already seeing that Ying has moved over into the mid lane, while the rest of the team is trying to cover for a potential attack from the side of TS. They read it out very, very well to clear out the Lethal Wanderer, to deny that vision. Unfortunately,
Bomba.
This is a deep cut. This is a greedy cut.
This might be too deep, actually.
He dashes away, has a Bravest Fighter, is able to base some resources, but it's going to be the Bravest Fighter on cooldown, though.
And also the Retribution as well, right?
So
now, tak ada ulti. Nice.
Blink flickers too. TS with a small win. Set up by Bomba, another flicker.
They graze the chin. They graze the chin. Now they have an
opportunity.
It should be
Melissa dah sakit. Let's
they get hit
go.
by an Abyssal Arrow and gets one shot, but Sunset's Lover is still holding on to the Wrath of the Dryads. It's still 50-50 here.
Let's see it. He go to the Muddles. Wrath of the Dryad already made it. Sour walks up again. Is able to go for the untargetable. Han gonna be taking a half HP as Bomba walks up. Bravest Fighter.
Ling.
Then he picks up the kill. Now onto Kaise. He goes. 3 turtles. All at TS.
Oh! And they go even further underneath the turret. They take him out.
Let's go,
Lover kills Sanji.
Team Spirit have been on the back foot the last 2 games. Game 5, Game 6, it was a YG stop. Team Spirit in this game, through the neutral objectives they played, they waited, they built those small wins, and then it exploded on YG.
You can feel the frustration, you can feel the history in their movements. They understand what this game means to not only them, but every sacrifice they've made up until this point. God given or not, right now, that's all they've got to be. They just have to have some faith that every move is going to work out. Looking at the items finally, thank you Zipper. We already see no completed items actually for the side.
With a stumble, Bravest Fighter, that's going to be a taunt coming down as well, but that's going to be Sunset with a walk up, and that's going to be Bomba. With a bit more damage, Hiko lands the Muddles, goes in and finds the kill.
Get the trade, and on the opposite side, Ying tries his best, but no, Zara able to iframe out of there, still having that level lead.
He can't go for this.
No, it's
Apa terjadi dah 3 sama dah
know
ni.
that he's going to instantly get there, and Zara, he's already on top of it. At this stage, TS, they're now starting to probe in enemy territory to see what's going to go happen. But, ooh, man, there's a lot of like weird moments in this game, especially from Yangon. It's sometimes it's like they forget, oh yeah, we can't really force without our battle spells. So I think Yangon, they just need to take a step back. It's about the timing of when they attack, not how hard they hit.
Ni siapa yang menang besok cuti betul.
Catching your opponents off guard. That's when the knockout happens.
Tak senang duduk dah Rin, nak kena menari ni.
Definitely didn't see that. Now did he see this? Han walks up to aggressive 3.
There you go. Aku dah cakap suyo, bawa lagi suyo. Bawa lagi suyo tu. Bawa lagi.
Again, TS not only taking into account the habits that have been made and little details in this game, but now they're getting really personal with each other, really taking into the account which camp he wants to be on and how he likes to chain his abilities.
Bomba. The Bravest Fighter again on Blink. Now the Muddles coming down as well as the sun.
Bapak sakitnya.
The Abyssal Arrow set. Oh, Sour, Rectory.
Close. Very, very close. And even Ying was looking to get into position, but unfortunately could not find the angle at this point of time.
Hampir
Technicality
Musik.
from
Diamlah
FTS
Zafros.
is immaculate here. And now they are really finding their motion with the next 2 item purchases. The
Come back,
Golden
come back,
Staff
come back,
and that
come back,
Lightning
come back,
Charge
come
coming in
back.
from Sunset
Please,
Lover.
YG,
Guys,
please
he's
come
gotta be
back.
very, very careful jumping into these
Please.
fights. The same can be said about Han. Ying has been a little out of it for a
Sabar,
long
bang, sabar, bang.
amount of
Belum
time,
habis,
which is
bang.
rather surprising. I would have
Dan
imagined
angin
that he
siap
would be
dah.
there in first position.
Team Spirit with the Lord, they have good siege as well. And
Okay, push bawah.
YG, their clear is not that good. They have a Paquito that can go to the
Dan
side lanes,
angin
but when it comes to
member.
dealing with the Lord, they're going to have to just group up together, and that means it's an opening for Bomba, it's an opening for Sunset Lover if he steals it, and Sour with the AoE as well.
Kemoyang,
And you can
kemoyang,
see it right
kemoyang.
here.
Tengok dah Hiko ni,
YG
ha.
just got to respect it. Hiko in the bottom lane, sending
Ah,
Blink away.
Kid,
The missile arrow lands, but he's going to body block as the sun lands from Bomba.
Dapat.
And that's Sunset Lover waiting for a moment.
Nice bit, nice bit.
Blink around.
Kita,
Unable
kita,
to
kita.
able to
Sakitnya.
get it. Hiko puts the damage on them with the muddles.
Honestly, not
Sunny
bad, but here comes the
untouchable, guys.
second wave, and Hiko is going to start doing it again. Sunset Lover just
Okay,
stole away the
dapat
wrap of the
mid ni. Confirm
Dryad.
dapat dah
He's
ni.
got Flicker and he's ready to go.
Now with the damage, now with the go away, Sunset Lover with the
Nice.
Dryad, able to find him now. Is that
Ini gerak, gerak, gerak. Nice.
Okay, dapat satu.
with the kill.
Dapat dua.
Hiko killing spree, throws it around. Ying up top, running away. It's Bomba with the
Mana mau lari? Mana mau lari? Where are you running? Why are you running?
Sanji, he's ready to go.
Why are
He
you
doesn't have
running?
time for this. He's ready to put his life on the line to buy Yangon Galacticos a couple more seconds.
Hiko, mega kill, 4-0 and 2. Kaize finally able to get that arrow on a perfect target. It was Sour, it was Sunset that got caught. No bounty, however, it's only on Hiko.
Man.
Oh, ni masalah ni, guys.
Game, man. I can feel it up into my chest. The atmosphere in here. That some
Intro
of these
mungkin tak
dangerous
boleh
moves, I
control,
can't believe they
guys.
haven't lost confidence in a lot of these motions. Yangon say, you know what? We have terrible wave clear, but if we cut the wave and we start pulling it out, we just bought ourselves another ticket at another Lord
Ini
fight.
masalah
They
besar tu
haven't
yang
lost
good.
any of their
Melissa
inhibitors. They
je
lost the
problem dia
shielding,
ni.
unfortunately, but what can you do?
Now it's...
Ah.
Oh! The orange secured by Kaize. Really coming online now.
Dia yang dapat.
In the 10th minute of the game, these arrows are going to start to hurt. And if Kaize can find yet another one on a big target, it could send YG back to level playing field. Bomba taking it very low. Sanji already right there, but the BMI sends him back. He needs to play it safe.
Sanji gendong dah Sanji
Reset or at least
Cloud
find
pun
a
dah
way to
sakit,
actually,
Cloud pun dah
heal
sakit.
himself back up to where he needs to be. 15 seconds left on the neutral objective
Menang,
before that
menang.
Lord spawns.
Okay, dua-dua
We need to see Hiko lose
MM dah
out
sakit dah
on
ni.
his Purify. If
Ini
Yangon
match
stands
MM,
any chance. Wait, hold on. Kid Bomba already trying to engage. Blink,
Wih,
he's in
bapak
trouble.
Tinggal, jangan kena tinggal duk.
The taunt, Sanji's right there, and that's going to be
Dia
hard.
mati siap. Oh, mati juga tu.
And they catch him! Double kill for Sour Egoist! This Lord should be free! And the question is, TS, you taking the discipline route, or are you going for the throw? Because they're looking to open up the inhibitor first.
It's the Dragon Siege. Once again, Hiko with the muddle, zoning them away. Han and Blink both down. Ying in the bottom lane. Again, they are going to play it safe. Sour was already on the Lord. He just cracked the base open. They
Dah ketar-ketir dah.
recall and then reset.
And that's an elbow right to the temple there. Yangon Galacticos now have to worry about a
Free love,
constantly
free love.
pushing mid-wave during these neutral objectives. And worse yet, with a 7.1k lead, is it inevitable, or can there be the temple breaker that they've been praying for?
YG have to defend. It's another siege. They have to find a creative way to the back. That's the only way. But then there's a Wind of Nature. Then there's a go away. Then there's Sawa, who's constantly behind. How do they do this?
One arrow could make the difference here. They need to find it somewhere, somehow. Kaize is looking for an angle, but TS, they are spreading very, very wide to ensure that there's no way that that's possible. Now with the Abyssal Traps as well, trying to slow down that wave. It doesn't actually connect on the wave, and now here they go!
Muddle's already placed. Lord going to be dealt with now as the wave in the bottom lane, and the top lane is going to come crashing down. That's a base sword up top. Hiko with a dash away from the Abyssal Arrow. Now, one final wave in the bottom lane. Ying is caught all alone. Sawa with the chase with the AOG.
And Ying, he's able
What is going
to
to
delay this
happen?
wave, and that's perfect because look at that top side. Instantly, we're seeing Han is able to do something else.
Bah,
He trades
bilang
his
macam
life
tu
for
je
something
doh.
greater than
Dah
himself.
tak ada
But it's not
jawapan
over
doh.
just yet. That wave is still
Dah tak ada
healthy. They
jawapan
still
doh.
have the siege, and they even absorb the abyssal arrows.
Kena
Didn't
rung kau
connect.
tu.
It did, and now the Muddles are landing. Hiko dodges away, gets some shots on Kaize. So severed from Han, clears out the wave. they stay alive. YG.
Oh my goodness, this game could not get more exciting. I'm already off my seat. My knees are getting weak. My arms are heavy watching this match progress. And yet, I think it's going to come down to whether or not Blink can find a super engagement or whether Sunset Lover can finally get a punish onto YG.
I think for Team Spirit, they don't need to go for any risks. It's YG right now that needs to look for a wild haymaker to knock Spirit out. Spirit can just build. They've got the points. They got an 8.5k gold lead. Waves to play with. A Lord spawn. All they need to do is suffocate YG. Don't give them anything to farm up.
Tengah cari lagu ke nak joget apa tu?
It's a guarantee. It's slow pushing anyways, but the bottom wave, keep it right there. The jungle, take it all, snatch it all away from YG.
Yup, they don't. YG unfortunately can't just sit there and take it.
Comeback lah Yangon, tolonglah comeback Yangon, please Yangon, please comeback, please.
They're willing to sacrifice an arm and a leg, but if that's the necessary cost to win the fight, then so be it. For now, Sawo has been playing a very, very tight game with his engages not only being immaculate, but denying a lot of the space around.
Pick up Divine Blade for Sunset Lover. Now Blink, the only frontliner, is going to have even more trouble to deal with the damage output from Spirit.
Well, Sanji, he's going to have to try his best here, and I totally understand.
Arrow lands.
No. They still got plenty of bodies there. They're going to cover for him every single time, even if it slips on through.
Blake! Rather than try it, based on the purifier.
Silap.
Won't be able to land with stun. It's a big resource burnt out with a purifier, but it's a flicker out for Blink.
And they got nothing out of Team Spirit. The Abyssal Arrows are now getting denied away. Kaize, he's going to try.
The arrow lands. No purify. Sanji can go in. No way coming out from Hiko. Slips in the muddles, but that's the back.
And now they want to go for a little bit more. Again, he tries his absolute best. They got what they were looking for, but the Lord has 0 kills for the side of Yangon Galacticos. TS, this could be it. They've been waiting for this for too long.
Bomba right there. Sanji with the BMI into the bottom lane, but the wave up top is going to be good. Sanji's going to be dealing with the wave in the bottom lane, but that's going to be the first damage to be taken out. Blink next to the Tommy Bomba! Jumps in with a stun. Sanji right there, but it's not enough.
Every great legend starts with an impossible dream.
Remember tonight. Remember when the dragons first took flight.
An apex predator arises.
The dragons have awoken.
Team Spirit are your champions. Congratulations to ECA. They walk away shattering dreams.
Kayo, $1 million.
Themselves, every sacrifice given today, every blood, sweat, and tear for this moment.
Kaya.
Has never seen a champion from outside of Southeast Asia. This year, we were heading out to Paris. From Saudi, from Cambodia, from regions of the past. No team has wandered this far, but Spirit have done it.
That being said, congratulations to Team Spirit.
Penantian yang sangat lama tu. Orang kata akhirnya penantian. Apa ayat pepatah tu? Pepatah ke tu? Apa statement? Macam mana ya? Tolong typekan sikit. Hampir ke, ya tu.
Boys, congratulations. What a journey you guys have been through. However, before we even... Boys, congratulations. What a journey you guys have been through. However, before we even continue with our trophy lift, we are first going to crush some keys. So if you guys could follow me to our key crusher over here at the back. Come on over, guys. Emotions are overpouring today. I have a question. Who wants to be crushing the key?
Kalau hang berkata GGDS. MVP dapat 25k, ya tu.
This is a historic moment.
Aku rasa MVP dia punya jungler. Atau mungkin orang bagi kaki bomba.
Their debut in M1.
Sebagai orang lama kan.
And now,
they deserve.
they are international champions as well.
Kid Bomba, Sawo,
As
Sunset
Sawa and
Lover.
Sunset Lover are getting ready to crush some keys. The emotions are overpowering here on the stage. And there you guys have it. Team Spirit is your champions this MSC. Dropping and sending Young
Brazilian dance macam mana guys? Brazilian dance macam mana?
Second. This has been a moment everybody has been waiting for.
It's a dream come true, bro.
For the EECA region. And there you guys have it.
Match ke-7 ni memang match Hiko lah.
Alright
Hiko
guys,
is the one who
if we
make
can now
all
head on
the
over
dream
to the
come true,
front.
bro.
It is time to claim what
Ya, dari
is
M1 bro,
yours.
dari M1 bro.
Make your way over to your trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Spirit. You may raise your trophy.
Tak ada ni
in 3,
Yalah nanti rosak stage. Bang, cukup lah bang. Orang lelaki mana boleh nangis macam tu? Dah cukup, sikit dah.
Such a historic day for the
Abang tu
world
mata
of
dah
Mobile
bengkak.
Legends. Bang bang.
Cukup je sikit-sikit dah.
Amazing history in the making, Kid Bomba. Everybody saw you in M5. Everybody was rooting for you. You guys were so close to the knockout stages in M6. And now you're a champion. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know, it's unreal, you know, I don't believe this is real. I'm like touching myself the whole time, I cannot believe it. I don't know.
I understand, you are definitely overwhelmed. But there's somebody we have to talk to here.
Tengok dulu guys, tengok dulu.
Sunset Lover.
Oh, tiba-tiba live aku terpadam,
Years in the
faham guys.
making, and finally you guys are champions. What does this championship mean to you both?
I don't know so much. We're finally champions. Finally.
That was hard work, and it's the result of hard work.
The result of hard work. And I see over here, Hiko Mania. He's very emotional today. We saw him debut on the international stages back at M6, where it was held in Kuala Lumpur. Everybody hailed him as Hiko Mania. Hiko, today you finally made it. You lifted a trophy of your own. How do you feel to finally achieve such a dream?
I feel grateful for everyone who came support us and for my team who believe me. And thank you everyone, guys.
We're all so proud of you. And of course, the young jungler, the new face.
Sociabuzz.
3. From suka konten Aiman, jangan lari ye Fikri Aiman. Kami setia menunggu tarian anda.
You know, everybody was saying that you are a great jungler, but at such a young age, already winning your first championship in the international stages. What is next for you? What else do you want to achieve in MLBB?
It's very hard to say. Of course, we keep working, and I want to win more, like M Series, and next it's Digital. And I want to say thank for my family, especially for my mom, because she always supports me. And thank you all my haters when I come to Team Spirit.
He gave a special shout out. But now it is time to see the players who stood out amongst the rest. Milosh, come on over.
Thank you, Rose. Congratulations again to Team Spirit, my friends. There is one trophy to add to all of this, and it is our Sony MVP. So please give it up. Our Sony MVP is Kid Bomba!
25,000 US dollars.
Congratulations! It's pretty heavy if you ask me. Bomba, massive congratulations on the win, on the MVP as well. What does it mean to you to win this today as MVP, as Team Spirit, as an EECA representative, and in front of your family here in Paris?
I don't think I did more than them, you know. If ever they did more than me. So I'm just grateful for this award. I don't know how I can win it when I play 0-7 on Phobias, but thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to our Sony MVP, Kid Bomba. And now another moment of it. Gentlemen, please, Team Spirit, go for it once again. Yes, yes, you may. It's all yours. Please give it up for your MLEB, MSC, and EWC 2026 champions, Team Spirit!
Over the years, they were tested, they were challenged, but they refused to break. And today, the Dragons of the North breaks free from the bottomless pit and emerges to claim what they have earned. It is Team Spirit!
Mana?
The Dragons of the North reign supreme in the world of MLBB. As a new region in EECA, new org in Team Spirit claim the top spot in EWC 2026. A new champion, a new chapter being written. And it was the steadfast spirit of Sunset and Sawa. Since 2019, they have looked for this moment. And without avail, they have suffered and found eventually.
Ada. Okey, jom saya nak end live. Korang semua pergi masuk dekat live frame. Kita tengok ramai-ramai ni.
Jom, coba.
Okey, sebab dia kena menari. So, korang pergi masuk live rain. Kita tengok dia menari. Saya pun nak end live.
Lepas tu?
Okey guys. So, terima kasih banyak sepanjang MSC, MWI yang dah support saya. Hadir kalang dalam live saya. Comment, likes, give, subscribe, follow. Thank you very much. Sehingga kita berjumpa lagi di tournament yang akan datang. Kalau GOF tak boleh buat, saya akan cuba untuk saya sedang cuba kan tidak MPL MOI season 18. Alright, so thank you very much everyone daripada Malaysia, Indonesia, Cambodia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Brunei juga. Okay, every time saya tengok analytics memang ada dalam semua apa negara-negara ni. Thank you very much. Sehingga kita berjumpa lagi di kejohanan yang lain. Bye bye semua. Assalamualaikum dan selamat malam. Bye bye.
More volume setting. Apa sini kau punya bawah
ni ke choose where to play sound kan?
Take to the stage. Pick up your frame.
Kiri sikit tak nampak.
Your legacy.
On sound device.
Oh, sound device mana?
Tu kanan atas.
Output device kan?
Tekan bawah dia. On sound device.
Ni? On sound device. Okay.
Bawah kanan dekat speaker setting.
There's something special about finally slaying your dragon.
Atas eh.
But it was the dragon this time who had the last laugh. EECA and Team Spirit finally on top.
As they best put it, the Dragons have finally awakened. It took them a while, it took them so long, and you could feel the emotions and how hard they worked for this win.
Mana boleh gerak nak tengok kau menari tu?
Sunset Lover, he said it best. Finally, they made it to this point.
This is a win hard-earned. They've been trying for 7 years.
Tak dengar.
Finally,
belum.
time coming, and with Team Spirit being on top, being the champions of MSC here at EWC. This is a new world of MLBB.
We don't know where it's heading, but we're here to enjoy the ride.
Brig, LaFell, it's been
Tak ada.
amazing. What a journey. And what a journey for Team Spirit.
YouTube.
From Kid Bamba
YouTube tengah
and
play.
his mom to the beginning of jumping on stage and now hoisting an MVP trophy. To Cold Star, the coach, keeping him locked in. And the young Zauer Eagle is 16 years old, finding his first international title as he debuts. Sunset said it was a result of hard work, but it wasn't just that. This MSC, the tournament of
Takut dorang yang dengar view ni.
the tournament of new heroes and new dynasties, new destinies forged, new pathways claimed, new opportunities
Sekejap.
as
Aku
a
buka
$1
kamera dulu. Dorang ingat aku lari
million
jap.
goes in the hands
Jap.
of those 5 gentlemen
Okay.
on stage.
Lepas tu,
From all of us here at
ada
Moonside,
bunyi.
at MLB.
Tak ada. Macam mana? Ya. Kalau Nvidia broadcast tak boleh? Nanti ada bunyi. Ni VG 258. Ada yang kata? Tak, sudah ni dah. Guys, sekarang korang dengar lagu tak? Dengar lagu tak guys? Dengar lagu tak? Korang dengar lagu tu daripada tadi? Tak, aku main pasang lagu apa-apa yang ada guys. Okay. So, Brazilian dance. Deal eh? Dan suruh full screen. Macam nak full screen? Macam-macam lah diorang ni. Okay. Tambah. Okay. Sekejap. Kiri.
Lepas tu
Kamera.
video capture.
Mana?
Video capture bawah.
Ni. Okay.
Kamera at existing.
Kamera. Okay. Oh my god. I'm dead, bro. Okay.
Untuk mengelakkan background tu apa ni sentiasa ada
Okay.
masa kau menari supaya kau tak hilang-hilang.
Ha? Nvidia.
Apa ni? Double click tu kamera tu.
Double click. Okay.
Okay. Tukar kamera kepada
HD.
kamera.
Tukar ni.
Ya.
Lepas tu tarik.
Okay. Okay. Ya.
Tapi tak penuh. Tapi penuh. Dia tak penuh.
Memang setting dia macam tu je.
So macam ni je lah. Bapak lah. Apa salah. Asal Muntur nak suruh aku buat macam ni sebelum aku coach kot. Okay. So Brazilian dance Brazilian dance
Tengok. Dah aku pun nak tengok kau juga.
Aku nak pasang lagu.
Yelah aku nak tutup ni.
Okay. So. Okay, korang dengar Pasang lagu jap. Lagu ni ke guys? Lagu ni ke? Betul tak lagu ni? Tak dengar? Tapi suara aku kau dengar? Kena letak kat mic. Dengar. Pasang kat PC kena stage apa guys? Tapi kalau kat PC aku tak dengar. Suara dengar, lagu tak dengar. Okay, jap aku kena minta tolong Ash lagi. Sabar jap. Aduh, kena menari ke? Tak payahlah guys Aku rasa tak payahlah. Macam mana? Nvidia broadcast?
Jangan macam dekat sangat kot. Muka kau ni tak selesa, jauh sikit.
Tak selesa. Nvidia broadcast. Sini. Video.
Dekat sangat Ren. Tak selesa.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Bukan Nvidia broadcast ni ke?
Nvidia broadcast ni. Lepas tu bukan. Audio. Kita kan tulis apa mic, siren semua tu kan. Tak nampak. Kau buang.
Jap.
Okay, ni kau pangkar je.
Mana yang pangkar?
Nvidia broadcast ni kau pangkar je.
Pangkar?
Ya.
Okay, lepas tu?
So kau buka OBS kau.
Buka OBS, okay. Kau
nampak?
Ni OBS
Okay, bawah. Dekat sikit kamera handphone. Bawah. Kiri. Tu mic kau tu kan? Double click. Properties. Tengok. Tukar.
Ni.
Ya.
Okay.
Ya.
Okay.
So dekat TikTok.
Asal makin ramai pula viewer aku ni.
Tak nampak Red.
Okay. Sorry.
Tu pun tukar. Mic tu tukar. General lah.
Reason.
Siren. Siren. Okay.
Dah, okay. Save.
Okay, dah. Save.
Dah.
Cuba pasang lagu. Sekejap.
Okay, sekejap aku pasang lagu. Sabar sekejap guys, Lagu ni ke aku nak tanya korang? Lagu ni ke? Brazilian dance. Ini ke lagu dia? Okay, ini yang lagu dia. Betul? Okay. Okay, let's go. Bismillah. Lagu ni Ren, okay. Korang dengar kan? Boleh ke? Boleh ke? Aku malu. Aku yang malu guys. Aku yang malu. Aku tak tahu duk macam nak buat guys. Aku tak reti duk. Okey, sabar jap. Aku tak reti duk. Okey. Sabar jap. Okey. Okey. Sabar. Okey, dah. Cukup. Okey, cukup eh.
From suka konten
Cukup,
Aiman.
guys.
Guru hentikan guru. Guru kami
Cukup,
malu guru.
Dah lah guys. Aib aku duk. Ya Allah. Dah lah guys. Aku gerak dulu lah. Kaki tak nampak sangat ridu. Asal pula macam tu pula. Asal kaki tak nampak pula. Cukup guys Cukup. Okey. Aku nak cakap terima kasih. Tolong jangan klip. Aku merayu tolong jangan klip guys. Kalau korang klip, tiba-tiba aku tak live 2-3 minggu tu korang faham lah. Yang belum follow TikTok aku, follow TikTok aku dulu guys. Yang belum follow aku punya YT, subscribe YT aku, subscribe YT dulu. Aku off live dulu guys. Terima kasih. Bye. Assalamualaikum.